Under the epic gaze of a full moon, the stage is set for something huge. The moment of truth is finally here. Because even after getting absolutely crushed by the demonic sect, the pain of their struggle still fuels the fire. The last survivors, even though they were scattered and broken, scraped and clawed their way through hell just to make it. Every single sacrifice, every brutal hardship they faced, it was all for one thing: revenge. A deep, ominous hum of power explodes from his hand, as a terrifying crimson aura ignites around him. His eyes blaze with an infernal, vengeful red, the tattered rags of his past life barely clinging to his now unstoppable form. Under the pale moonlight, he explodes into motion, a dark, unstoppable force against the night sky, fueled by pure, unadulterated vengeance. A distant fire's glow flickers, throwing wild shadows across a rugged brick wall. As a brazier blazes, its roaring flames cutting through the oppressive darkness. Perched high above, a cloaked figure stands in silent vigil on the wall, scanning the scene below. His face a mask of grim determination, a subtle mustache highlighting his resolute jawline. Eyes narrowed, a silent, unyielding resolve hardens his every feature. As a chilling realization strikes him, they'll notice the servant's disappearance any second now. Poised for action, his dark attire melts into the shadows of the night. His internal monologue a fierce vow: I'll finish this before they even know what hit them. The lone torch on the wall burns on, a silent sentinel to the explosive action about to unfold. A figure lies broken on the cold ground, a mysterious glowing orb his only companion. Then, a guttural cry rips through the silence. Followed by another pained shout, as the world outside erupts in chaos, the noise undeniable. Yet, completely unfazed by the distant screams, a cloaked figure remains in deep meditation on a stone altar. But then, his eyes snap open, burning with a fierce red glow, revealing a sudden, chilling awareness. He rises, his gaze piercing the chaos outside, a chilling thought echoing in his mind: to think that you're peacefully meditating while your subordinates are dying. As another figure kneels before him, they can't help but comment on his chilling demeanor: you're heartless as usual. The cloaked figure fires back: I could say the same thing to you, running away without doing anything. Now heartless. Suddenly, an ancient man with a flowing white beard and hair emerges, dropping a profound philosophical bomb: do you think a man would care about the mountain's well-being as he climbs a mountain? An ancient figure, eyes burning with crimson light, declares that true power comes from an unwavering gaze fixed on the summit. He elaborates on the path to ultimate mastery, then, with a sudden, chilling shift in demeanor, he snarls: what utter nonsense. I, Chiron, will personally end you right here, right now. But the heavenly demon, his eyes flaring with electric blue energy, remains unfazed, his resolve solidifying. No words needed, he instantly channels raw, crackling blue lightning into his fist. Then explodes into motion, a blur of pure blue lightning. Unleashing a devastating, lightning-charged blow that rips through the very fabric of space. His voice thunders, echoing the raw power of his attack: heavenly lightning fist. A cataclysmic discharge of lightning explodes, culminating in an earth-shattering, lightning-fueled devastation. Enveloped in a storm of electric blue, Jin Seowon throws down the gauntlet, his challenge echoing with raw power. But Chiron isn't backing down, unleashing a devastating counterattack, a crimson inferno exploding around him as he unleashes the heavenly blood-tide art. And with a chilling smirk, he dares his opponent to watch and learn, as his power surges. The crimson power explodes forward, a devastating wave of pure destruction rocketing towards its mark. Karen's hand blazes with an unholy glow, focusing the raw, destructive energy into a single, deadly point. The energy erupts into a colossal, vertical beam, a pillar of pure, unadulterated destruction. Blindingly fast, the crimson beam tears through the air. Jin Seowon, still crackling with electric blue, braces for impact as the devastating attack engulfs him. The heavenly blood-tide art hits with cataclysmic force, sending him flying backward in a chaotic explosion of power. He grunts, the sheer force of the impact still tearing through him. As Chiron unleashes a devastating flurry of crimson energy slashes. Each one a lethal strike designed to tear him to shreds. A fresh spray of blood erupts as Jin Seowon's eyes widen in disbelief. Chiron is manipulating sword chi with his bare hand. Karen's voice cuts through the chaos, dripping with pure contempt, promising to send him straight to his master. Declaring his opponent finished, Chiron unleashes his ultimate technique, the Cloud Dragon Divine Fist. But before the final blow can land, Karen's eyes snap wide open in pure shock, a sudden, terrifying realization hitting him. Jin Seowon counters with his own devastating move, the Transcendent Heavenly Flying Palm, crackling with brilliant blue lightning. A cataclysmic burst of Karen's fiery power explodes, but it's instantly shattered by an invisible, overwhelming force. As Karen's voice booms with utter disbelief, demanding to know how his steel tempering could be nullified. His features twist into a primal scream of shock and rage, his signature fiery aura erupting around him. The orange inferno struggling desperately against the encroaching power. He bellows, utterly flabbergasted that his steel-hardened fists were rendered utterly useless against bare hands. Then, a blinding, earth-shattering torrent of blue lightning slams into him, sending him flying backward in a violent, electrifying impact. While Jin Seowon, now a living storm of electrical energy, rockets forward. His body a streaking bolt of crackling power, closing the gap with mind-bending velocity. He unleashes a devastating, focused lightning strike, the blue energy detonating on contact. The very air itself is still vibrating, charged with the raw power that just erupted. A choked gasp rips through the silence, his lungs burning as he fights for air. But Jin Seowon is relentless, his voice exploding with pure, unadulterated rage, roaring, "Don't you dare talk about my father." His eyes blaze with electric blue power as he snarls, "With that dirty mouth of yours." Even with new marks on his face, his determination is absolute as he confronts Chiron. "You haven't forgotten the evil deeds you've committed, have you?" Then, with a final, earth-shattering burst of lightning, his fist slams home, proclaiming, "This is the rage of all of those people." Chiron is launched, a mere projectile, streaking through the darkness. Mid-fall, a chilling realization hits him, a whisper of regret, "I should have wiped out the roots of the clan when I had the chance. I don't know what kind of enlightenment you." Even as he plummets, his shock is undeniable, "Receiver, but I'm honestly surprised." Chiron can't believe it. He broke through his heavenly demon bloody surge art. His face contorts, a grim realization dawning, as he declares he's been left with no other choice. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon's hand glows with faint purple energy, clutching a small, crystalline vial. Bringing the bottle to his lips, a desperate act, Chiron questions if it's an elixir. A blinding purple explosion erupts from his body, the sheer force of the consumed potion radiating outwards. Chiron watches, mind racing, wondering what could happen if he drinks an elixir of that potency all at once. The raw power coursing through his veins triggers a dangerous transformation, an undeniable demonic chi deviation. His form writhes, engulfed in crackling purple energy, as the elixir's effects violently reshape him. The chaotic energy swirls, coalescing around his arm, hinting at a monstrous power awakening within him. The elixir explodes within Jin Seowon, unleashing a torrent of chaotic purple energy that absolutely consumes him. His body twists and contorts in pure agony, as the demonic chi deviation takes hold with a vengeance. His dark hair goes absolutely wild, turning a shocking white, and his eyes. They're now blazing with an unnatural, glowing purple. A primal, guttural scream of pure anguish rips from his throat, the sheer power threatening to tear him to shreds. With one last, desperate roar, he unleashes a colossal, uncontrolled energy burst that just explodes outwards. Purple lightning crackles around him, his body now a living conduit for this raw, untamed power. Dark energy tendrils snake around his legs, the very ground beneath him shaking from the sheer power. The chaotic aura just radiates outwards, creating a visible distortion in the very air itself. His face contorted in a grimace of pure agony, he clenches his fist, fighting to stay conscious against this overwhelming power surge. The demonic chi deviation was ripping through him, and then, a sinister voice cut through the chaos, mocking him as a child. Suddenly, a terrifying, white-haired entity with glowing purple eyes burst forth from the shadows, roaring a death sentence, "It's time you disappear." A brutal wave of purple energy exploded, ripping through everything in Jin Seowon's vicinity. Wrenching a raw, desperate scream from him. Blood streaked his face as the horrifying realization hit him, too late. But even in despair, a spark ignited. He grit his teeth, forcing his will to manifest a barrier. The chaotic purple energy raged, but a nascent green aura began to fight back. Exploding from him in a desperate, raw surge of power. The green energy solidified, forming a powerful, protective shield. He's absolutely stunned, caught between the raw, chaotic purple energy and the explosive green power now surging from within him. Those purple power streaks just keep coming, hammering relentlessly against his fresh shield. But then, out of nowhere, a new player steps into the arena, a white-haired mage, staff glowing, giving a nonchalant glance over their shoulder. Jin Seowon's jaw drops, the realization hitting him hard, muttering to himself that he totally got caught slacking. His green energy flares, a clear sign of the sheer power radiating from this new arrival, who he immediately pegs as a great mage. But the mage just turns, giving him a look, and tells him to cut it out with the silly nicknames. Jin Seowon's mind is reeling, processing the mage's declaration of being a world cleanser, and the terrifying truth that this guy just saved his life. Then, a crucial thought hits him like a truck. Later, chilling with a book that just popped up, the record of the heavenly demon's demonic chi deviation, he's totally baffled, asking himself if that weird mage wrote this crazy stuff. Jin Seowon's brain is still trying to process the mind-bending concept of a whole new world just popping into existence, like, how is that even possible? He cuts straight to the chase, declaring, "The name's Jin Seowon, and I'm 23. His phone gives a weak buzz, barely holding on with just 15% battery. He's deep in thought, remembering, 6 months out of the military, and I'm gearing up for college, just as a text flashes, "Yo, you awake? Let's game." He glances at his phone, a thought flashing through his mind, seriously, does this guy have no one else to bother? He's reminiscing about his pre-military days, when he had a solid plan, make some cash while getting ready to hit college again. He's thinking about all the stuff he couldn't learn or do in the army, and how much fun he missed out on in the real world. Strolling through the city, he's doing a mental check of his bank account, confirming he's still got some cash to spare. He keeps moving, but the big question hits him, should I just get a part-time gig? Deep in the zone, a voice cuts through the silence, questioning if it's really Siowon. He shoots a quick look back, demanding just one more hour, while his friend points out his relentless grind in living ground. This isn't just any game, he's poured countless hours into loyal ground. Even during his military breaks, he dabbled, but nothing like this. But post-discharge, he went full throttle, rocketing to a top 10 rank in just 3 months. With his eyes blazing, he declares his login, telling his friend to hit the lobby and wait. He'd even been raking in extra cash from those internet cafe tournaments. So, how does this game actually work? 100 players plunge from a plane, kicking off the ultimate battle royale. It's survival game time. The rules are brutal: grab weapons, kill everyone, be the last one alive. He's free-falling, goggles on, ready for anything. But he's not just falling. He activates a device, instantly pinpointing 2 enemies 250 meters out. Meanwhile, a masked enemy, locked and loaded, is already taking shots. Bang! A shot rings out. This masked maniac is sprinting and spraying bullets. Through the scope, he sees it, only 2 targets left. Jin Siowon is not amused. "Damn, you're loud," he grumbles, "you already died once, why are you still shouting so much?" Strategy first. He's heading for the crates, gotta get geared up before making any big moves. "I only believe in you, bro," he shouts, then quickly catches himself, "I'll shut up." The blinding sky above does nothing to calm his nerves. As he pushes forward, demanding, "Where did the bastard with a skull mask from earlier go?" Navigating the desolate ruins, he trails a figure just a few steps ahead. When he notices some untouched gear. Seeing how the loot is still here, he deduces, it looks like he didn't go here. His eyes lock onto a crucial first aid kit, a vital discovery. But then, a chilling sight, a figure emerges from the shadows, a terrifying skull mask concealing their identity, their eyes burning with an intense, electric blue glow. The masked menace stands perfectly still, radiating pure threat. Right next to a mysterious, glowing rectangular artifact. A blur of motion, a lethal strike tearing through the digital battlefield. But the game screams a brutal truth, your teammate has died. A desperate voice echoes, "No. He was so close. I was about to get out of here." The digital chaos rages on. As a desperate player in tactical gear sprints for their life. Only to be brutally cut down in a final, crushing blow. Then, the ultimate victory. The screen explodes with, "Congratulations. You are the last person remaining." 1 out of 100, showcasing the winning avatar, axe raised in triumph. Back in the real world, a satisfied chuckle escapes him, I got carried. Thanks, bro." He casually dismisses the victory, muttering, yeah, queue up already looking for the next challenge. The clock ticks on, and a sudden, almost reluctant thought hits him, I should lock in and start studying tomorrow. But will he really? A low, electric hum pulses as Jin Siowon's eyes blaze with an intense, ethereal blue. Before he just casually drops a, his phone screen is blowing up with messages about grinding for grades and locking in for tomorrow. A fierce determination hardens his gaze as he drops the bombshell, he's done with games, starting tomorrow. The person on the other end absolutely loses it, screaming about broken promises and a clan war. Against the backdrop of a neon-lit city, his voice cuts through the noise, declaring he's hitting the books at an English academy. Slumped on his bed, a heavy wave of guilt crashes over him, fueled by memories of his mom's tears, and the wasted months of his life. The city goes quiet as night falls. And he finally crashes out, his mind set. But elsewhere, a news headline blazes across a phone screen, revealing that people with mysterious powers are popping up all over the world. The world is buzzing with talk of players, but Jin Siowon's reality is glitching out, as he stares at a cryptic, "Page doesn't exist," message, wondering what's going on. Then, just like that, the video he was watching vanishes, leaving him stunned and confused. Shaking his head at the weirdness, he figures sleep is the only answer. Out on the streets the next day, the same old question haunts him, why can't he just play games all day? He's torn, wondering if he should jump into one last game with his friend, a choice that feels strangely monumental. But then, out of nowhere, a blinding purple aura explodes from him, pulsating with raw, untamed power. A bewildered escapes his lips, as he tries to process the impossible power now surging through him. He turns, and his eyes blaze with the same electric blue as the aura, confirming that his life will never be the same. Whoa! A massive power surge hits him, his eyes going full-on purple glow as the energy just explodes around him. This crazy aura just radiates from his core, making the ground under him shimmer with that same wild, purple light. He's totally baffled by this sudden, insane power-up, like, what even is this crazy light? The energy just keeps getting stronger, crackling around his whole body, a full-on visual of the insane power now pumping through him. Even his backpack, just chilling there, starts to glow with that same weird, purple light. The whole room, packed with boring electrical gear, stays totally silent, like it has no idea what's even happening. A tiny, random device just sits on the floor, its whole deal a total mystery in this wild situation. Then, out of nowhere, an unseen voice just cuts through the quiet, talking about some glowing bolt. Another voice jumps in, calling the whole thing useless, and demanding they join in right now. He snaps awake, eyes wide, in a totally alien, green landscape, his brain struggling to process the insane jump in reality. His eyes dart across a massive crowd and some giant armored dude, and all he can think is, where the heck am I? A blinding, golden light explodes, engulfing everything in its intense radiance. As the light vanishes, Jin Seowon jolts awake, his eyes burning yellow as he tries to process the deafening noise and the utterly alien environment, questioning if this insane turn of events is some cosmic retribution for his broken spirit. He scrambles to his feet, spotting two figures in the distance, a cloaked mage with a staff and an armored warrior with a sword, their fantastical appearance only deepening the bizarre mystery of his new reality. Without warning, a blade streaks towards him, and Jin Seowon's reflexes kick in, his own sword flashing out, deflecting the assault with lightning speed. Metal screams as he meets the attack of a brown-haired swordsman, their blades colliding in a shower of sparks and raw power. The clash ends, and Jin Seowon surveys a larger gathering, his recent adversary and a blonde woman among them, a single, incredulous thought echoing in his head, why are there so many cosplayers here? Suddenly, a blinding green energy explodes, crackling with raw, untamed power, like a spell just ripped through reality. Totally disoriented, Jin Seowon's mind races, trying to process this insane new reality, one thought screaming louder than the rest, is this a dream? He whips his head around, his face a mask of pure confusion and disbelief, as this bizarre new world unfolds before his eyes. He's suddenly surrounded by a massive crowd, most of them decked out in armor and wielding weapons, all fixated on a gigantic, ancient stone statue, making him feel completely out of place in his regular clothes. Then, a sharp ding rings out in his head, a voice declaring 100 players detected, making him stumble back, freaking out about whether he's actually losing his mind. The ancient stone statue's eyes suddenly blaze with an eerie blue light, as the voice booms, initializing the system. His own eyes, now burning with that same electric blue glow, snap wide open in pure shock, as the terrifying reality of the voice's message finally hits him. A mysterious voice blasts into Jin Seowon's head, and he's instantly demanding to know where it's coming from. He snaps his head up, green particles swirling around him, and it hits him, the voice is speaking Korean. But he's not alone. The crowd around him is freaking out too, with one guy shouting that everyone's suddenly speaking Korean. Then, a new player enters the scene, a long-haired dude in a dark cloak, stepping up and announcing he's been waiting for this moment, calling someone the leader of our sect. Karen, the cloaked figure, stands tall with his staff blazing with blue energy, while someone from the crowd yells out, demanding to know if he's the one who got them into this mess. Escrow, the guy who noticed the language switch, fires back, totally furious, accusing Karen of being the one who dragged him into this whole thing. Karen, with a look of pure disdain, just dismisses him as shameless. He keeps going, making it clear he's done being fooled by words, and whether anyone believes him or not, it doesn't matter. Then, out of nowhere, a terrifying skeletal figure with glowing green eyes and a chilling grin pops up, announcing that everyone is now standing right in front of the Demon King's power. Chiron, the Archmage, is absolutely juiced, channeling a massive blue energy blast and promising to end his target's suffering. Then, with an insane power surge, he unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue lightning. His eyes are practically burning with resolve, as he screams his intent to kill, convinced this is the only way to end the suffering. This devastating attack, oddly enough, is called Escrow-style lightning and it's hitting with insane power. The blue lightning just keeps on coming, slamming into its target. But then, Chiron just freezes in total disbelief, his insane magic literally doing nothing. The skeletal figure, with its creepy green eyes glowing, just shrugs off the attack, saying it felt absolutely nothing. Back in the grassy field, Jin Seowon is totally freaking out at Escrow, demanding to know why he's stuck in this nightmare and if it's all just a super realistic dream. His eyes are glowing with a faint blue light, totally reflecting the bizarre new reality he's stuck in. The system blares, declaring the game's stakes. It's easy difficulty, but you gotta hit the top 90. The map. Endless survival, and only the last one standing gets the insane rewards. Then, AM. Chiron and Escrow are instantly warped to a massive, open field, totally bypassing the tutorial. A quick whack sound confirms it. In the waiting room, player attacks are completely nullified. Elsewhere, Jin Seowon is absolutely stunned, staring at a glowing holographic screen, a full-blown game map popping up right in front of him. Ding! A majestic, armored figure materializes, ready to drop some knowledge on all the noobs entering Cloud Survival, promising a quick rundown. The game, it clarifies, is a brutal free-for-all until only one player is left standing, and that lone survivor gets all the loot. Try to bail from the map, and you'll face massive penalties. This isn't a game, it's a deathmatch, and it doesn't stop until there's only one person left. But don't worry, if the game ends or you get wiped out, you'll be sent right back to your own world. Get ready, because everyone's about to be dropped into the insane Tower of Trials, with the Igurgesges leading the way. The system's voice booms, revealing the next stage, a gathering of players, all vying for power, all ready to snatch items and plunge into the unknown depths of the tower. His eyes snap open, a jolt of raw disbelief electrifying his senses as he grapples with the impossible reality. Is this all just a twisted illusion, a nightmare of loyal ground playing out in his mind? But the system's cold voice shatters the illusion, dropping a bombshell. Rewards are for the elite, the top 90, and no one else. The brutal truth hits him like a physical blow, his face contorting with a desperate resolve. This isn't just a dream, this is a nightmare with real stakes, real pain. His gaze sweeps over the faceless crowd, a chilling realization dawning amidst these pathetic, absurd humans. A chilling certainty grips him, the brutal truth of his impending fate crashing down. Stepping towards the blinding light, the ultimate, terrifying truth screams in his mind, he will die if he doesn't win. This can't be real, but even if it's just a dream, he's not going down without a fight. If this is really like log, then he's in for a wild ride. He quickly scans his surroundings, a weird system message about his hair popping up. Suddenly, a massive armored warrior steps up, demanding answers about his origins and why he's so distracted. The armored man is getting seriously ticked off, yelling about being ignored and repeating his question with growing fury. Ding! The game's about to begin. A countdown appears, and in a flash, he's fully armored and ready for battle. The armored man is totally confused by his sudden armor and the smirk on his face, shouting if he's laughing or just plain crazy. Ding! The final second ticks down. His eyes blaze with an ominous green light as he finally reveals the terrifying truth behind his laughter. His eyes blaze with an electric green, and Jin Seowon can't help but laugh, embracing the wild, dreamlike reality he's been thrust into. Suddenly, a raw, vibrant green energy explodes around his arm, pulsing with untamed power. He boldly proclaims that his log abilities make him unstoppable, ready to crush any bastards in his way and survive, sparking an enraged, unseen outcry. Then, a blazing system alert screams to life, declaring the epic beginning of Cloyd Survival, Day 1. The very fabric of reality warps with ethereal blue energy, as countless crystalline structures rain down from the heavens. A dazzling, dangerous shower. These glowing blue objects plummet rapidly, cascading in massive numbers towards zones brimming with precious items. The game just dropped, and the system was screaming about crowded item zones, but Jin Seowon? Nah, he wasn't about to follow the herd. He thought, starting on the outskirts was the smart play, the safe bet. Decision locked, he bolted across the rough ground, eyes on a specific spot he knew would be perfect. He hit his mark, and then, boom, a massive green aura exploded from him, his shout ripping through the air with pure, unadulterated resolve. That vibrant energy just kept surging, a massive wave of power blasting out from him. It slammed into whatever was there with explosive force, a blinding green flash lighting up everything. After that insane burst, he stuck the landing, green energy still crackling around him. Then, he scanned the landscape, taking in the newly cleared or impacted zone. And there, in the distance, a building stood out against the green, a clear target or a new mystery waiting. Jin Seowon is hit with a brutal wave of motion sickness, gripping his head as the world spins. But a small, rustic house emerges from the desolate landscape. A potential refuge he immediately targets for entry. His eyes blaze with an electric blue as he curses his own weakness. Furious that the motion sickness had blinded him to any other survivors who might have landed nearby. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, he bolts towards the house, a chilling resolve etched on his face, any other survivors are dead meat. He slams the door open. Then stumbles inside, clutching his chest as the motion sickness still racks his body. He can't shake the chilling thought, has that sword-wielding maniac actually tracked him down? A surge of regret hits him, he never should have provoked that monster. A sudden rustle makes him snap his head around, every nerve on edge. But the sky above offers no answers, just shimmering light. He's finally at the house, a momentary reprieve. But as he steps inside, even the wind seems to whisper warnings. No time to waste, he's got to scour this place. Remembering the critical directive, secure items from his landing zone. This house is his first hunting ground. Deep within the house, a sudden jolt makes him stumble, a sharp hook escaping his lips. His eyes snap open, a bewildered escaping him, as he tries to process the sudden shift. Then, his eyes lock onto it, a heavy crossbow, a powerful weapon just waiting to be wielded. He quickly loads a bolt, a determined glint in his eye, thinking, it's not perfect, but it's definitely better than nothing. The instant he equips it, a torrent of data blasts into his head, upgrading his knowledge. He snaps the crossbow up, aiming with practiced ease, because for a South Korean soldier, this is absolutely nothing. A satisfying "Seoljik" confirms the mechanism is ready, and he grins, if I do this, it'll shoot. Then, a blinding golden flash erupts from the crossbow, sending the bolt screaming towards its target. And with a deafening crack, the bolt detonates on impact, a fiery explosion tearing through the air. Whoa! Jin Seowon lets out a surprised gasp, his eyes practically popping out as he takes it all in. He's checking out that heavy crossbow bolt, its design looking seriously next level. And a confident grin breaks out as he totally gets it, this thing is gonna be insanely useful once he figures out how to really wield it. He gave the whole place a good once-over, but came up empty on anything else useful. But then, a huge map catches his eye, and its sheer size means one thing, serious potential for future adventures. Crossbow locked and loaded on his back, he's finally stepping out of that house and into the great wide open. He takes off running, his boots pounding a rhythm as he thinks, it's go time. Time to safely farm this whole place. He snaps the crossbow up, smooth as silk, and takes his shot. And just like that, a bolt whizzes through the air, a silent, deadly blur. Jin Seowon's hand snatches up something new, a discovery that makes him shout. It's a rolled-up scroll, pulsing with a soft blue light. He checks it out, and a system alert pops up, a small healing scroll, 10% HP back, but don't rip it. Then, another find, a book, and it's another one-time use item. Scanning the empty room, he realizes he desperately needs more recovery items. He desperately needs an item bag for all this loot, a quiet escaping his lips. The book in his hand flares with a vibrant purple, revealing a martial art that lets him blast internal energy from his fingertips. A system notification pops up, asking if he wants to learn the Black Star Divine Martial Arts book, and he's already thinking about how broken this could be in a fight. His eyes blaze with a deep purple light, a silent, powerful affirmation of his choice. The Black Star Divine Martial Arts skill was about to drop, and suddenly, a blinding, explosive surge of purple energy just detonated from nowhere. Completely engulfing his entire form in this wild, crackling aura. Then just as quickly, it faded into a shower of shimmering particles. Only to instantly reform, swirling right back at him. He just stared at his hand, now absolutely radiating with that same vibrant purple energy, a totally bewildered, Was that it, escaping him? His eyes went wide with pure shock, the purple light practically burning in their depths, as the energy just kept pulsing steadily from his hands. That insane glow from his hand just cranked up even more, a silent, mind-blown exclamation hanging in the air. He just kept staring at the radiating power, a whole new question blowing his mind. The purple energy just pulsed and radiated outward from his palm, confirming the skill was totally activated. The Black Star Divine Martial Arts skill exploded around him, a maelstrom of vibrant purple energy swirling and concentrating into a glowing orb in his hand. The intense aura expanded, filling the entire space with its overwhelming presence. At its absolute peak, the energy coalesced into a grand, stylized symbol, shimmering with ethereal light. Then, with a soft whoosh, the powerful purple glow began to fade, dissolving into countless sparkling particles. As the last vestiges of the aura vanished, he stood calmly, a faint green glow now emanating from his hand, a testament to the power he had just absorbed. A profound realization dawned on him, as he exclaimed, I've learned a martial art. With the system declaring him the world's strongest survivor, Jin Seowon's hand shot out, snatching a small, metallic object. A quiet satisfaction escaped him, a triumphant nice echoing in the silence. He held up the small, glowing orb, its faint light illuminating his intense, focused expression. Strolling past a massive bookshelf, he couldn't help but wonder aloud, if magic books existed, did that mean a whole new world of power was waiting? No matter the details, he was convinced, Cloyd's survival and loyal ground were just two sides of the same brutal coin. With unwavering resolve, he made his decision, it was time to move on, to find a new path. The sun had already vanished, swallowed by the horizon, as he pondered his next move. Sprinting through the eerie, abandoned streets, he knew he had to find cover, and fast. His piercing blue eyes, sharp as a predator's, cut through the oppressive darkness. Then, a beacon in the gloom. A single house, its lights blazing, stood out against the night. That light could mean everything, or nothing, he thought, his mind racing with possibilities. Was it a hidden sanctuary, a safe haven from the chaos outside? Or was it a trap, a deadly encounter waiting to happen? With a tense, drawn-out creak, he slowly pushed open the door, every nerve on edge. Who else was out here? How many survivors remained, and were they friend or foe? Bao taut, arrow knocked, he held his ground, a silent guardian observing the mysterious house. Inside the house, Jin Seowon's eyes immediately scanned the wooden floor, his brain already running scenarios about who, or what, was hiding. He knew they could be total pros, or maybe just clueless noobs. But as he cleared the first floor, it was dead silent, making him wonder if they were just playing hide-and-seek. A slight frown creased his face, the second floor now his primary concern. His eyes flared with a subtle blue glow as he mentally prepped, ready to unleash his weapon and the devastating heavenly demon star of palms. Even if they were top-tier pros, he was confident he could still pull off a win. Click. He gripped the door handle, ready to move. A grand staircase loomed ahead. And with his weapon ready, he started his climb, every step a calculated risk. He stares down, his mind racing. A single, ancient lantern flickering, casting an eerie glow. Making him question, is it just a lantern, or a hidden threat? Rifle up, he locks onto a closed door, instantly thinking, is it a trap? But then it hits him, a room. His eyes sharpen, zeroing in. Energy crackling around him. And with a brutal, explosive kick, he absolutely demolishes the door, blasting it open. His sandals hit the wooden floor with a soft chwaike. As a low do-do-do rumble echoed through the newly opened space. Jin Seowon's eyes widened, a sharp hup gasp escaping him as he took in the scene. He found himself in a quiet, dusty study, taking a seat in a worn chair, assessing his surroundings. The room was empty, save for a piano bathed in sunlight from a large window, and the persistent, low do-do-do rumble continued, making him wonder, put on a show by myself. Kneeling, he clutched his bow, a wave of relief washing over him with a soft hup. He peered into an adjacent, brightly glowing blue chamber, a low kurong sound accompanying his thought, it's a relief no one's been here. A faint light shimmered across the floor. As he reached out with a soft sook to touch a small, glowing orb resting on a nearby table. Jin Seowon's eyes lock onto a small, glowing ring, a system alert flashing, new item acquired, ring of strength, rank, E, strength plus 20. This is huge. Clutching the glowing band, he can't believe it, could this tiny ring actually make him stronger? His back to the viewer, bow and quiver still ready, he's already calculating the insane possibilities. With a quick shook, he slips the ring onto his finger. And bam! A sudden surge of power hits him, his eyes going wide as golden energy lines explode around him. The ring on his finger flares with blinding intensity, a raw power radiating outwards. A profound transformation washes over him, his body feels impossibly light, and his heavy bow now feels like nothing. He's trying to wrap his head around the massive 20-point strength boost, and what this insane power-up truly means for him. Before snapping his attention to the translucent blue interface, trying to pull up his character stats, but it's totally unresponsive. Suddenly, a new system message explodes into view. He pauses on the stairs, a thought sparking, time to scour this first floor properly. His character window pops up, revealing his name, species, and a martial artist class. But with a strength of 1 and agility of 13, he can't help but question if his past training is the only reason for this title. A smirk spreads across his face, this system is seriously cool, a massive upgrade from his pathetic beginnings. He keeps moving, eyes scanning the shadows, his brain still buzzing with all the new info. Ding! Another notification. He's just unlocked Subspace, a pocket dimension where time literally stops for anything he stores. He stares at the glowing ring, a wry grin forming. Seriously, more rings, he mutters, almost annoyed by his luck. A holographic screen blazes to life, detailing the rules, just grab an item, think subspace, and bam. Instant storage for anything he needs. Ding. The system adds a crucial detail, if he can't physically grab something, a simple thought of subspace is all it takes. He stares at the glowing interface, a light bulb going off. So it's basically an inventory, he thinks, already strategizing how to use his new storage. A deep, resonant voice booms, likely from the system itself, as the raw, pulsating energy of his new subspace ability swirls right before him. He reaches out, his hand instantly engulfed by the shimmering, ethereal power. A bizarre sensation washes over him as he interacts with it, but the sheer, game-changing convenience of this portable storage dimension is absolutely undeniable. He can't help but muse on how absolutely game-breakingly useful such a power would be back in his original world. The sheer potential to store items, even martial arts techniques, and bring them back to reality, ignites a profound, mind-blowing realization within him. His thoughts are abruptly shattered by a system notification, and he wonders if there are still 0 eliminations in this brutal trial. As he scrutinizes the interface, it's crystal clear, this is a kill log, tracking every single participant. Only one person has been eliminated so far, a participant named James. He had planned to strategically farm until only 90 people remained, but this unexpected elimination just threw a massive wrench into his entire strategy. He'd scoured every house, stockpiling an insane amount of consumables. And luck was on his side, unearthing hidden weapons to unleash alongside his devastating black star of palms. Now, with his arsenal ready, the question burned, where next? Should he hunt them down, or play the waiting game, letting them come to him? Those powerhouses from the kill log were out there, prowling the darkness. Then he could really turn up the heat on critical zones, like young Dash. Exactly. Night was his ally, fewer eyes, perfect for finding a secure spot before dawn breaks. Yet, even as he pushed onward, he couldn't shake the feeling. Blazing through the neon-lit forest, Jin Seowon was absolutely juiced, his ring of strength making him feel unstoppable. But even with all that raw power and sweet rewards, a monster-sized hunger was still hitting him hard, making him realize Cloyd's survival was basically real life. He scoped out the glowing jungle, muttering to himself, desperate for a snack, thinking a city had to be around here somewhere, right? Checking his map, he saw houses should be everywhere, but it was just endless wilderness, and his gut was screaming for food. Just as his hunger hit peak levels, a chilling growl ripped through the air behind him, and his eyes blew wide as a shadowy, wolf-like beast phased right out of the glowing bushes. The beast lunged with insane speed, blindsiding him as he yelled out, instantly recognizing the deadly threat. He didn't hear a single sound, but suddenly, a monstrous shadow loomed, its terrifying presence sucking all the life out of the glowing forest. A deep, guttural growl ripped through the air, confirming this thing was not friendly. His eyes went wide with pure shock as he finally recognized the beast, a freaking werewolf, towering over him. This hulking mass of muscle and fur, the werewolf, lunged forward, its glowing red eyes locked onto its target. Razor-sharp claws, crackling with raw blue energy, tore through the air, going for the kill. He barely managed to dodge, but the sheer force of the attack still sent him flying. A single, shocked expletive ripped from his throat, his brain short-circuiting from the sheer, overwhelming power of this monster. Where those claws had struck, the ground was still glowing with residual blue energy, a terrifying testament to the werewolf's raw power. The monstrous werewolf, crackling with electric blue energy, explodes forward. Its glowing claw smashes into the earth, sending shockwaves and debris everywhere. Jin Seowon's mind is reeling. A PvP game? He never signed up for this kind of monster madness. Regret hits him like a truck. If he'd known, he would have stayed home, safe and sound. A primal scream tears from his throat as blue energy erupts around him. The thought of a ranker like him dying to a measly mob is absolutely unthinkable. But then, a beacon in the blue-lit chaos. A house. A chance. He's gone. A streak of pure adrenaline, tearing through the forest toward salvation. Finally, he collapses, chest heaving, utterly spent but alive. His face contorts in fear, the monster's guttural growl vibrating through the very air around him. Sweat pours down his face as the terrifying truth hits him, screaming internally, "Shit. It's coming all this way." Another chilling growl rips through the silence, making him whip his head around, eyes wide with terror. His mind races, a single, desperate question echoing, "What should I do?" But the monster is relentless. A single, malevolent red eye, glowing with predatory intent, pierces through a tiny crack, its growl a promise of violence. The monstrous werewolf stalks the perimeter, its massive form a shadow against the night, sniffing, its growl a chilling declaration of its hunt. Its terrifying, skull-masked face snarls, a primal roar tearing through the night. Back inside, the hunter's mind clicks into overdrive, concluding, judging by how it keeps sniffing around. It must be searching for my scent. And with that realization, a desperate, daring plan begins to form, if so. Armed with a shimmering blue blade, Jin Seowon makes his move, a fierce declaration to attack first echoing through the silence. He drops, a silent predator, landing with barely a whisper. From his perch, he locks onto his target, a chilling calm before the storm. Then, a lightning-fast dive. He rockets downward, a torrent of blue energy trailing behind him. Slamming into the ground with a thunderous quang. The impact sends debris flying, the scene bathed in an eerie blue glow. The beast, completely blindsided, unleashes a ferocious growl, its eyes burning crimson with rage. A terrifying "Jur-AW" rips from its throat, a desperate, primal roar. But it's too late. The monster is already trapped, encased in a shimmering blue energy field, its struggles useless as the hunter declares victory. Jin Seowon is feeling himself. He's got the blue dragon's core, and he's ready to unleash pure power with just one hand. His eyes lock on, and he's ready to take down this last monster, no problem. But the werewolf isn't going down easy. It lets out a monstrous, enraged roar, ready to fight back. But Jin Seowon doesn't flinch. He unleashes a blinding torrent of blue energy. The sheer power radiating from him is insane. The blast hits the werewolf head-on, a massive qualm ripping through the air. His eyes burning with power, he keeps the pressure on. And the werewolf starts to literally shatter and disintegrate under the sheer power. Then, with one last, epic quang, the monster is completely gone, vaporized into thin air. Still hyped from the last fight, Jin Seowon goes absolutely wild with an aerial kick, a primal scream tearing from him as his blue aura explodes. He's a total blur, just a streak of blue light tearing through the darkness. His attack lands with a monstrous impact, blue energy absolutely devouring the shadowy werewolf, its red eyes burning with rage. The beast screams in agony, getting absolutely shredded by the blue power. He touches down, looking back at the fading energy, a chilling thought crossing his mind about how he could be eliminated. But then, a new, terrifying purple energy field grabs his attention, his eyes blazing electric blue as he shouts, "Subspace." He reaches out, his hand faintly glowing as he makes contact with the weird energy, calling it a black star. Blue energy pulses from him, clashing with the purple field, showing this power is way beyond just chi palms. Jin Seowon is absolutely pumped, radiating a blinding blue energy that's just begging to explode. That power is absolutely crackling around his hand, a vibrant blue aura just begging to be unleashed. But hold up. A darker, more sinister purple starts to invade that blue, morphing the energy into something totally new and ridiculously powerful. The sheer intensity of this power-up sends him flying, his body momentarily losing all control. But his eyes are absolutely blazing with pure fire, a silent promise screaming in his head, he cannot afford to lose. Not to some pathetic underling. Jin Seowon, radiating a faint blue aura, stands tall amidst the dark, shimmering particles of the dungeon. A massive wave of relief washes over him. As he lets out a shocked gasp, realizing he was on the brink of total defeat. His boot hits the uneven ground with a soft thud. And he sighs in pure gratitude, thankful for that throwing dagger he stashed, secretly admitting how embarrassing it would have been to fail. A small, ethereal blue dagger lies there, emitting a soft, captivating glow. He stares down at the mysterious object, a question burning in his mind. He's scouring the ground, eyes peeled for any mob drops, desperately hoping for a game-changing find. But all he finds is water and jerky, and a frustrated groan escapes him, as he realizes he's stuck hunting for real food. That's a look of pure annoyance right there. Weighing his next move, he figures a full sweep of the area is the smart play. Then, his eyes lock onto something on the floor, a bulletproof vest. Could it be the one from before? He snatches it up, checking the worn fabric, and throws it on. It's a bit baggy, definitely not a perfect fit. Then, a system alert explodes, revealing the vest's insane secret. It's an advanced orichalcum breastplate, now equipped and radiating pure power. And another alert pops up, confirming a massive boost to his fire and wind magic resistance. Still buzzing from his last epic find, he pushed deeper into the ruins, adrenaline pumping. Knowing there had to be more hidden treasures, he meticulously scoured every inch of the grimy, forgotten chamber. But just as his hopes soared, they crashed back down, nothing but junk. Suddenly, his boot nudged a mysterious blue light under the debris, and his hunter instincts flared. He scooped up the glowing artifact, a strange, check sensation in his hands, and the system instantly chimed in. A night cloak was his. The system blared, promising total stealth in shadows and invisibility even in broad daylight. But there was a catch to this ultimate stealth, no attacking while hidden, and every sound he made would be completely silenced. Limitations? Who cared? This item was insane, and he could barely contain his hype. Spotting a distant pack of werewolves, the cloak's true genius hit him. This was his ultimate escape route, his ticket to surviving the night and moving undetected. He clutches his new power, a game changer. With this, I can stay alive as long as I want. Navigating the wild, he shakes his head at his past confusion, realizing that Strange House was just a farming spot. But now, his luck is finally turning around on day 2. The full moon hangs high, casting an eerie glow over the night. Still, no one in sight. Was he just dumped in some random, forgotten zone? Then, a sudden, sharp gasp rips from him. Huff. Huff. Damn. And just like that, he's sent careening down a treacherous slope. Damn. Darum. Still free-falling through the inky blackness, Jin Seowon's thoughts were a blur, desperately wishing he could activate an ability right now. But from above, a mysterious white-haired figure watched the whole thing unfold, utterly scoffing at the apprentice bastard below. Jin Seowon kept tumbling down, his breath catching in his throat. He finally slammed into the ground with a bone-rattling crash, lying there, stunned by the thought of actually meeting a mage in this godforsaken place. The mage, now looming over him, coldly sized up his fallen body, deciding he looked anything but strong. His eye flaring with a sinister purple glow, the mage decided he could totally take care of this himself. Jin Seowon slowly struggled to his feet, his eyes locked onto the menacing figure towering over him. A chilling wave of terror crashed over him as the horrifying truth dawned, this wasn't just some game anymore. And as the mage started charging a wicked, glowing purple orb on his staff, he mentally kicked himself for even a second of hesitation. Crimson eyes ablaze, the mage unleashes a devastating attack, a chilling command ripping through the air as Jin Seowon is hit with a wave of pure terror. A torrent of pure, destructive fire erupts, swallowing everything in its wake. His face contorts in a primal scream as the raging inferno completely devours him. The explosion intensifies to a cataclysmic degree, leaving absolutely no trace of him behind. His charred form plummets through the abyss, crashing into a bizarre, glowing blue cavern, as a shocked voice questions if he's actually dead. He gasps, eyes wide with absolute shock, as he suddenly regains consciousness in this totally alien space. No corpse, no treasure chest, just a bizarre, empty space. He instantly deduces this has to be some kind of game. He then wonders if the mage's gear was incinerated with the attack, and where in the world that insane fire even came from. Kneeling amidst the shimmering crystalline formations, he suddenly realizes he's not alone, another figure stands right beside him. Jin Seowon gasps, the chilling realization hitting him like a truck. If that person had just pulled their sword, he wouldn't have even felt the agony of burning to death, completely blindsided by their speed. Strolling away, a thought flashes through his mind, this cloak is seriously awesome. Then, he spots something on the ground, should they check what that person dropped? But a chilling, unsettling thought grips him, that person isn't just some random player, and he could be the next one to get wiped out. He knows, the second he hesitates. Someone's going to kill him and snatch that higher rank. A surge of pure resolve fills him, and he concludes, if that's how it is, then he'll make his own move. His eyes blaze with an intense, electric blue determination. He knew it deep down, a primal truth, if he wanted to survive this insane new reality. He couldn't afford to hesitate, especially when spotting some sweet loot. A low, satisfied chuckle. Oh, he had some pretty nice stuff, he mused. His electric blue eyes sharpened, burning with an unyielding resolve, ready to make his move. Then, with a blinding, explosive surge, he unleashed a torrent of brilliant blue energy, sending shockwaves tearing through the very air around him. Suddenly, a red-haired figure, caught completely off guard by the explosive display, shouted, "A player? Damn, I made too much of a commotion." Furious, the figure immediately retaliated with a blazing burst of orange and yellow energy, screaming, "It's all that bastard's fault." But Jin Seowon was already a blur, his hand crackling with raw, intense blue power, unleashing a devastating counterattack of his own. The forest pulses with raw, untamed energy. As the red-haired player fights to hold his shimmering barrier, it's about to explode under the relentless assault. His eyes dart around, desperately searching for the attacker, a furious question erupting from him. With a burst of raw power, he unleashes a devastating counterattack, a focus strike aimed right at his invisible enemy. But Jin Seowon is already a blur, dodging the attack with insane speed. The red-haired player's voice booms through the trees, demanding his opponent show themselves now. His attack explodes against the forest floor, sending a massive shower of sparks and debris flying. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon keeps up his relentless, silent advance, a streak of blue energy tearing through the shadows. His form a mere afterimage, he's closing the distance, blade ready to strike. The red-haired player's eyes snap wide, a raw shout of shock tearing from his throat. But before he can react, Jin Seowon is already a blur, his relentless, silent advance continuing, leaving shimmering blue energy trails as he closes the distance with impossible speed. The barrier, he snarls, face contorted in pure rage. "You bastard! Where are you now?" But he remains unseen, a mere afterimage as the attack presses on. Desperate, the red-haired player unleashes a torrent of scorching orange flames. A desperate, wide-area counterattack erupting around him, engulfing the vicinity in a blinding, fiery explosion. Yet, through the conflagration, an unseen force strikes, sending him reeling back, a raw gasp of pain tearing from his lips. Jin Seowon emerges, his hand already crackling with his own potent blue flame, ready to deliver the finishing blow. He unleashes an absolute torrent of brilliant blue flame, absolutely incinerating his opponent. The attack just keeps coming, slamming the red-haired player back with insane force. Standing tall over the defeated foe, "I won," he declares, a triumphant grin spreading as he clutches the shimmering purple crystal. Next up, a treasure chest, its ancient wood practically begging to be opened. But a thought crosses his mind, getting followed would be a total pain. He's gotta farm up fast and get out of here, no time to waste. Cracking open the chest, he snags a medium healing potion, then BAM. Escrow's necklace is his. He checks out his fresh loot, a small, intricate stone, and BAM. A system notification pops up, confirming it's the circle's stone. He pauses, taking it all in, a quick HM, slipping out as he processes the glowing screen. Then, the system drops the bomb, he's officially got the circle's stone. The details flash, revealing its insane power. It lets you engrave a mana circle around your heart, unlocking magic. A whole new world just opened up. He thinks, he could totally become a mage with this thing. His eyes are wide with shock and resolve, but then the harsh truth hits him, if only he had the time to actually use this power. But elsewhere, a grizzled, older dude with slick-back gray hair is totally fuming, spitting that some apprentice bastard like that would be absolutely nothing. Those words hit Jin Seowon hard, and he finally gets why he said that back then. Clutching the circle's stone, he gives a silent nod to its former owner, vowing to make epic use of it in their place. He's got his hands on it. The legendary artifact, radiating an otherworldly pink glow, illuminates the dark dungeon around him. Later, scouting out the perfect, hidden spot in the wilderness, he's already thinking ahead, needing a place to go all in without interruption. And then, he spots it, a perfect, secluded hideout. This is it. Getting ready to unleash the circle's stone, a system alert pops up, confirming his choice. Cross-legged, with the stone floating right there, he commits. This is happening, no turning back now. A final warning blazes across his vision, reminding him, no moves, no items, nothing while this goes down. Then, the system drops the bomb, intense pain is coming, and it hits him like a truck, his face contorting in pure agony. He fights back the screams, refusing to let them out, pushing through the absolute hell with sheer willpower. 3 brutal hours later, he's still there, the sun dipping below the horizon as he finally finishes the agonizing ritual. They called it a slight pain, but the brutal torment of engraving the circle had been an absolute nightmare, making him think it was truly over. Now, sitting in the wreckage, a new system message popped up, hitting him with the truth. Martial arts were a breeze, but magic? That was a whole new beast. Then, BAM. The system window flashed, revealing his new stats: name, Jin Seowon, class, magic swordsman, strength 10, agility 10, magic resistance 10. He was rocking 2 classes now, and even had a mana stat to boot. Even if the numbers were starting low, he thought, they were actually increasing, which was a huge win. Then his eyes snagged on another part of the screen, survivors. A crisp ding echoed as another notification popped up, making him gape in utter shock. How was this even happening? The survivors count now screamed 45/100, making him gasp in pure horror. It plummeted that hard. A grim list popped up: Nam Sagwang, killed by Pain 40, Nam Sagwang, fallen death 10, and Nam Sagwang, true magicite killed by PA. He knew that name, Nam Sagwang. The sky above just hung there, totally uncaring about the brutal truths he just uncovered, a silent, vast observer. Just a few hours prior, a relentless pursuit was already underway, deep within the forest. A man, his face a mask of pure terror and exhaustion, was running for his life. Gasping for air, he screamed for the chase to end, begging for a moment's reprieve. But Jin Seowon's resolve was absolute, his jaw clenched in a silent, grim promise. He closed the distance with a powerful, ground-shaking stride. The man tripped, hitting the ground hard with a sharp cry of pain. Pure terror flashed in his eyes as he stared up at his relentless pursuer. Jin Seowon loomed over him, hands crackling with raw, vibrant blue energy, demanding to know why he couldn't just be top boy and stay in the top 90. Completely broken, the man's voice cracked as he begged for just one chance, unable to keep up the endless pleas. A brutal impact, a sickening crunch, and blood explodes across the scene. And with this, a voice booms: everyone, every single participant, is about to know. But elsewhere, in a dazzling, waterlogged cavern, Jin Seowon looms over a massive, kneeling figure, surrounded by an intense, ethereal light. Then, beneath a haunting moon, he's a stark silhouette, standing over a pulsating, glowing chest as raw energy crackles through the night. The name about to shake everything, the name everyone will soon utter, is Nam Sagwan. The sun beats down on a lone house, but don't let the peaceful scene fool you, the Cloyd survival is in full swing. It's day 3, and the numbers are brutal, 54 players wiped out in one night, leaving just a few survivors standing. Jin Seowon checks the leaderboard, and one name makes him pause. Nam Sagwan, he mutters, I really hope our paths don't cross. Then, a sudden thought hits him, his eyes snapping open. Wait. He quickly calculates the odds: if this keeps going, I could actually crack the top 10. He remembers the pre-game announcement: they promised a reward for the top ranks. What could it be? As he gazes out, his ultimate goal crystallizes. Sure, I need money and items, but the real prize is using everything I've gained to get back to my own world. He lets out a frustrated sigh, a killer on the loose, and he's just getting ahead of himself, like, seriously. His eyes drop, a brief pause, then it hits him. He's gotta wrap this up and get moving, as a faint blue light starts to pulse from his open palm. A jolt of energy makes him catch his breath. He's definitely feeling power coming from within, his eyes going wide with shock. The blue light around his hand flares, and he can't help but ask, is this mana? And just like that, a swirling purple orb of pure energy forms in his hand, a system message popping up to clarify that this is about collecting mana after the game world, a total game changer. Then, a system window pops up, asking him to pick a mana core, beginner, intermediate, advanced, or master, and a knowing smirk crosses his face as he thinks, he totally knew it. But instead of picking one, he decisively hits, NO. The purple orb instantly disappears, leaving him standing there, totally bewildered, like, what just happened? Unleashing a torrent of raw energy. He roars, wind ball, channeling the chaotic mana. His palm glows with an intense, ethereal blue. And with a sudden burst, multiple miniature orbs of pure wind energy coalesce. But a flicker of doubt crosses his face as he questions, is this all there is? The luminous orbs swirl around him. And he takes a seat, intently studying the three lingering orbs. His eyes pierce the swirling mana. Before, with a violent burst, the blue energy explodes into nothingness. Jin Seowon is still reeling from the raw mana he just unleashed, electric blue energy crackling around him. Peering out, he takes stock of his newfound power, realizing it's packing a much bigger punch than he first thought. He knows this power is going to be a game changer, but then, out of nowhere, a crushing wave of fatigue hits him. His face twists in agony as a system alert blares, confirming his mana reserves are completely gone. Days turn into weeks, and the world transforms. Restricted zones pop up everywhere, monster numbers explode, forcing him to adapt and farm on the dangerous fringes. He ponders the dwindling player count, figuring his odds of running into anyone else are now a coin flip. A surge of urgency hits him, he has to farm fast before those restricted zones close in even more. Leaving his home in the dust, he plunges into the untamed wilds. Elsewhere, a mysterious red-haired player stands high on a distant peak, gazing across the sprawling world below. From the swirling depths of a cosmic purple void, a voice booms, as the ancient, stern face of an old man with glowing violet eyes manifests, his long white beard flowing dramatically. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon is in freefall, plummeting from an insane height, a faint white aura blazing behind him as he tears through the canopy of a colossal tree. Just half a day later, under a blazing, clear sky. Pushing through the dense, overgrown foliage, he distinctly remembers houses being marked on his map right here. Then, a sudden, wide-eyed shock contorts his face, his gaze locked onto something utterly unexpected hidden within the trees. Without a moment's pause, he vaults down from a wooden structure, landing with cat-like grace as he infiltrates a small, rustic settlement hidden deep within the forest. A crushing thud reverberates, revealing a gruesome scene of fresh blood and scattered debris. Jin Seowon's eyes widen, his head whipping right as a subtle rustle puts him on high alert. No hesitation. He channels his power, a vibrant light blue aura forming a devastating wind ball in his palm. The spell explodes forward, striking an unseen target with a crushing blow. Still on guard, the residual light blue energy crackling around him, he intensely scans his surroundings. Staring into the eerie, misty forest, a chilling question echoes in his mind, was it really just the wind? A thoughtful frown creases his brow, he knows he felt a presence, it wasn't just his imagination. His eyes snap wide in sudden, chilling realization. Through a shattered doorway, a grim scene unfolds, more blood, splattered across a dilapidated interior. The air was thick with the stench of iron, as pools of crimson reflected the grim reality of the ravaged interior. Pushing deeper into the carnage, Jin Seowon's eyes locked onto a slumped, injured figure, a survivor, perhaps. A flicker of concern crossed his face, this wasn't just any survivor, they had to be incredibly powerful to make it this far. But a darker thought, unseen, began to fester, an injured person wasn't a victim, they were a target, ripe for the taking. Suddenly, a searing pain ripped through Jin Seowon's mind, forcing him to grasp his head, reeling from the unexpected assault. Little did he know, the source of that dark intention was lurking behind a barely there, shattered wooden wall. Peering through the jagged splinters, the injured man observed, his hidden gaze unwavering. Watching Jin Seowon pull back, the survivor questioned if his deception had paid off. A smirk spread across his face, thankful his quick wits had kept him from becoming another casualty. The injured man, still lurking in the shadows, seethes with frustration. He knows he could have crushed his foe if only he wasn't so messed up. He decides he needs to get his act together and bounce from this spot. Suddenly, a brutal memory hits him, a devastating blow that sent blood flying and his world spinning. The sheer power of that strike. had left him utterly broken, a raw scream tearing from his throat against an unstoppable force. He vividly remembers the glowing blue arrow that tore through him. The very thing that crippled him, erupting from a bizarre, glowing relic deep within the crumbling ruins. Back in the present, he starts moving with grim determination, muttering thanks for getting out of there fast. His new plan, power farm like crazy and then dive headfirst into the most corrupted zones. A chillingly calm voice cuts through the tension, noting his unshakable demeanor. His eyes blazing with an intense purple glow, Jin Seowon unleashes a furious demand, "Let my brother go." But the ancient figure, unfazed, calmly reassures him, no need to be scared, insisting he merely seeks answers. Still on edge, he challenges the mysterious elder, "Who are you?" The elder, with a knowing gaze, offers to unveil his true self, philosophizing that all beings originate from diverse paths. Seowon scrutinizes the figure, a profound sense of otherness washing over him. This man is unlike any he's ever faced. Then, the old man drops a bombshell, asking if he's played this game before, his cryptic words hinting at a grand, unsettling design. Seowon recoils at the bizarre termed play, as the elder coolly admits he's been observing his lightning-fast adaptation all along. A cold wave of realization hits him, the terrifying truth dawning: he'd been watched, unseen, for who knows how long. Jin Seowon, reeling from the revelation, confesses that this isn't his first rodeo with a game, he's played one just like it back in his own world. The old man, with a knowing look, ponders if this game is life or just a twisted play, then drops a bombshell. He could tell from Jin Seowon's face that he's from the same place. As twilight descends, the old man points out the deepening gloom. And Jin Seowon confirms it's already been 3 days since he landed here. A colossal full moon dominates the night sky, its sheer size blowing Jin Seowon's mind. He'd never seen anything like it. The old man nods, confirming the moon's massive scale here. It was tiny in his world too. Jin Seowon, not missing a beat, demands to know more about this game the elder keeps talking about. The old man pauses, scanning their surroundings, warning that this forest isn't safe for a long chat. He suggests they move somewhere safer, pronto. The elderly man barely gets his question out, but Jin Seowon's hand is already crackling with a menacing green energy. As he delivers a chilling warning, "If you don't want to become a target, that is." The green aura then explodes outward, forcing the elderly man to brace himself, his face contorting in strain as a snapping sound echoes. With eyes glowing purple, Jin Seowon unleashes the full force of his attack, causing the elderly man to cry out in agony, "Yujich." His teeth gritted against the pain as rain begins to fall. Leaving the confrontation behind, he ascends into the night sky, a lone figure against the backdrop of a massive, full moon. At the time, he had no idea what kind of consequences their encounter would bring. Then, a voice from the shadows cuts through the silence, musing, "Oh ho, you play with dolls in a virtual space." He notes their world sounds utterly magical, then drops the hammer, "I'm sorry, but I can't let you go any further." Jin Seowon, caught off guard, tries to articulate, "How do I even explain it, a place of super advanced." Frustration building, he mutters, "Damn it, how, his civilization is so advanced, they're still reeling from this insane turn of events." The elderly man's gaze sharpens, demanding, "How long has he been watching me?" He then drops a bombshell, "He's been tracking Jin Seowon since they first arrived." Jin Seowon's eyes go wide, a clear sign of his utter surprise. With a stern look, the elderly man lays out his terms, "I'm only talking to you because I'm curious why you're here. I'm not trying to hurt you, so chill out." Then, a surprising confession, "Honestly, I have no idea why we're even here." And then, the million-dollar question, "But you're saying you're heading back to your world, right?" Jin Seowon fires back, admitting it's like a game, but for him, these aren't just dolls, they're real lives on the line. The elderly man retorts, claiming that when it comes to the motives of supernatural beings from another world, there's just no way to know their game. But he's convinced this whole wild ride is going to be a massive opportunity for someone out there. Then, with a knowing look, he asks, "An opportunity?" He keeps going, dropping the bombshell that once you accept this crazy reality, it turns into a reward system, items, skills, even a higher rank, all for the taking. He clarifies, asking if Jin Seowon means the items and skills that are now literally part of his body. Jin Seowon just stares, taking it all in, as the old man lays out the mind-blowing changes they've already experienced. The old man drops the mic, declaring magic is 100% real here, and this whole thing could be a massive test. They wouldn't be here for nothing, right? He continues, laying out the stakes, embrace the game, and you level up with items and skills. Reject it? You're out. Period. Then, a loaded question, does he have followers back home? The implication hangs heavy, is this game bigger than they know? He clarifies, this isn't for the already powerful, it's a golden ticket for the ones who are truly struggling. Jin Seowon starts to retort, but the elder quickly shuts him down, a sharp command to keep his voice down. He offers up crucial tips and tricks for survival, casually mentioning he even knows how to turn on the map, after already spilling so much intel. The elder's tales of his world spun through the night, and just like that, morning broke. Strolling beside him, Jin Seowon can't help but feel like the elder has already taken way too much from him. Jin Seowon's mind screams "no way" at the idea of being used, but deep down, he knows this enigmatic old man is his ticket to staying alive in this crazy new world. Meanwhile, the old man, completely chill, just casually mentions how much he dug hearing all about Jin Seowon's old world. After soaking up all that game-changing info, Jin Seowon, ever the strategist, asks if there's any way he can pay back the old man for the massive knowledge drop. Then, he drops the big question, could he actually learn some of the old man's legendary martial arts? A fierce determination burns in Jin Seowon's eyes as he thinks, he's going to survive this, no matter what, and he needs the old man's power to do it. The old man just closes his eyes, a subtle smirk on his face, totally processing Jin Seowon's bold ask. Then, his eyes snap open, a deep, knowing glint flashing, right before he drops his answer. The old man, with a knowing look, finally says it's not totally out of the question for Jin Seowon to learn his moves. But then comes the kicker, he warns Jin Seowon to brace himself for the absolute worst, leaving the young man to wonder just how bad the worst could possibly be. The ancient master's words echo, a heavy weight in the air as Jin Seowon hangs on every syllable. Then, with a piercing gaze, he drops the ultimate challenge, forcing Jin Seowon to make his choice. While the system flashes rankings, a chilling, almost prophetic thought cuts through the noise. As the elder pronounces with solemn weight, "Child, death." Jin Seowon processes the heavy words, his mind racing to grasp the full implication, asking what the ultimate consequence will be. The elder clarifies, revealing that he achieved his success through unconventional methods. Then directly challenges him, demanding to know if he's truly ready for what that entails. He starts to protest, but a sudden realization hits him, a fundamental truth of this realm, people don't die here. The elder breaks into a knowing smile, confirming the truth of his statement. And then drops a bombshell, if death isn't the end, then leveraging the system becomes a real possibility, igniting a spark in Jin Seowon who urgently asks if there's a path to greater power. His eyes burning with determination, Jin Seowon declares that the risk is absolutely worth taking. Jin Seowon was deep in thought, but the elderly man cut right to the chase, demanding to see his inner energy. With a hand outstretched, the old man peered closer. And then, bam! His eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. He couldn't believe it. Jin Seowon's inner energy was so pathetic, it was weaker than his pet dog's. He was absolutely floored, muttering to himself, how is this even possible? But he quickly regained his composure, reminding Jin Seowon that his world had no concept of inner energy or martial arts, and told him to just get into the lotus position already. The leaves whispered in the breeze, a moment of calm before the storm. Then, a subtle, otherworldly shimmer appeared, a silent promise of the power yet to come. The training was on. The elderly man stood, taking in the world around them. While Jin Seowon got into his lotus position, his mentor right behind him. Then, the elderly man dropped a bombshell, you'll be in agony, unable to move, but you'll feel everything. Jin Seowon, completely stunned, could only stammer, so what am I supposed to do? The old man's reply was brutal, fail, and you're dead. With those words hanging in the air, his perception of the world warped. The soft wind now felt like razor blades slicing his skin, and each breath was like inhaling molten rock. He pushed through the agony, his body screaming, while the old man watched on, unmoving. His senses went into overdrive, so acute he could literally hear ants moving in the grass. The world around him was shattering, tearing into razor-sharp fragments. Every sensation a brutal blade against his very soul, as the shadowy presence of his trainer loomed, a constant, terrifying reminder. A primal scream ripped from his very core, as the overwhelming torrent of raw energy absolutely slammed into him. The chaotic blue currents swirled with savage intensity, swallowing him whole. His face twisted into a mask of pure agony, the trainer's chilling reflection mocking him from the heart of the storm. The relentless assault raged on, a maelstrom of pure sensation threatening to rip his very mind to shreds. Drowning in pain and absolute terror, Jin Seowon screamed internally, wondering if this was finally it, the end. His face stretched in a silent, agonizing scream, every single nerve ending burning with unbearable torment. The blue energy continued its relentless, crushing assault, a never-ending, mind-breaking wave of sensory overload. His vision explodes, a hyper-detailed, overwhelming blue light consuming everything, every single particle burning into his very soul. The sheer, raw intensity of this sensory overload pushes him past his breaking point, his eye dilating, trying to take in every single, agonizing detail. And then, just as suddenly, the blue energy recedes, leaving him a crumpled silhouette on the ground, utterly spent. He gasps for air, hunched over, every muscle screaming, while the elder watches, a silent, unyielding presence. Sweat pours down his face, a raw, visceral grimace of pure agony etched into his features. A primal scream tears from his throat, his entire body racked with violent convulsions from the overwhelming ordeal. He violently retches, emptying his entire stomach until there's nothing left, his body utterly revolting against the radical, system-shocking changes to his chi. Finally, the elder's calm voice cuts through the chaos, revealing that his entire body is now fundamentally altered, the chi flow irrevocably fixed. Still hunched and utterly drained, he forces himself to look up, demanding to know what comes next in this terrifying, altered reality. Still recovering from the brutal transformation, Jin Seowon remembers his desperate wish to power up, fast. The old man keeps going, revealing he'd nudged his soul a bit further. And carved out a void inside him. He makes a dramatic gesture, highlighting the massive change. Jin Seowon, totally bewildered, demands to know what's actually different, as the old man drops a bombshell: body, mind, and soul are all linked. He uses a visual aid, a conceptual human figure, to hammer home that these three are bound by life chi. The old man's eyes are locked on him, dropping this absolute truth bomb. Jin Seowon, reeling from the revelation, then fires back with a crucial question: what happens to that life chi when someone kicks the bucket? A lone dewdrop hangs precariously on a lush green leaf, glistening with captured light. The very air pulsed with life, as scattered life chi flowed back into the world, fueling the endless cycle of existence. The elder's voice resonated, revealing the truth: dispersed life chi is absorbed by nature, keeping the life cycle going. But a darker truth emerged, as he revealed: there are beings who refuse to follow this natural law. They'd even commit murder, just to steal others' life chi. But those who gorged on unstable life chi would shatter their own balance, dooming themselves to madness or death. The mind technique he'd taught Jin Seowon, though, let him reorganize his life chi in a similar way, boosting his inner power. A chilling thought struck Jin Seowon, making him question: could I really die then? But the elder's eyes held a deeper truth, as he revealed: you're unique. They shattered their veins for a gate, but I used your very soul. He's dropping some serious lore bombs, explaining that Jin Seowon's life chi technique works because of the insane rules of this world. All thanks to the game setting they're stuck in. The old man gives a knowing nod, impressed by Jin Seowon's quick grasp, before dropping the bombshell: the only way to power up with this technique is through murder. Jin Seowon's already on it, confirming he felt that dark truth yesterday, while the old man casually mentions that the places where people die are just left behind. But then, the old man just brushes off this chilling detail, declaring it's not an issue for what they're doing. Jin Seowon, looking absolutely stone cold, straight up says he's ready to eliminate anyone in his way. The old man then lays out the timeline: in just 100 days, Jin Seowon will hit a whole new level of power. And with that, he says it'll be time for their next meetup, leaving Jin Seowon with a mix of anticipation and a heavy challenge. After dropping all that knowledge, Jin Seowon is like: yo, who are you? He needs to know the name of this mysterious mentor. The elder just smiles, dropping the bombshell: everyone calls him the Divine Elder, but his real name is Young Elder. Jin Seowon is totally floored, bowing super low, swearing he'll never forget this incredible favor. Young Elder just nods, then drops some more wisdom: focus that inner energy, hit your dantian hard, and you'll level up, trust me. Then, almost as an afterthought, he throws out a quick question, just to confirm if map was the right word. Jin Seowon gives a firm nod, his face locked in determination, while the elder gets ready to bounce. And just like that, with a calm look, Young Elder shoots into the air, disappearing in a flash. Jin Seowon stares up, a new resolve burning in his eyes as the Divine Elder vanishes, leaving him to forge his own destiny. The Divine Elder's voice still rings in his ears, a powerful echo in his mind, as Jin Seowon's eyes ignite with an intense, otherworldly purple glow. Now geared up and ready, he's already strategizing, thinking how much smoother his journey would be if he could just unleash his undead army to clear the path. With a fierce resolve, he charges ahead, laser-focused on hitting the limited area's boundaries, just like he planned. The Elder's snatch and grab was lightning fast, but out here, the sun had already blazed across the sky and dipped below the horizon, a stark reminder of how much time was already ticking away in this wild new zone. He'd been trekking for half a day straight, but this place just kept going, an endless expanse under the glow of the full moon. This map is way bigger than he ever imagined, a truly massive challenge. Then, out of nowhere, a small house emerges from the darkness, a total shocker in this desolate wilderness. A lone lantern blazes by the door, shining bright even though it's the middle of the night. His gaze sharpens, a chill running down his spine, as he debates if this place is empty or if danger lurks within. Peering at the distant glow, he wonders if some rookie just forgot to turn off the lights, practically begging for trouble. But no matter who's inside, he's making his move tonight. Under the cover of night, he closes in on the eerie house. Once inside, he glides through the shadows of a hushed hallway. Crossbow locked and loaded, he sweeps the room, eyes sharp for any threat. The house itself remained silent, a beacon of mystery under the moonlit expanse. His gut feeling was right. This is a prime spot for some serious loot. But his excitement quickly deflates into pure rage, as he discovers nothing but junk. What a waste of time. After his fruitless search, Jin Seowon is suddenly plunged into a shimmering void, a system notification blasting, revealing he snagged a small healing scroll and other crucial items. He snaps awake, bolting upright in a bed, a frustrated groan tearing from him as the crushing realization hits. He passed out searching for the key, losing the entire night. Absolutely drained, he collapses back, determined to finally catch some real sleep in this strange new bed. Outside, the massive full moon dominates the night sky, bathing the mysterious house in an eerie glow. Then, another system message flashes, a cryptic update on cloud survival days. He's out cold. But a sudden rustling sound rips through the quiet, and he's instantly stirring. His eyes flying open in pure shock. Zzzzz. The deep sleep hits different. As he's totally out cold, wrapped up in his blanket. Dude's still sleeping like a baby, even though the sun's already dipping. Then, a mysterious wooden door just sits there. Until he pops out, making a soft, curious sound. A massive sigh of relief escapes him, as he finally feels he can rest. But that chill moment instantly shatters into pure, wide-eyed shock. His eyes blaze electric blue as he whips out a crossbow, locking onto a target. And bam! The bolt slams home with explosive force. With lightning speed, his foot already a blur, ready to unleash a devastating strike. His grizzled foe is just as quick, his blade flashing out in a deadly arc. And the air explodes as the hidden attack connects. Jin Seowon's eyes narrow, a dark purple energy igniting around his hand as he scoffs, TCH, a martial artist. How annoying. He unleashes the devastating Black Star Palm, a torrent of dark energy erupting from his hand. Pure, raw blue energy surging from his palm, a direct hit aimed at his stunned adversary. The warrior roars in fury, "You bastard! You dare use hidden weapons!" But Jin Seowon is already moving, his foot lashing out in a brutal, lightning-fast kick. Yet the warrior endures, his sword flashing back in a desperate, furious counterattack. He drops in with a devastating, crushing kick. The sheer, unadulterated force of his momentum. Absolutely obliterating his target and sending them sprawling to the ground, his eyes burning with an intense, furious red glow. The impact absolutely rattles the very earth, as the poor guy's head slams against the unforgiving surface with a sickening thud. Standing triumphantly over the groaning, defeated figure, Jin Seowon coolly surveys his handiwork. He snatches the guy up by his collar, his glowing red eyes locked on him, a clear hint of irritation in his voice as he casually mentions he was having a nice dream before being rudely interrupted. The man, absolutely terrified, immediately starts begging for his life, offering literally anything and everything he possesses to be spared. His voice cracks with pure desperation, insisting he fought too hard to survive all this time to just die here, now. But his desperate pleas are abruptly cut short by another swift, decisive action. A piercing ding rings out, slamming us into the arrow headshot arc. Jin Seowon, bloodied and intense, is back in the spotlight. His blood-soaked hands clench, gripping something out of sight, as he drops a chilling line. With a grimace etched across his dirt-streaked face, Jin Seowon's eyes lock onto something. As a mysterious, barrel-shaped artifact pulses with an intense, emerald light, radiating pure energy. A sudden realization hits him, this is the very thing Elder Jang Dokian warned him about. But then, an even more shocking development. His own hand erupts with the identical, potent green energy. A massive surge of life chi coursing through his veins, empowering him. He thrusts his now glowing palm forward, a look of stunned realization and fierce determination on his face as the power surges. The emerald light consumes him entirely, his silhouette swallowed by an overwhelming, blinding radiance. Totally consumed by a blinding green aura, Jin Seowon is hit with an insane power surge, his body absolutely exploding with raw, untamed strength. With his eyes blazing with that same green power, he's left wondering if this insane force is the legendary, inner energy, even though he only absorbed one person's life force. The crazy green light fades, but his hand still pulses with power, and he feels super light, like he's leveled up his physical stats big time. Suddenly, a status window pops up right in front of him, showing off his new, martial artist, class, 20 inner energy, and 30 mana. He's got the template now, baby. Now his hand is pulsing with an orange glow, and he's totally hyped, thanking the Elder for this insane power-up. Gripping a small, glowing orb in his hand, he's already planning his next move, vowing not to just rely on this one trick but to find even more ways to power up. Fueled by fresh resolve, he strides forward, ready to carve out his own destiny. His eyes are blown wide, blood streaking his face as pure shock washes over him. A system message blazes across his vision, screaming a terrifying truth: the player count has plummeted, leaving him to scream internally, "What the hell?" It's only day 5, and they're already down to 24. He points, a desperate, unspoken question burning in his mind. The system confirms his worst fears, a chilling announcement of yet another death and a terrifying drop in the player count. The brutal details flash into view. He himself took down Sher Orong with a precise arrow headshot, while Nam Sagwang delivered a devastating blow to Karl Verstappen. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air. Nam Sagwang crumples to the ground, a glowing arrow impaled in his chest, his final, agonizing breath a choked whisper. Amidst the carnage, a brilliant, emerald-glowing chest suddenly materializes, pulsing with raw power. He stares down at the glowing chest and the lifeless form of Karl Verstappen, a chilling thought echoing in his mind about their foolish approach. Nam Sagwang glares at his blood-soaked hands, a furious snarl on his face. He growls, questioning reality, I was killed, wasn't I? One of them took me out. How is this so damn easy? Then, a twisted grin spreads across his face as he checks the player count, a chilling realization, Still 22 left. A name flashes in his mind from the system notifications, wait, I saw Nam Sagwang's name earlier, didn't I? Across the desolate landscape, Jin Seowon's electric blue eyes blaze as he tracks the player count, seeing Nam Sagwang dominating the kill count and vowing to rack up kills no matter what. A dismissive scoff escapes his lips, as he mentally labels someone a small fry. He grimly acknowledges the massive gap, knowing he's got a long, brutal climb to catch up to Nam Sagwang's kill count. His resolve solidifies, he has to break through the restricted zone and claim that challenge. He then scoffs at the radiant chest from Orong, cursing that the only decent thing was a defined trash item, everything else was pure garbage. He reflects on the past, realizing that if the guy had just had an elixir or a skill, he wouldn't have gone down so fast. After that, his strategy was simple, hide and survive, just waiting for the player count to plummet. Fast forward 1 week, and a massive, glowing-eyed wolf beast is prowling through a misty forest, a true nightmare in the shadows. A guttural growl rips through the air, as he suddenly grasps just how insane his luck was back in the early game. He's seriously bummed about the loot, barely getting anything good from the monsters he's taken down, just trash-tier items and gear that's practically useless. He spots another target, nocks an arrow, and calls it his next meal. He's been smart, sticking to the forest near the restricted zone's edge, which has kept him out of trouble with the really nasty enemies. He lets out a fed-up sigh, muttering that he's totally over this grind, right as a ding from the system announces something new. A mysterious, glowing blue hexagonal pattern pulses with an otherworldly energy, barely visible through the dense, dark leaves. And Jin Seowon, cloaked and silent, faces it head-on, the chilling truth hitting him hard, just 20 players are left standing. A jolt of pain, a blue flash from his hand, a brutal reminder of the fight for survival. He stares into the shimmering barrier, a silent vow forming, no way is he stepping into that death trap. For a whole week, the kill log had been a non-stop death toll, wiping out everyone, making him feel like the last one left, playing it smart and staying hidden. His piercing blue eyes, glowing with the hexagonal light, show a fierce determination mixed with pure exhaustion. He turns from the barrier, scanning the massive, green expanse, a gentle breeze whispering through the far-off trees. But his focus snaps to a disturbance in the tall grass, a brutal fight is going down over there. Suddenly, a bloodied, terrified man, his face a mask of agony, struggles to breathe, desperately screaming, "Who the hell are you?" A chilling chorus rings out, a unified declaration of war, "We've all gathered with the same goal, to take you down." Then, a voice dripping with absolute conviction snarls, "No way for you to win. Die quietly, Nam Sagwang." Cornered by a menacing crew, Nam Sagwang stands his ground. His voice dripping with incredulity as he retorts, "So, all of you teamed up, just to take down one kid?" The horde of attackers looms behind him, their overwhelming numbers a stark contrast to his lone figure. Suddenly, one of the antagonists, eyes blazing with an eerie yellow glow, drops a chilling ultimatum, "Once you're ready to kill someone, you're also prepared to suffer the same fate. Right?" A blood-soaked hand clenches into a fist, a silent, brutal promise to make him realize the full weight of that statement. Then, with a sudden, brutal impact, Nam Sagwang is slammed, sent flying from the sheer force of the attack. The antagonist descends from above, wreathed in a vibrant purple aura, a relentless, glowing projectile continuing the brutal assault. He stares down, his glowing yellow eyes burning into his prey. "Get him! Don't let him escape," a voice screams, ratcheting up the tension. But before they can close in, Nam Sagwang explodes upwards, a desperate, last-ditch evasion. It's not enough. A brutal, unseen blow slams into him, sending him crashing down as a chilling voice counts, 1. The multicolored-haired antagonist is already there, a blur of motion, engulfed in a furious blue aura as he unleashes a devastating energy blast straight down onto the falling man. The sheer force of the attack detonates around him, a blinding, concussive wave of azure power. But then, silence. The other attackers are frozen, jaws agape, one barely able to choke out, shit. How did he? Nam Sagwang, bloodied and broken, pushes himself up, his gaze a blazing inferno of pure, unadulterated defiance. Jin Seowon is a dark blur, moving with insane speed. He's unleashing a flurry of precise, devastating blows on Nam Sagwang. His eyes are glowing with an intense, demonic light as he channels immense power into his assault. This wasn't even a battle. It was a total, one-sided massacre. The kill log would show it perfectly, with a monstrous, shadowy figure and glowing red eyes. Jin Seowon, in his full heavenly demon form, is radiating an overwhelming, dark aura. But despite the ferocity of the attack, the system declares Nam Sagwang is bound to win the game unless something totally unexpected happens. A ding sound confirms the update, and the layer count displays, revealing a list of absolutely crushed opponents, with Jin Seowon's name among them, all vanquished by Nam Sagwang's insane fist arts. A system alert blares, cutting through the silence of a freshly made battlefield. Meanwhile, a shocked observer can't believe his eyes, questioning if the person behind 9 instant kills is a madman or just toying with their prey. The cloaked figure, a fierce woman with white hair and blazing yellow eyes, exhales sharply, utterly unimpressed by her vanquished foes. Strolling through the gore-drenched woods, she mentally complains about the sickening smell, wishing her enemies had just dropped dead like good meat. She presses on, spotting a clearing littered with wooden chests and a unique staff. She ponders her options, knowing she desperately needs to wash off the lingering filth of combat. As darkness falls, she surveys the scene, the staff now prominent in the gloom. With a swift motion, her hand snatches the ancient staff. Clutching it tight, she instantly identifies it as Elizabeth's staff. Still reeling from the recent events, the blonde-haired man clenches his fist, swearing an oath in the name of escrow. His light blue eyes narrow with fierce determination. As he vows to avenge Elizabeth, his voice echoing with conviction. Meanwhile, under the pale glow of a full moon, a system notification appears, revealing a shocking count: only 11 individuals remain. Jin Seowon, cloaked and armed with a crossbow, considers his precarious position, knowing that if he lingers, he'll secure a spot in the top 10. His expression is grim as he recalls the chaos he witnessed earlier. Realizing that to survive as a raid boss-like figure, he desperately needs to acquire some truly exceptional items, a thought that weighs heavily on his mind. He stands before a ruined castle, the moon casting long shadows, aware that by tomorrow morning, he will be forced out of the safe zone. This realization solidifies his resolve, as this location represents the last opportunity for a proper farming run. He stands before a towering, Gothic structure, its dark spires reaching towards the sky. Cautiously, he pushes open a heavy door, peering into the gloom. His eyes widen in surprise, a soft exclamation escaping his lips at the sight within, marveling at how extravagant it all appears. The interior reveals a vast, opulent hall, bathed in an ethereal glow, as he steps further inside. He moves deeper into the grand chamber, his cloak swaying behind him. A system notification flashes, informing him that his lucky hand skill has activated, doubling his item acquisition, and he muses on his strategy, deciding to focus on his luck rather than strength. Approaching a display of armor, a wave of disappointment washes over him, finding nothing of value. He continues his search, feeling that there must be more to discover in this extravagant place. Suddenly, a new notification appears, and he clutches a glowing, wrapped item, a surge of internal energy now his. A system notification flashes, demanding to know if he's ready to activate the new item. His mind racing at the sight of the elixir, he wonders if it's the key to recovering his lost life chi, utterly amazed by this mansion's treasure trove. He can't believe it, even martial arts manuals are just lying around. But there's a catch as he walks, just like his circle stone skill, this elixir needs a 3-hour cooldown before he can even touch it. A soft thud breaks the silence. But his resolve is unshaken, he pushes forward. Suddenly, a dark opening appears. Is it a hidden cellar? Before he can even think, a massive explosion rips through the darkness below. The fiery chaos intensifies, engulfing everything. Suddenly, the entire mansion rocked, and Jin Seowon's eyes went wide with pure, unadulterated shock. Before he could even process it, a massive explosion just detonated. The sheer power of the blast just launched him, sending him flying through a storm of fire and rubble, screaming in agony. Another guy nearby just stared, his face twisted in pure shock, wondering, what the hell? The blast just kept going, a literal inferno of fire and rock exploding from the cellar. Seowon got hit by the second wave, his body spinning as he lost his grip on something important, watching it fall. The other guy could only watch in horror, a desperate shit escaping him as the chaos ramped up. Finally, Jin Seowon slammed into the ground, lying motionless in the smoking ruins, the thud echoing the sheer force of the blast. Blasted and broken, Jin Seowon stirs in the crater, his mind reeling. How did he survive that cataclysmic explosion? Who, or what, saved him from certain death? His eyes snap open, a raw, visceral shock contorting his features as he takes in the devastation. But then, a chilling voice slices through the chaos, revealing the presence of that mysterious figure from the waiting room, now standing amidst the inferno. And there he is, the enigmatic, elf-like man, his blonde hair flowing, his sharp eyes fixed on the fallen hero. A chilling, almost serene expression plays on his lips. A subtle, golden energy pulses from his outstretched hand, a silent testament to the raw power he wields. With an unnerving calm, he declares his shock at Jin Seowon's survival, then chillingly boasts about the lives he sacrificed, all for his own twisted escape. Framed by the eerie glow of a full moon, the villainous figure reveals his identity, his voice echoing with dark promise, Nam Sagwang. But Jin Seowon, battered and enraged, snaps back with a furious roar, utterly confused by this stranger's bizarre declaration. Nam Sagwang, however, remains utterly unfazed, his form a dark silhouette against the inferno, his true motive still a terrifying enigma. Jin Seowon's voice, dripping with pure rage, unleashes a chilling threat, shut him up, and there'd be nothing left. His body erupts in a blazing, furious aura, as he challenges the foe to come at him if he's got time to waste. The smug, elf-like man, looking down from above, just grins and tells him to keep talking trash. Jin Seowon's eyes blaze with an unholy, purple glow, his face streaked with blood, a testament to his raw fury. It was Nam Sagwang, the explosion's architect, the one on a rampage, now staring down at the kid with a mix of shock and contempt. He just couldn't wrap his head around it, this guy was just a kid. Flames erupt as a voice unleashes a scathing taunt, dismissing its foe as a mere pest. Then, from the heart of the storm, a robed figure materializes, staff crackling with raw power. While the taunting voice doubles down, daring its opponent to keep running their mouth. Jin Seowon's jaw drops, pure shock and alarm plastered across his face as the situation escalates. The robed mage, Escrow, boldly proclaims himself the master of spells, then unleashes a torrent of raw power, commanding the very elements. His staff ignites, blazing with electric blue lightning that dances around him, a terrifying display of his immense magical might. The very atmosphere warps under the sheer power of that Escrow-style lightning, a cataclysmic surge of pure energy. And with a primal, furious roar, Escrow unleashes his ultimate attack, screaming for the lightning to strike. Unleashing pure, unadulterated power, Escrow goes all out with a lightning spell, the very atmosphere screaming as electric blue bolts explode from his body. He dives through his self-made storm, slamming that furious energy downwards with an epic, commanding gesture. The lightning just rips forward, a blinding blue spear of pure, unadulterated destruction. He dodges the attack like it's nothing, the elf-like man then throws shade, demanding to know how long Escrow plans to keep playing dodgeball. He straight up challenges Escrow to a head-on brawl, bringing up some past beef with Elizabeth. But then, bam. Nam Sagwang gets absolutely rocked, his body flying back from a brutal hit of red-orange energy. Watching the whole insane show, the unnamed antagonist can't help but admit Escrow's power is off the charts, even for Zhongyuan, and he's itching for Escrow to really blow his mind. The elf-like man, absolutely fuming, snarls out a furious rat bastard at Escrow. Then, boom. Another colossal lightning strike just detonates, crashing into the ground with explosive, earth-shattering power. He's unleashing pure, unadulterated power, a blinding torrent of blue lightning exploding from him as he vows to finish Nam Sagwang right here, right now. His eyes are practically burning with resolve, the raw energy practically screaming around him as his chilling threat rings out. The very atmosphere shatters as the full, devastating power of the lightning storm comes crashing down. Nam Sagwang is absolutely swallowed by the maelstrom, the blinding blue energy consuming him whole. His face twists in pure agony, the raw power of that lightning ripping through him like paper. Witnessing this insane power, the elf-like man's face tightens, a clear mix of frustration and alarm etched into his features. Close by, the other antagonist's eyes snap wide open, a faint purple aura exploding around him as he fully grasps the insane destructive power on display. Absolutely relentless, Escrow holds his ground, the blue lightning still blasting from him, a non-stop, brutal assault. With one last, massive surge, the energy explodes from his outstretched hand, pushing the devastating attack even further. Jin Seowon's eyes blaze with an electrifying yellow, locked onto the sheer, destructive force unfolding before him. A colossal crash rips through the air. As Escrow unleashes an absolute storm of blue lightning, his entire being a conduit for raw power. Boom. Another earth-shattering impact rocks the battlefield. And even the usually stoic elf-like man can't hide his shock and growing unease. The master of spells, a beacon of electric fury, keeps up his relentless barrage from afar. High above, two shadowy figures on their flying beasts bear witness to the chaos. As the lightning surges, crackling with furious intensity from Escrow's very hands. But the other antagonist just smirks, declaring with absolute certainty that this overwhelming power still isn't enough to shatter his barrier. Escrow unleashes a devastating torrent of blue lightning, pure power exploding from his grasp. He screams, pushing the attack to its absolute limit, just die already. The unnamed antagonist takes the full blast head-on, black energy erupting around him as he absorbs the hit. But in a flash, the antagonist unleashes a devastating crimson counterattack, turning the tables with explosive power. The tables turn instantly as Escrow is rocked by the counter, his face twisting in pure agony and disbelief. He's launched through the air, his body spinning out of control. High above the inferno, the antagonist hovers, coolly dropping the bombshell. So you cast an illusion. Escrow slams into the earth, leaving a massive crater, his mind reeling from the shocking revelation. Oh. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon watches the whole insane spectacle unfold from afar, his thoughts racing about the bizarre magical downpour. It's raining. It's raining something because of his magic. From a distance, Jin Seowon watches the magical fallout, and it hits him like a truck. The sheer power displayed, not only in almost killing Nam Sagwang but in manipulating the very weather, makes him acknowledge the antagonist's terrifying strength. While the unnamed mage himself, standing amidst the downpour, senses his opponent's retreat. He can no longer detect Escrow, who has managed to flee quite far away. Meanwhile, Escrow, battered and bruised, screams out the name of his fallen comrade. His face contorted in a mix of pain and furious resolve as the rain lashes down. Clutching his glowing weapon, he vows to hunt down and kill his adversary. His ragged breaths echoing in the desolate, rain-soaked landscape. He acknowledges his defeat this time, but refuses to accept it as a final outcome. With grim determination, Escrow declares that he will not let the mage escape unharmed next time, and that he, Escrow, will be the one to right his enemy's death. Under a massive full moon, the forest was absolutely hammered by a torrential downpour, the only sound the relentless rain and a chilling, subtle creak. Meanwhile, Escrow, after a desperate search for Nam Sagwang that went nowhere, finally gave up and just disappeared, completely untraceable. He thought back to his insane escape, thankful his cloak of hiding had let him ghost the antagonist and survive to scheme another day. Pushing through the gloom, a classic line hit him, "It's always darkest under the lamp," a chilling truth since he and Nam Sagwang had probably been hunting for a secret entrance right here. Across the way, Jin Seowon's gaze sharpened, a low, triumphant declaration escaping him as he finally hit pay dirt. He stared into the black maw, his mind buzzing, debating if it was a secure hideout for something crucial, or maybe a dungeon packed with insane loot. With a low creak, he started his drop, disappearing into the absolute unknown. Staring into the void, he realized just how far down it went. Jin Seowon plunges into the unknown, a dark abyss that seems completely undisturbed. A heavy thud echoes, as he pushes further into the inky black. Down, down he goes, strategizing his every move, because going all in could mean getting caught or worse. Click. His lantern ignites, piercing the gloom with a defiant light. The light cuts through the black, revealing ancient wooden beams and ominous hooks. What secrets does this place hold? Deeper still, the light exposes a gruesome sight, rows upon rows of hanging carcasses. This isn't just a cave. He stops, taking it all in, a chilling thought forming. Is this entire place just a giant, underground pantry? A frustrated sigh escapes him. It's a cave, all right, but just a giant meat locker. What's the play now? Then, a loud growl erupts from his stomach, a brutal reminder of his own hunger in this bizarre, meat-filled dungeon. He's still thinking about that tasteless jerky, wishing for something better, something real. Slumped against the wall, he admits it was good for what it was, but his stomach still screams for more. A craving hits him hard, just a simple bowl of white rice, and everything would be perfect. But there's no time for cravings, a system notification flashes, revealing he's just picked up a new martial art. It's the unrestrained fist technique, a legendary fighting style, promising unparalleled combat mastery. With his insane combat record, he instantly visualizes himself dominating with this new technique, his fists becoming unstoppable. Next, he glances at the glowing purple elixir he snagged, a powerful item in his grasp. He thinks it over, realizing it's always smarter to plan ahead, not just rush in blindly. Making up his mind, he decides to think things through first, and then chug that elixir. Staring at the mysterious purple elixir, Jin Seowon debates his next move, remembering the intense pain from the circle stone activation. But the burning desire for power overrides all caution, and he chugs the elixir, no questions asked. His eyes widen in pure disbelief as the elixir takes hold. Then, a blinding blue energy explodes from his body, his dantian surging with an unimaginable power. The sheer amount of power coursing through him is off the charts, a literal storm of energy consuming his form. But the power-up comes with a price, as he's suddenly sweating buckets and his muscles feel completely drained. He's completely immobilized for the next 3 hours, stuck waiting for his body to recover from the insane power surge. 3 hours later, he's finally able to move, munching on some food to refuel. Is it finally over? He can only hope. Still reeling from that insane elixir, he lets out a low groan, feeling totally drained even after 3 hours of just chilling. He thinks back to the grind, stuck in this desolate cave for a whole week. A smirk plays on his face, thinking about how he's still alive, trapped between two crazy worlds, and honestly, he's pretty proud of that. Feeling his power surge back, he starts stretching, shaking off the week-long stiffness. The system chimes in, confirming day 13 of his clothed survival. He's still in the game. He walks up to a heavy wooden door, and shoves it open. The hinges screaming as it creaks open. He steps out into the light, taking in the view and instantly realizing he's right next to the restricted zone. Suddenly, ding cuts through the silence, and a holographic screen flashes to life, revealing a shocking survivors 10 out of 100 count. His eyes widen in disbelief, as he tries to process if anyone else actually made it out alive. But the screen updates with a horrifying twist, Jang Dokian, suicide, and he can't help but shout, how did he even manage to kill himself? A mysterious, glowing chest nearby sparks a terrifying realization, did some cursed item drive him insane, making him end it all? He ponders the grim scenario, because without some external force, why would anyone choose to die here? Even though he's made it into the top 10, this twisted victory feels utterly hollow and leaves him with a terrible feeling. Just then, a glowing map starts to unfold, signaling that the next stage is about to begin. After everything he's been through, he absolutely refuses to die by getting trapped in this forbidden area. His jaw clenches with resolve, he needs to get out of here, and fast. He's on the move, eyes locked on the treacherous path ahead, every step calculated. Pushing deeper, he's running on pure instinct and the raw skills that have kept him breathing, knowing there's no turning back. No natural gifts, no special powers, just a relentless drive to climb higher, to get stronger, or die trying. Suddenly, he drops, rifle up, eyes like a hawk, sweeping the tree-line for anything that moves. Boom! A deafening blast rips through the air, and his eyes snap wide open in pure disbelief. The ground shakes, the air explodes, and debris flies everywhere. A colossal, fiery inferno erupts, blinding everything in its path. He's reeling, head snapping up then down, completely stunned, muttering, what the hell? Where did that even come from? He barely dodges a colossal fireball, the chilling realization hitting him, he's up against a mage with insane power. The sheer force of the magical blast sent shockwaves through the air, and Jin Seowon's eyes snapped open, a single, desperate thought screaming in his head. He couldn't process the raw power, the fiery impact still scorching the distant snow. As the ethereal, blonde-haired elf-like mage held his ground, magic still crackling around him. Then, the horrifying truth slammed into him. It was Escrow. Escrow, his piercing blue eyes sweeping the desolate landscape, mused aloud, questioning if his magic had snagged a real human or just a decoy, then, a flicker of recognition, a hero, just like him. But Seowon was already kicking himself, his mind racing as he realized his own nervous energy, while granting him incredible speed, had also led him straight into this mess. He'd seen it coming, yet he'd charged headfirst into the ambush, a total dumbass move. Oblivious to the hidden hero, Escrow's voice cut through the silence, a chilling question hanging in the air, do you know where Nam Sagwang is? Receiving no reply, the powerful mage simply turned and strode deeper into the frozen wilderness, leaving Seowon to watch, unseen, as his enemy vanished into the white. Still lurking in the shadows, he hears Escrow's chilling voice cut through the frozen air, a dark promise of what's to come if his will is defied. A sinister grin spreads across Escrow's face as he drops the ultimate threat, vowing to annihilate his prey on the spot. Escrow, the mysterious elf-like figure, lays down a chilling ultimatum, reveal Nam Sagwang's location, or die. He makes his intentions crystal clear, declaring that a dead man is useless, and if his demands aren't met, death is the only outcome. But Jin Seowon is utterly bewildered, demanding to know how he could possibly possess such knowledge. Pure shock and confusion wash over his face. But before he can even process it, Escrow strikes with blinding speed, launching Jin Seowon through the air with an invisible force. Escrow gazes down with chilling indifference, coldly dismissing Jin Seowon as a mere lookalike from another region, sealing his fate with a declaration of death. Then, with a terrifying burst of crackling blue energy, Escrow rockets forward, a blur of pure power. His eyes blaze with an ominous blue, lightning erupting around him as he prepares to unleash the ultimate blow. Someone was in hiding, Escrow declares, his eyes burning with intensity, but I'm fully recovered and my mana is overflowing. But Jin Seowon is completely blindsided, thinking, where the hell did this guy come from? Before he can even blink, a torrent of blue lightning explodes from Escrow's palm, slamming into him with devastating force. The elf-like master of spells roars, his body alight with power, I'll finish it with this. A direct hit. Jin Seowon is blasted backward, soaring through the dark expanse, the sheer power of the strike reverberating. The blue energy pulses, driving him relentlessly back. But then, Escrow's eyes widen in shock, a single word escaping his lips, hurt me. Suddenly, a crimson spray erupts, a brutal impact tearing through the silence. And then, a blinding burst of red energy detonates, swallowing the elf-like figure in a furious counter-assault. Escrow, eyes blazing yellow and fangs bared, throws down the gauntlet. Ever heard of enhanced energy? He unleashes a devastating blue arm energy blade, a legendary skill only he has mastered, confessing he never thought he'd have to unleash it. A wicked green aura explodes around him as he boasts, "You're the first I'll honor with this power." But then, a brutal counterattack hits, ripping a guttural, "Ugh," from his lips. As Jin Seowon's crimson energy absolutely obliterates his defenses. Yet, escrow, defiant, pushes through the pain, a chilling grin spreading as he taunts, "No more annoying spells, huh?" He clenches his jaw, eyes burning with renewed resolve, refusing to yield. This top-tier opponent is proving to be a challenge, but not a fun one. This encounter will become his ultimate. He thinks, a sudden realization dawning, maybe I'm lucky Nam Sagwang showed up. The fight was absolutely insane. Jin Seowon watched escrow getting pummeled, thinking, while these two are going at it, I gotta get out of here, fast. Then, a devastating hit landed, blood and energy exploding outwards. And escrow screamed, his body violently recoiling. The sheer power left the air vibrating. While Nam Sagwang, looking absolutely terrified and covered in blood, was somehow utterly demolishing the invincible archmage escrow. Then, in a shocking twist, escrow's body contorted, his hair bleached white, eyes blazing yellow, and fangs ripping through his gums, a monstrous transformation unleashed. Watching it all unfold, Jin Seowon wasn't thinking about fear for Nam Sagwang or pity for escrow, his mind flashed back to a memory that started it all. He's calculating, thinking about the sheer power on display, wondering just how much stronger he'd get if he could just absorb all that life force. Then, a voice just rips through the silence, demanding to know where that cocky bastard even came from. Escrow, now a terrifying vision with white hair and glowing yellow eyes, just snatches Nam Sagwang by the throat, green lightning exploding around him as he taunts, "Got any last words before you die?" His face is pure menace, promising a brutal end, his transformed features just screaming raw, untamed power. Meanwhile, a fiery red-haired girl snaps back, totally surprised, "What? Are you talking about my head right now?" She was kicked out of the academy, denied by the guild, all because she was a woman. Her face falls into a quiet, thoughtful look, a shadow creeping over her features. But then, a chilling smile twists her lips, her eyes blazing red as she whispers, "Everyone notices that. Maybe I'm no different from them." A chilling voice cuts through the air, the red-haired woman's lips twisting into a cruel smile as she vows to finally shut that filthy mouth. And then, a horrifying sight, escrow's transformed, blood-splattered face, his yellow eyes burning with savage intensity, a clear sign of the brutal chaos he's unleashing. But then, a sudden cut to Jin Seowon, his eyes blown wide with pure shock, a desperate, choked cry tearing from his throat as he takes in the unfolding nightmare. Suddenly, his gaze snaps to the sky, a colossal, fiery presence screaming down from above, and he can only gasp, "What's that?" The heavens explode in a blinding, orange inferno. A searing column of pure fire tearing through the atmosphere. Its immense, destructive power threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Standing amidst the hellish glow, he can only gape in stunned disbelief, the terrifying word, "meteor," screaming through his mind. His face bathed in a catastrophic light, he locks onto the fiery descent with grim, unyielding focus. The moment the fiery object hit, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air, instantly swallowing Nam Sagwang in a cataclysm of orange and red, purple energy exploding everywhere. The inferno raged, spreading like wildfire, devouring everything in a blink. Caught in the heart of it, his face twisted into a silent, agonizing shriek. Jin Seowon watched the absolute chaos unfold, utterly baffled how anyone could still be standing, let alone chanting, amidst this madness. Even the battle-hardened Jin Seowon felt a bone-deep chill at the sheer horror of it all. Meanwhile, escrow stared up at the apocalyptic event, a true Armageddon unfolding before his eyes. The destructive power only grew, exploding with even more savage intensity. Engulfed in the fiery chaos, escrow let out a primal roar, "You insane bastard!" Overwhelmed by pure, unadulterated terror, Jin Seowon bolted, screaming internally about not running away sooner. His face a mask of pure panic, he kept running, that single regret screaming in his head. A mysterious figure, their white hair a stark contrast to the raging inferno before them, is lost in a memory, a silent thought echoing, "It was nice to see you back then, Elizabeth." But the memory is shattered by the blinding, overwhelming light of the cataclysm. Leaving only a desperate, silent plea, "I wish I could see you again." The Armageddon event isn't just happening, it's exploding, tearing reality apart. A cataclysmic WOO ripping through the very air. Sending shockwaves of raw power rippling across everything. Culminating in a world-shattering quang that threatens to unravel existence itself. Yet, the white-haired observer stands unmoving, their eyes locked onto the apocalyptic spectacle. A chilling realization dawns on them, someone who can pull off that magnitude. A chilling realization dawns, it must be him. But the chaos isn't over. Jin Seowon, battered and broken, lets out a pained UGH. He's down, reflecting on a fatal mistake. Damn it. I should have just ran out of there instead of trying to save those guys' lives. The sheer scale of the devastation hits him. I can't believe such a monstrous power. But he's not out yet. He remembers his stash. I gained a ton of healing scrolls just for a time like this. With a desperate crawl, he pushes through the pain, inching towards survival. He barely makes it, collapsing into a car, gasping, "HAA, I barely made it out. If I hadn't taken that elixir, I would have never been able to escape." He's barely standing, the raw agony of his injuries screaming through him, even after trying to patch himself up. One measly healing scroll. It's absolutely useless against this kind of damage, just tearing apart without making a dent. Finally, a gasp of air, a moment of respite, as he forces himself to his feet, battered but not broken. But the price was steep. Every single healing scroll he'd ever hoarded, gone, just like that. He's out of options, out of supplies, he has to get more. Then, a sudden ding. A system window pops up, flashing player count right in his face. And the truth hits him like a truck. Nam Sagwon was escrow all along, and the system confirms his death. What a wasted chance to absorb that life energy. But wait, something's off. Why is there no kill log for Nam Sagwon? A chilling question forms in his mind. Is he still out there, somehow alive? His head snaps up, eyes blazing as a chilling scream rips through the air. No doubt about it, that scream came from this direction, and he's already on the move, tearing through the jungle. He closes in, and the desperate, pleading voice cuts through the silence. "Please. Isn't anyone there?" And then he sees it, a sight that makes his eyes go wide with shock. It's Nam Sagwon, utterly broken on the ground, desperately clawing for a healing scroll, muttering, "Just one. One scroll. If I can just use it." His blood-soaked hand shakes, unable to reach the scroll, as he screams, "I can't die like this." Jin Seowon watches, a cold realization dawning. Of course, it wouldn't be hard to dodge the arrow aimed at him. A chilling thought crosses his mind. If both his arms are broken, he can't use healing scrolls then, right? The air crackled with the aftermath of a brutal fight, Nam Sagwang's desperate cries echoing in the silence, a chilling realization that he'd been utterly outmaneuvered. Jin Seowon loomed over him, the name escaping his lips, a stark acknowledgement of the fallen foe. A tiny, terrified creature nearby let out a high-pitched squeak, its huge eyes reflecting the raw fear of the moment. A smirk played on Jin Seowon's lips as he looked down, the irony not lost on him. The one he'd expected to dominate was now completely broken. He let out a dismissive humph. Nam Sagwon, barely clinging to life, desperately reminded Jin Seowon of their pact, begging for the help he was once promised. Jin Seowon's eyes narrowed, his hand instinctively gripping his sword, the thought of claiming Nam Sagwang's power and essence a tempting prize. And with a powerful, internal declaration, he resolved to seize this moment, to become the ultimate winner of this brutal game. A crimson aura pulsed around him, a silent prelude to the inevitable. The air crackled with raw power. From the darkness, a voice choked out, "And no. Even if you kill me, you don't know how many monsters are out there. You have no idea what you're up against." Nam Sagwang's eyes glowed with desperate fear, his face contorted as he confessed his weakness. "I don't even have enough mana, my martial arts weren't strong enough. I'm finished." A blur of motion followed, a flash of deadly intent. And Jin Seowon's voice cut through the air, cold and clear. "At the very least, I should know the name of the person who's killing you. Remember it. I am Jin Seowon." Nam Sagwang's scream tore through the silence, his glowing eyes wide with the realization of his impending doom. "This time round, I might die like this," he shrieked, "but I'll never forget it. This isn't over." A jagged surge of red energy erupted, as Jin Seowon moved to finish him. No mercy. His hand plunged into Nam Sagwang's chest, a torrent of blood and dark purple energy erupting from the wound as the man's body collapsed. It was over. He lets out a breath, a weird sense of guilt hitting him hard. He's thinking, seriously, why'd you have to look like a kid? Now I feel bad for offing you. But as that power surges, his hand starts blazing with a sick, light blue glow. His eyes, now blazing with that same wild color, scream the sheer power he just snagged. The power surge just swallows him whole, a blinding, light blue pillar of energy exploding around him. Whoa, what an insane amount of life chi. It hits him like a truck. Nam Sagwon, he was basically a human spirit. He's completely overwhelmed, as a massive surge of power energy just floods his entire body. But across the way, Escrow's face twists in shock, as a player count notification pops up right in front of him. The system's relentless count kept ticking, and then, a fresh ding exploded for Jin Seowon, flashing 8 out of 100 right before his eyes. The screen blazed with the brutal truth, screaming, Jin Seowon-Nam Sagwang, killed with longsword. But far from the action, high above, Escrow watched it all, his crimson cape a blazing beacon against the forest's emerald depths. Turning to his grizzled companion, he declared, now that the tiger is dead. And the old man, with a chilling grin, finished the sentence, the foxes will run rampant. A mysterious voice booms, calling him child, as his stats flash across a holographic screen, revealing a surprisingly low power level. Then, bam. A colossal wave of green ether energy erupts around him, and he's absolutely floored by the sheer power. He grips his hands, feeling the raw power surge, convinced that with this much, he could take on literally anyone. But that hype quickly crashes as he stares down at a simple ring in his hand. And the harsh reality hits him, all this ether is totally worthless if he can't even use it to take down a single goblin. His earlier bravado feels like a joke. With the green energy still raging around him, he's absolutely set on figuring out how to control this insane power. Then, his eyes pop open in pure shock, as he spots something totally unexpected. Two rings appear out of nowhere. The silver, Kaiser's ring, promises a massive ability boost, while the gold, Goblin's ring, is all about supercharging his strength. He slides on the golden, Galen's ring, and instantly feels his stamina skyrocket as green ether still pulses around him. And just like that, the system goes wild, revealing two more insane upgrades, Jean's ring and the elf's ring, both supercharging his magic resistance. Then it hits him, a sudden, furious thought, this guy was just hoarding all the rare loot, playing it cool the whole time. Staring at the rings now glinting on his fingers, he can't believe the previous owner was acting like he didn't even care about these insane artifacts. But then, a lightbulb moment, a sudden, game-changing realization, he'd missed something huge. He whips around, eyes locked on the glowing interface, calling up his status window to see the real numbers. His jaw drops as he sees the insane stat boosts, his strength, stamina, agility, and magic resistance all skyrocketing to unbelievable levels. A fierce, unshakable resolve hardens his expression, he knows, without a doubt, he can win now. He stands there, radiating power, the glowing status window a testament to his new strength, absolutely ready to dominate whatever comes next. He also uncovers a treasure trove of martial arts mangas, but there's a catch, he needs to level up his basic skills first before he can even touch these advanced techniques. Then, a barely perceptible ripple in the air, and a chilling whack echoes through the trees. He whips his head around, eyes scanning the shadows, confirming his gut feeling, he's being watched. His gaze hardens, instantly locking onto the source of the impending doom, that signature escrow-style fire. Too late. A blinding flash ignites the air, and a devastating strike rips through the forest. A colossal firestorm erupts, swallowing everything in its path with explosive force. The inferno rages on, a furious whack, tearing through the air as the assault intensifies. Then, a mocking voice slices through the inferno, rubbing salt in the wound, you let your guard down, didn't you, just because you were farming. Deep within a frozen abyss, Escrow takes center stage, staff in hand, ready to face off against Nam Sagwang. With a chilling smirk, he throws down the gauntlet, declaring Nam Sagwang's luck has officially run dry. But that's not all, his hands are already crackling with an eerie blue energy, charging up for something big. But hold up. Jin Seowon is reeling, his fire spell just fizzled out against an invisible enemy. Who is this guy? He's trying to piece it together, but all he remembers is a blinding flash before his attack went bust. Then, ding, rings out as a blue shield of pure magic resistance erupts around his hand, Jin Seowon is not going down without a fight. With a powerful thump, he takes a decisive step, ready to throw down. Meanwhile, back in the icy lair, Nam Sagwang bravely steps up, demanding answers from Escrow. But Escrow just turns away, dropping a chilling threat, one more move, and it's fire spell time. The battle ignites. Escrow goes all out, unleashing a torrent of his signature flames, his voice booming with the power of his attack. And just like that, the entire area explodes in a blinding, scorching inferno. But Escrow just smirks, utterly convinced his attack is more than enough to finish the job. The explosion just keeps going, a pure maelstrom of destructive energy. And through the inferno, Escrow just keeps coming, a dark silhouette against the blazing backdrop. But before he can even think about it, a lightning-fast blur streaks across the battlefield, leaving orange energy trails in its wake. It's Jin Seowon, his eyes blazing with pure determination, charging up his fist with dark, crackling energy for a devastating counterattack. With laser focus, he unleashes the legendary unrestrained fist. And with a burst of blue, icy power, he unleashes the piercing fist. Escrow's eye flares with a sinister purple, a condescending child. Escaping his lips. Only for a brutal counterattack to explode across his face, sending a shockwave of crimson energy. Jin Seowon's piercing fist, wreathed in electric blue, absolutely decimates the space between them. Escrow is utterly floored, his mind racing. What the? They said it was a long shot, but I never expected this. He hacks and coughs, the impact ripping through him. Staggering backward, his eyes wide with shock as he stares into the void. But Jin Seowon, radiating cool blue energy, is already checking the stats. Escrow clutches his chest, the realization hitting him like a truck. My magic is gone. And his attack. It's like it didn't even touch him. Completely broken, he pulls his hood low, defeated and utterly crushed. He processes the fallout from Nam Sagwang's defeat, understanding that taking down one big boss just means the smaller, sneakier threats are about to crawl out of the woodwork. Under the eerie glow of the twin moons, he knows this is just the beginning, it's going to be an epic, drawn-out night. Raw, mystical green energy pulses from the very earth, a clear sign of the forest's insane power. He's a total blur of dark cloak and green energy, absolutely tearing through the ancient forest. He's thinking to himself that he's finally hit the level where he can seriously power up the Elder's Gigong. With his eyes burning with pure determination, he sends a silent shout-out to the Elder, promising to absolutely crush it. Fast forward 1 hour, and those epic twin moons are still bathing the mystical forest in their eerie blue glow. He's just standing there, a silent guardian under the biggest moon, with some glowing, deer-like creature chilling nearby, watching him. The leaves are just softly rustling, and tiny glowing particles are everywhere, making the forest feel super mystical and quiet. A voice rips through the mystical forest, screaming Jin Seowon's name, daring him to show his face. From his hidden spot, he watches the challenger, realizing this guy's the last one standing in the forest, and he's got some serious instincts. But Stango, the warrior, isn't waiting. He's tearing through the dense forest, massive sword in hand. Still screaming taunts, demanding a fight and calling his hidden foe a coward. He roars his name, Stango, throwing down the gauntlet not just to Jin Seowon, but to anyone else he thinks is lurking. Then, with a burst of blue energy, Stango hoists his massive greatsword, ready to unleash pure devastation. But just as he's about to strike, an invisible force hits him, making him gasp in shock. As a massive blue impact slams into his body. Jin Seowon's lightning-fast counterattack sends Stango absolutely flying backward, his big talk instantly silenced. A lightning-fast blur rips through the silence. While a voice booms through the ancient trees, promising to end his life, then dropping a chilling question, an arrow. The intense, glowing-eyed challenger, radiating a faint blue aura, cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know, who is it? Elsewhere, a seasoned observer reflects on the sheer impossibility of such precision and speed, someone who can put an arrow through your head before the arrow even comes to my hand. Back in the heart of the forest, the mysterious challenger finally drops his name, Zurikana. Jin Seowon's knuckles widen, his anger boiling beneath the surface. Zurikana presses on, his glowing eyes burning into Jin Seowon, who I am. The tension ratchets up, Jin Seowon's grip tightening even more. Zurikana's voice drips with disdain, delivering the ultimate taunt, in the end, aren't you just trying to win this thing? A cloaked figure blazes through a shimmering blue aura, dropping a bombshell proposal, let's team up for the hidden chest. Zurikana just lets out a cryptic HM, playing it cool. Those boots are kicking up ethereal blue energy, closing in fast. He drops his name, Nam Sagwang, a guild mercenary, and he's guaranteeing they just made the best decision ever. And just like that, Jin Seowon is face to face with Zurikana, the tension thick in the vibrant forest air. A confident smirk spreads across Jin Seowon's face as he flexes his guild fame, guaranteeing zero regrets. Zurikana's face twists, a flicker of deep thought crossing his features. Even with all his hype, Zurikana thinks, this guy's brain might be totally empty. Then, a shocker hits Zurikana, fingers flying up in disbelief, did he just totally mess up his timing? He couldn't believe it. An archer, of all people, shouldn't be able to cover that much ground in a blink. But in less than a second, the guy was already a total blur, charging in with insane speed. His lightning-fast attack made Escrow flinch back, his face twisting in pure shock and struggle. But Escrow snapped back instantly, letting out a furious roar as he geared up for a brutal counter. They collided in a blur of action, the protagonist's blade slamming against Escrow's bow in a rapid-fire exchange. He kept up the pressure, moving with insane, almost supernatural grace. Then, out of nowhere, a crimson energy slash exploded from Escrow's weapon, slicing through the air with lethal accuracy. The protagonist barely reacted in time, the impact's force ripping through his entire body. He was engulfed in the scorching red energy, taking the full, brutal force of the hit. Zurikana is absolutely disgusted, scoffing at the mere thought of teaming up with someone he sees as a total bug. Even with the hero looking totally beaten, Zurikana's disdain just skyrockets, thinking this guy is so pathetic even a dog would disrespect him. He's totally regretting the wasted time, desperate to uncover more about Jin Seowon. In this brutal world where life is cheap and the weak get tossed aside, Zurikana keeps his eyes glued on the struggling hero. But then, boom! A massive wave of electric blue energy explodes around him, as Jin Seowon powers up and gets back on his feet, totally blowing everyone's minds. That insane power surge makes Zurikana's eyes pop open, a clear shockwave hitting his face. He's locked in. His whole vibe changing from sneering to utterly baffled. Muttering, "What? How did he just bypass my ultimate hiding magic?" Jin Seowon, still absolutely radiating with that intense blue energy, is pulling himself back together. His eyes snapping open as he's thinking, "Archer. Does this guy have some secret skill I don't even know about?" A massive wave of regret hits him, realizing he totally dropped his guard, and now his life force is just bleeding out. He's absolutely furious with himself for the mistake. But across the way, Zurikana is just watching, a sneer plastered on his elven face. His mind already writing off the whole situation. He was just some trash-tier loser. His gear's probably garbage too. The arrogant elf just shrugs, "Seriously, not even worth my time to bother with his stuff." His glowing eyes just narrow a bit, still radiating that pure disdain. As he just casually turns his back, his cloak dramatically swirling around him. Completely writing off the whole fight as utterly beneath him. Reeling from the surprise assault, Jin Seowon can only admit his enemy's senses were just too sharp, too precise. The name echoes in his mind, Zurikana. Was that really the name of the guy who just schooled him? Across the forest, the white-haired elf just stands there, his glowing eyes locked on something unseen, radiating pure menace while Jin Seowon strategizes. The cold truth hits him, this guy is definitely his next big challenge. A massive forest unfolds, but it's not just trees. A glowing, electric blue hexagonal grid pulses across the landscape, a clear sign of something unnatural. This shimmering barrier stretches all the way to the ground, a constant, chilling reminder of the deadly game being played. The very air crackles with tension, and a chilling realization hits, this restricted zone is closing in, and fast. Jin Seowon, cloaked in a faint blue glow, pushes through the brutal undergrowth, his eyes scanning the deadly landscape. His eyes narrow, a chilling truth slamming into him, he's the last one standing. 80 days left, but the system's clearly accelerating the endgame now that everyone else is gone. Then, out of nowhere, an open patch of ground appears, a shocking break in the endless trees. What in the world is this? He moves in, heart pounding, and it hits him, it's a totally clear zone, no trees, no grid, nothing. A safe haven, or a trap. He stood there, surrounded by shimmering green particles, a faint, unsettling sound cutting through the silence. He knew the stakes, one wrong move, one fight, and he'd instantly be swarmed by anyone lurking in the shadows. Then, out of nowhere, a blinding flash of green energy ripped through the air. He whipped his head around, a single thought piercing his mind, what is that sound? The green streaks multiplied, closing in at an insane velocity. He pivoted, eyes locked on the luminous trails as they tore through the very air he breathed. The energy exploded into a swirling vortex, swallowing everything in its path. His eyes blew wide in pure shock as the raw force slammed into him. The green light devoured him, his entire form blazing with its otherworldly power. The mysterious green energy just keeps surging, completely engulfing him in a blinding, ethereal glow. It swirls around him, a vibrant, chaotic storm of light and particles, sucking him deeper into its core. But as the initial intensity finally dies down, his form becomes faintly visible, shimmering within the dissipating emerald haze. A thought screams in his mind, that magic was definitely aimed with uncanny precision, right at his exact position. His body, now translucent and glowing, is clearly undergoing some profound change. He can't help but wonder, how in the world did they manage to see him, even with all his stealth? Then, the green energy around him suddenly shifts, coalescing into glowing, intricate runes that swirl and dance like crazy. A gasp escapes him, as the full, mind-blowing implications of this phenomenon finally hit him. That emerald energy, the one that had locked onto him with pinpoint accuracy, was still going wild, swirling and pressing in, its vibrant particles just exploding around him. He could feel the sheer, overwhelming volume of it, and the grim truth hit him, there were just too many attacks this time. No way he could dodge them all. The relentless magical assault was pushing him to his absolute breaking point, his body screaming as it tensed against the invisible pressure. He took a deep, steadying breath, acknowledging the inevitable, knowing deep down it had all come down to this, a head-on fight. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he declared, he was going to trust in his own inner energy, no matter what. Decision made, a raw surge of power began to coalesce inside him, ready to unleash the legendary technique, Unstoppable Fist, Chapter 1. He focused his intent, channeling all that raw energy into one singular, devastating strike, the piercing fist. With a primal roar, he wound back his arm, his fist absolutely blazing with concentrated green energy, ready to obliterate the incoming assault. Then, with explosive, earth-shattering force, he launched himself forward, a blinding blur of motion and emerald light, his attack ripping through the very fabric of the air. Boom! The piercing fist explodes. A blinding wave of electric blue energy ripping through everything in its path, an unstoppable force of pure destruction. As he channels the full, devastating power, culminating in a cataclysmic, earth-shattering impact. The sheer devastation makes him pause, a shocking realization hitting him, I'm stronger than I thought. A flicker of surprise, maybe even a little fear, crosses his face as the full weight of his power sinks in. He takes in the wreckage, the blue energy finally dying down, leaving only destruction in its wake. Standing tall amidst the chaos, he's the only thing left unbroken. But his focus quickly shifts to a glowing item on the ground, a new mission forming in his mind. His foot touches down, a soft landing after an explosive attack, blue energy fading as purple dust settles around him. But the second his vision clears, Jin Seowon's face contorts in pure, unadulterated shock, his mouth agape. He gazes skyward at a tiny, glowing blue form suspended in the shadowy forest, a thought screaming through his head, no way he pulled that off. What the hell is he? Meanwhile, a dark-skinned man with curly hair is absolutely floored, exclaiming that he poured every last drop of his mana into that strike, and it's just crazy how it was all blocked. Back to Jin Seowon, his electric blue eyes are still bugging out, reflecting the sheer magnitude of the surprise, his face locked in pure disbelief. Then, a blood-soaked hand shoots out, a desperate HEY. Weight, ripped from its owner as a shadowy, clawed monster slams into it, sending blood flying. The dark-skinned man grabs his chest, a green aura erupting around him as he stammers, totally baffled about when this even happened. Next to him, the light-haired, older guy with a serious face chimes in, admitting he didn't sense a thing either. The older man then lays into him, telling him he should have saved some mana for detection or barrier spells. He's an assassin, a ghost in the shadows, and he knows that disappearing without a trace is his ultimate weapon. But before he can even process that thought, a horde of glowing, spectral entities swarms him, their blue energy exploding as they launch a relentless assault. A chilling system alert blares, ding. Survivors, 5/100. The stakes just got real. He digs his heels into the shattered earth. When a chilling voice slices through the mayhem, declaring with absolute certainty, you must be Jin Seowon. Stunned by the sudden recognition, he fires back, you know me? His eyes narrow, locking onto the cloaked figure in the distance, whose gaze burns with an unsettling blue-purple glow. Zurakana, the cloaked enigma, smirks, his voice dripping with dark amusement. The implication hangs heavy in the air, a chilling gauntlet thrown. He warns, his voice dripping with confidence, don't needlessly resist, just go out quietly. His hand tightens on a weapon's hilt, absolutely certain of his prowess, I've never failed to take out a target I've laid my eyes on. And with a sudden, explosive burst of speed, he declares, his voice ringing with absolute finality, so just die. Zurakana unleashes a flurry of rapid strikes, a blinding blur of motion aimed at his opponent. But in an instant, the tables absolutely turn, and he's sent recoiling violently through the air, a sharp grunt of pain escaping him. Jin Seowon looks down, a calm, almost bored dismissal in his voice, too slow. His fist clenches, muscles coiling with raw, focused power. And he unleashes a powerful, whistling strike. Zurakana's lightning-fast attack streaks through the shadows. His glowing eyes lock onto his target with deadly precision. The strike lands with devastating impact, sending Jin Seowon flying back as a burst of crimson explodes from the hit. But before Zurakana can even react, Jin Seowon unleashes a brutal counterpunch that connects with a sickening crack. Stunned by the impact, Zurakana can only utter, I thought you'd get a little bit rough. There. You're stronger than I thought. He mentally replays the hit, a chilling realization dawning, without his mana shield, his arm and body would have been utterly shredded. A single thought screams in his mind, this bastard is strong. But his determination doesn't waver as he coldly declares, well, your death is just a matter of time, his confidence in his dark assassination skills absolute. A shocking truth hits Jin Seowon, this isn't just another mage, this is a full-blown assassin. He's trying to figure out the dark energy, like, what even is that? This guy's got some serious dark magic going on. But Zurakana isn't playing around, his voice cuts through the air, declaring he'll finish this right here, right now, with a flash of blue energy. The assassin takes his stance, ribbons swirling around him, a deadly shadow ready to strike. And then, in a flash, he turns away, disappearing like a ghost into the shadows. Suddenly, two glowing blue-purple energy stakes slam into the ground, setting up a deadly trap. Jin Seowon spins around, but it's too late, his enemy is gone, leaving him exposed. Then, a sudden impact shakes the ground, a blur of motion too fast to track. But it's already over. Zurakana is suddenly right behind him, blade at his throat, leaving Jin Seowon utterly stunned. Boom! A lightning-fast strike rips through the void, catching Jin Seowon off guard. The shadowy assassin's voice drips with smugness, your stealth is truly remarkable. But Jin Seowon's not having it. His eyes blaze, that's nothing compared to the cloak of hiding. Wham! He snatches the assassin's arm out of thin air. Dropping a truth bomb, your mana signature is a dead giveaway. I track you with ease. But the assassin's rage explodes, teleporting and striking from behind again. What? From behind? You damn bastard. Jin Seowon, rocked but not broken, snarls back, you think you can end me? He spins, a challenge in his glowing eyes, wanna say that again, punk? Crunch. Another devastating hit connects, tearing a scream from his throat. But his glare is pure fire, you seriously think you can take on everyone by yourself? Still reeling from the brutal ambush, he lets out a guttural roar, challenging his assailant to team up instead of letting him die for free. A devastating impact rocks him. And the system alert blazes, confirming only 4 survivors out of 100. Then, a shocking notification, Jin Seowon-Tamaram, killed by fist attacks. Standing tall amidst swirling blue energy, Jin Seowon reveals he absorbed the lives of both his foes, snatching their dropped skills. He'd planned to farm them for XP and bail from the chaos, but then he's baffled by the assassin's loot, a powerful item that makes no sense for them to carry. A mysterious purple book pulses with raw power in his grasp. As the system demands, will you learn it? Yes, no. A smirk plays on his lips, it's a massive relief that he already knows how to wield internal energy. His eyes blaze with an intense, almost primal glow, and a voice, deep within him, resonates. Child, he's standing there, facing this insane glowing purple skill book, pure energy blasting off it. A system message pops up, confirming it's a top-tier detection skill, able to cut through any stealth. But then, a chilling thought hits him, my circle is too low to learn it. Clutching the book, a massive realization hits him, aha. So that's how I know it's a skill. This cloak of hiding is actually a detection skill. Then, out of nowhere, a golden flash explodes nearby, and his eyes snap wide open in pure shock. A heavily armored figure is barely visible, and the sheer terror on his face is palpable as he chokes out, an arrow. Cloaked and ready, he's now tearing through a desolate, new landscape, the skill book still gripped tight, his eyes locked on what's next. The path ahead plunges into a snow-covered forest, bathed in an unsettling, ghostly light. A fresh gash streaks across his cheek, but his face hardens with pure resolve as a system message flashes, a brutal reminder, that arrow could only have come from the one who attacked him before. A glowing blue arrow absolutely rips through the air, a deadly, lightning-fast projectile. A primal roar tears from his throat as an explosive wave of electric blue energy detonates around him, engulfing the entire area, transforming the icy battlefield into a maelstrom of pure, unadulterated power. His face contorts with furious determination, his mind racing, this mana, it's unlike anything I've ever encountered. Who is this guy? No time for questions. His eye blazes with an otherworldly blue, a silent vow echoing in his mind, running is not an option. Every ounce of power, into this fist. Now. Then, with a battle cry that shakes the very ground, his fist explodes with an overwhelming azure glow, tearing reality itself apart as he screams, unstoppable fist. He coils back, a living conduit of raw power, the air itself screaming around him. His fist a blinding supernova of destructive intent, poised to unleash the ultimate piercing fist. The punch connects with an invisible force, detonating in a blinding, cataclysmic explosion of blue energy and splintering ice. The sheer force of the impact ripping through the very fabric of the snowy landscape. Suddenly, a blinding torrent of crackling blue energy explodes, ripping through the very fabric of reality. The sheer force of the impact sends him absolutely soaring upwards. As a chilling, game-changing realization hits him, 2 attacks came in at once. Mid-air, Jin Seowon's eyes snap open in pure shock, realizing it's a full-on double team. He can't help but acknowledge the sheer, formidable skill of his opponents, a grudging respect in his voice. But before he can even think about recovering, a hulking, muscular figure, wielding a massive golden weapon, lunges forward with absolutely deadly intent. The golden weapon comes crashing down with crushing force, aimed right at his head. And from the shadows, the true source of that initial blue energy, a towering, ominous shadowy entity, looms into view, ready to strike again. But Jin Seowon isn't going down without a fight. Surrounded by a vibrant, crackling blue aura, he prepares his counteroffensive, ready to unleash hell. He curses, the chilling realization hitting him like a truck, it's not just 2, but 3 of them. Sweat drips down his face, his expression a raw mix of shock and pure grit. Then, from the depths of the forest, a white-haired figure emerges, their voice cutting through the air, your luck ends now. And right behind them, 2 more massive figures close in, their heavy boots thudding with ominous intent. The system instantly tags them, first, the absolute unit, Kryzen's King Centaur, and right beside him, the equally terrifying Boron's Knight Jam. And the white-haired mage? None other than the divine archer Zurikana, with the system confirming the target, Jin Seowon, himself. Against these impossible odds, he can only gasp, ah. Fuck, what do I even do? Jin Seowon scopes out the dark, glowing forest, and it hits him, this challenge is no joke. Up on a jagged cliff, Escrow and Zurikana are watching the whole thing go down, with Nam Sagwon already out for the count. From the cliff, a voice grumbles, bummed about not getting the fallen guy on their team and dropping some serious intel. The best way to break a squad is to make them turn on each other. Jin Seowon, trying to keep up with all the chaos, knows he's got to figure out who's allied with who, and fast. The voice from above keeps going, confessing they've never seen these new players in the game. Jin Seowon steps up, bold as ever, and gives a shout-out to the King of Cruzan, showing some serious respect. The King of Cruzan, with his knight right there, brushes off the formalities, flat-out refusing to team with anyone lower status, even as his knight hints at the sweet rewards a good team-up could bring. From their hidden spot, the antagonists watch the whole thing unfold, wondering if these two factions were secretly planning to team up this entire time. He glides through the water, already strategizing to take down his foes with stealth, a challenge he dismisses as trivial. With intense focus, his hand ignites with a soft, golden glow, power surging. Out of nowhere, a hidden enemy screams in pure shock, "WH what?" His face contorts with raw power as the skill locks on. A blinding, circular nova erupts, exposing everything in its wake, screaming that there's nowhere left to hide. Watching from afar, Escrow takes it all in, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Oh ho," he chuckles, "you're smarter than I thought." The energy from Jin Seowon's hand flares even brighter, this unique technique pushing its limits. He's figured it out, the cloak of hiding only masks the physical form, leaving a glaring weakness wide open. A sudden realization hits him, he owes Nam Sagwon a thank you. From the shadows, Escrow is straight up impressed, a sly grin spreading across his face as he sees the protagonist absolutely dominating. He's thinking out loud, like, okay, I can't jump in right now, but this is still going exactly as planned. But hold up, because a massive wave of vibrant purple energy is starting to erupt, glowing particles just exploding everywhere. This insane power just keeps building, wrapping around Jin Seowon as he gets ready to unleash something absolutely wild. Then, with a battle cry that shakes the very air, he drops the Chaos Blade. A literal storm of purple energy blasting out from him. Escrow's eyes narrow, totally analyzing Jin Seowon's moves, like a pro gamer watching a speedrun. He figures out Jin Seowon's whole game plan, magic wheels and getting up close and personal, so Escrow's already cooking up a counter-strategy to trap him and shut down any escape routes. Totally oblivious to the mastermind's schemes, Jin Seowon keeps up his non-stop attack, his Chaos Blade just tearing through everything with explosive, purple power. His determination is absolutely rock solid, he knows he's gotta finish this fight up close, no matter what it takes. He unleashes a torrent of purple energy, a furious roar echoing his determination. Conquer it, bastard. Be the one as you are. The chaotic power surges around him, tearing through the unseen. His movements becoming a blinding blur of destructive force. Yet, even amidst this brutal onslaught, he struggles to control the immense mana, knowing the dire cost of failure. He must manage his mana efficiently to reduce the cracks. With a desperate, renewed surge of power, he lunges forward, a glowing purple blade erupting from his hand. The impact sends devastating shockwaves through the air, his resolve hardening with each strike. Jin Seowon, break through at any cost. Do not cumber. A guttural cry of pure strain escapes him, the immense power threatening to tear him apart. Ugh. The internal energy rages uncontrollably within, making precise movements nearly impossible. The flow is so violent, he can't maintain an accurate attack pattern. His very body begins to crack under the immense pressure, yet he pushes on, refusing to yield. Damn, the internal energy is cracking, my body is cracking. A voice rings out, child, and Jin Seowon's eyes ignite with a furious purple glow, his gaze locked on the enemy's cloak. The very air around him screams, as pure, destructive power surges. He's locked in, a single, burning thought consuming him, total annihilation, leaving nothing but dust. Then, a blinding flash of purple, and he's gone, a mere streak of motion. His unstoppable fist lands, absolutely demolishing the masked enemy's face. The impact sends the foe spinning wildly through the air. Still reeling from the piercing fist, the enemy is swallowed by a vortex of purple destruction. They slam into a wall, which absolutely detonates on impact. Blood now paints his face, but Jin Seowon stands tall, his gaze burning with an unbreakable will, even as his body screams in protest. Suddenly, a massive surge of raw, destructive energy just explodes, ripping through the very fabric of reality. Then, a chilling voice cuts through the mayhem, taunting, "There's no way for you to win, so just give up." And then, Zurikana steps out of the shadows, eyes blazing with sinister purple energy, chanting, "Chaos, deep abyss," as they unleash something truly terrifying. The purple energy just explodes outwards, shredding everything in its path with another deafening whack. It's not just energy, it's forming into a dense, destructive vortex, a swirling maelstrom of pure magical devastation. Zurikana, with hands outstretched, is pouring everything into this attack, their entire being engulfed in a terrifying purple aura. Then, boom! The spell detonates in a cataclysmic explosion, shattering everything and sending debris flying. Watching the sheer devastation, Jin Seowon can't help but think, compared to all the others, this is on a different level. And there, amidst the fading purple chaos, Zurikana stands silhouetted, looking even more colossal and menacing than before. A torrent of raw, purple energy erupts, slamming into Zurikana with devastating force. As Jin Seowon's eyes blaze with an intense, crimson-purple glow, a snarl twisting his features as he unleashes the full extent of his power. The impact shatters the ground around his opponent, sending shards of earth and rock flying in a violent explosion of magic. Zurikana is hurled through the air, engulfed in a swirling, destructive energy. The assault continues relentlessly, a barrage of purple force hammering down. Disbelief washes over Zurikana, who only expected physical prowess from Jin Seowon, not the mastery of shadow clone magic. His face contorted in anger, he dismisses the display as nothing more than petty tricks. Yet, Jin Seowon's confident declaration echoes through the chaos, his glowing eyes affirming his absolute victory. As the relentless assault continues, Zurikana struggles to erect a barrier, his efforts faltering under the overwhelming power. A powerful, armored figure, radiating authority, utters a single, dismissive word, child. But in an instant, an invisible force strikes, rocking the formidable warrior back on his heels. He's airborne, a mere plaything, as he crashes through the shattered environment. As this new, imposing warrior is instantly overwhelmed, Jin Seowon can only stare, utterly stunned. What is this? Zurikana, ever the opportunist, steps out, his gaze dripping with scorn. A king? This pathetic display? Unbelievable. Without hesitation, Zurikana unleashes a devastating red energy attack, roaring, victory above all, as the king is consumed by the inferno. Even amidst the fiery onslaught, the king's resolve holds, a fierce refusal echoing, collaboration. Never. With a chilling smirk, or perhaps a hidden agenda, he delivers a final, cutting remark, thanks for taking out the trash. High above the escalating conflict, Escrow watches, a silent, calculating escaping his lips as he takes it all in. Zurikana's voice cuts through the air, a chilling taunt aimed directly at the king, reminding him of his past failures. He doubles down, finding it utterly twisted that the king, once a thorn in their side, is now somehow helping him. A wicked smirk spreads across Zurikana's face, his glowing eyes burning with pure, unadulterated satisfaction. But the king, even battered and broken, fires back with a defiant retort, challenging Zurikana's cocky victory speech, just as a terrifying realization hits him. Too late. Zurikana unleashes a devastating, purple energy blast, slamming into the king with brutal force and sending blood exploding. The impact explodes with raw, unbridled magical power. Launching the armored monarch flying through the air, before he slams into the ground with a bone-jarring impact. His body tumbles helplessly. Until he lies utterly defeated and motionless, as Zurikana looms over him, the undisputed victor of this brutal showdown. Zurikana's eyes flared with a terrifying purple energy, a chilling gasp escaping his lips as he delivered a single, devastating word. Then, a thunderous impact ripped through the air, unleashing a blinding wave of light blue energy. The sheer force of the blast launched the king flying backward, his form consumed by the shimmering blue aura as the ground exploded around him. The king lay broken, gasping for air, his ragged breaths the only sound in the aftermath. Zurikana loomed victorious over the fallen monarch, the king's reign decisively ended. High above, Jin Seowon and Escrow watched the unfolding drama, Jin Seowon scoffing at the king's survival, convinced he should have been dead. But even covered in his own blood, the king's face twisted in pure defiance, daring Zurikana to cut the chatter and just fight. A chillingly smug smile crept onto Zurikana's face, reveling in the sheer impatience of his adversaries. After the epic clash, a crucial question hung in the air, was there even more intense business to handle with that absolute powerhouse? But the king, his back to the action, was absolutely livid, roaring at the audacity of his opponent's infuriating moves. His face twisted in a primal snarl, he remembered the instant his blade had struck, but it was all for nothing against that insane speed. Then, a chilling, taunting voice cut through the air, acknowledging the king's incredible, blacksmith-forged armor, but it was clearly no match for what was coming. Then, out of nowhere, Jin Seowon was there, absolutely shredded with fresh wounds and blood, his eyes blazing with raw, agonizing power. But the king's defiance only grew stronger, even with his wounds, promising his foe would absolutely regret making him go all out. Blood and sweat streamed down his face as he gritted his teeth, a pure display of his unbreakable will. Jin Seowon, still reeling and bleeding, could only gasp out one thing, the sheer, mind-blowing speed of that attack. The very air warped and blurred with the sheer force, a crimson flash marking the path of that devastating, lightning-fast strike. The force of it echoes with a brutal crack. From the darkness, the attacker's eyes blaze, a chilling voice proclaiming, "I am Senmark. No one can ever triumph against my speed." Elsewhere, the king of Kryzen, bloodied but defiant, glares at the unfolding devastation, his resolve unshaken. Reeling from the hit, he curses the surprise attack. It crippled his main skill, and his other moves were useless. He couldn't even fight with both hands. Disbelief hits him hard. This guy was supposed to be a strength type. How could his speed be so insane that he couldn't even feel his mana? His eyes ignite with a furious glow, a primal roar of defiance escaping him. "I can't lose like this after everything I've fought for." But a surge of defiance cuts through the pain, and no, it's too early to give up. He makes a game-changing decision, tapping into his deepest power. "I'll trust the inner energy within me." Battered and bleeding, he's taking a beating, but the protagonist's spirit? Absolutely unbroken. Another blue energy blast hits him, a relentless assault that should have been the end. But Zurikana, seeing his rapier's state, just screams, "What? My rapier? How dare you?" Even as that fancy blade stabs him, Jin Seowon's resolve just gets stronger. His hand starts glowing with dark energy as he unleashes his counterattack, Black Star QI Palms. The impact shatters Zurikana's rapier, sending fragments everywhere as blue energy explodes. Stunned and furious, the elf-like man screams, "You dare injure this face." Blood streams down his cheek, proof of his opponent's insane, unexpected power. With new energy radiating around him, Jin Seowon glares at his foe, eyes burning with fierce determination. The sheer force of Jin Seowon's last attack still crackled around his bloodied fist, a raw display of his unleashed power. Even with brutal injuries, he stood his ground. The elf's face contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury, his glowing eyes blazing with an inferno of murderous intent. He grudgingly admitted the unexpected power, confessing that the human had actually made him bleed. But Jin Seowon wasn't done yet, his hand darting for a shimmering golden potion. He chugged the elixir, a wave of vibrant green healing energy exploding through his battered form, knowing he could at least use this much. With a jolt of renewed vigor, he manifested a shadow clone, a perfect duplicate erupting in a flash of blue energy, ready to unleash hell. Then, with a primal roar, he unleashed a full internal energy release, his aura exploding with raw power. Both Jin Seowon and his clone launched themselves forward, a devastating double-team assault rocketing straight towards the furious Zurikana. His eyes absolutely blaze with raw power, blue energy practically exploding around his face as he pushes through the agony. The Centaur King just smirks, sword at the ready, totally calling out Jin Seowon's amazing tricks. His arm is absolutely drenched in blood, the bandages barely holding together after that brutal exchange, as the Centaur King's voice booms with pure arrogance, making it clear that His Highness always wins. They stare each other down, the Centaur King oozing smug confidence, while Jin Seowon's eyes burn with bloody, unbreakable resolve. Blood smears his cheek, but Jin Seowon's voice is ice cold as he tells his foe to brace himself, because he's about to get serious. He pivots to Zurikana, the bandaged warrior remembering their past clashes, pointing out the elf's insane speed. Zurikana is absolutely stunned, hands flying up as pure shock washes over his face. A system alert pops up, dropping a bombshell, only 3 out of 100 survivors are left. Bloodied and battered, the world's strongest survivor, Jin Seowon, locks eyes with his foe, a chilling declaration escaping his lips, "Now I'll fight you seriously." Every inch of his skin screams with pain, yet his spirit burns brighter than ever. But his monstrous adversary, eyes blazing with malevolent yellow light, cuts him off, demanding, "Less talking. Just Seowon. Let's just go at it." Seowon's muscles tense, his sword igniting with a blinding yellow aura, ready to strike. Elsewhere, a bloodied, mustachioed warrior curses his luck, his aura blade failing him, leaving him a mere 2 minutes to secure victory. Back with Seowon, his gaze hardens with unyielding resolve, his inner energy overflowing, screaming at him to finish this now. The monstrous foe, eyes burning with yellow fire, lets out a guttural cry, lunging forward with terrifying speed, "Here I come." A lightning-fast strike rips through the void. As Jin Seowon, a human missile, rockets towards the monstrous enemy, every muscle screaming with power. His radiant sword, a beacon of destruction, carves a path through the air, zeroing in on the monster's vulnerable core. But in a flash, before the blade can even connect, the monster unleashes a devastating counter, shattering his momentum. A bone-jarring impact reverberates, sending him flying like a ragdoll, helpless against the monster's raw power. He slams into the earth, a furious roar tearing from his throat. "You slippery bastard." The monster towers above him, its grotesque form radiating an oppressive, raw strength. His crimson blade, a symbol of his resolve, pulses with a faint glow nearby, ready to be unleashed once more. The very fabric of space rips apart. As Nam Sagwang stumbles back, his mind blown, questioning if he's even fighting the real enemy. But he's not backing down, roaring his intent to obliterate his foe, real or not. only to get absolutely rocked by another devastating hit. He charges, desperate to land a blow on the elusive shadow. But Jin Seowon is a whirlwind of pure power, his glowing sword flashing as he shuts down the attack. The impact sends Sagwang flying, his world spinning, still trying to grasp what just happened. Blood gushes, his face a mangled mess. As Jin Seowon stands tall, his blade radiating power, dropping the mic with a challenge, "How do you like a punch from a black belt master?" Still smarting from the last hit, Nam Sagwang isn't backing down, throwing out a challenge, "Stop looking for the real me." But Jin Seowon is already on the move, dropping like a meteor, a blue blur as he rockets towards the ground. His eyes ignite with a furious purple glow, a menacing dark aura exploding around him, ready to unleash hell. Sagwang doubles down on his boast, claiming his magic clones are just as strong as him, totally indistinguishable from the real deal. But as Jin Seowon's foot slams down, radiating power, the system screams, "Unstoppable." His chapter is finishing you again. He unleashes a devastating strike on a clone, his dark energy exploding on contact. The impact detonates a colossal blue explosion, ripping apart the very earth. Miles away, Sagwang is thrown back violently, blood gushing from his mouth as he collapses in utter disbelief. The two clones are utterly annihilated on the shattered ground, their bodies mangled and bleeding out. Nam Sagwang is absolutely pummeled, caught in a relentless, blue-tinged assault that sends shockwaves through his entire being. He can only muster a desperate, puny human. The hits just keep coming, a brutal, unyielding barrage driving him back. His defenses explode into a shower of light, completely overwhelmed. Another devastating strike connects, blood spraying as he's violently thrown. The shattering impacts just won't stop, tearing through him with every blow. A final, sharp crack sends him spinning. He crashes down, his body tumbling through the air before slamming into the ground. Jin Seowon stands triumphant over the fallen foe, his hands still crackling with power, a dismissive thought echoing, "Their durability sucks, though." He stands victorious, the last of his foes crumbling before him. As Nam Sagwang, utterly decimated, gasps out a desperate realization, his time is almost up. Meanwhile, a chilling new scene unfolds on a frozen wasteland, where a squad of elves watches a brutal clash. Jin Seowon, unfazed, simply walks away from the devastation he wrought. Zurikana, the enigmatic elf, observes the fierce struggle of Senric, clearly taken aback by the sheer intensity of the battle. The mighty Chrysan King Centaur, pushed to his limits, screams for Zurikana's intervention, even offering an unimaginable reward for salvation. But Zurikana, cool and collected, merely retorts with a dismissive warning to keep his eyes on the prize. Just as the Chrysan King Centaur is absolutely rocked by a devastating, unseen attack. The impact from the last hit was still reverberating, leaving Chrysan King Centaur a mangled mess, blue energy crackling around his broken body. But before he could even blink, Jin Seowon was already airborne, unleashing a blinding, bone-shattering kick. The kick connected with brutal force, sending Chrysan King Centaur flying, blue energy exploding from his body. Blood dripping from his face, Jin Seowon's eyes burned with resolve, already planning the next move, an unstoppable fist, about to drop. He spun, a blur of motion, unleashing an undefeated palm strike that glowed with raw, destructive power. The hit was catastrophic, Chrysan King Centaur's body exploding with red energy, completely overwhelmed. And just like that, another brutal kick landed, kwang. The sound of impact echoing through the air. Chrysan King Centaur finally hit the dirt, gasping for air as the dust settled around his broken form. A golden aura flared as Jin Seowon surveyed the wreckage, a single thought echoing in his mind, guess it was blackout. A voice rings out, "Got you, Jin Seowon." But in a flash, a devastating counterattack sends the monstrous green-skinned foe flying. Blood exploding from its body. The sheer impact lifts it clean off the ground, smashing it against an invisible wall. Then, a crushing boot slams down, grinding it deeper into the earth. Its chest ripping open with a gruesome tear as a desperate scream escapes its throat. Amidst the chaos, the hero stands tall, eyes burning with resolve, the broken enemy sprawled at his feet. As the green-skinned creature struggles to grasp its defeat, a shocking truth hits it, that was a clone too. With a final, agonizing gasp, the defeated clone disintegrates into a shower of glittering dust, leaving only Jin Seowon victorious. The green-skinned clone is absolutely livid, roaring about being toyed with this whole time. Its voice dripping with pure, unadulterated humiliation, while Jin Seowon, looking absolutely wrecked, just doesn't care about winning anymore. The clone's rage just explodes, promising to absolutely obliterate him with everything it's got. It unleashes a primal, earth-shattering roar. But Jin Seowon's eyes blaze with an ominous purple, and he just calmly drops the line, "Comes the King of Madness." Meanwhile, from a shadowy, moonlit perch, Zurikana is just chilling, watching the whole thing go down, his face giving absolutely nothing away. Back in the thick of it, Jin Seowon absolutely explodes forward, a blinding yellow aura erupting around him, daring the clone to even try dodging this. He's a total blur, moving with impossible speed, a flash of yellow energy tearing through the air. The impact is instant and absolutely brutal, sending the green-skinned clone flying back from the sheer power of his attack. The green-skinned clone stumbles back, his face a twisted mess of shock and agony from the last hit. But Jin Seowon isn't done. His fist slams home with a thunderous kwang. The clone is launched like a ragdoll, soaring through the air. Unbelievably, he recovers mid-flight, a chilling resolve in his eyes as he vows, only two left. The real one and... Before he can finish, another lightning-fast strike, pong, sends him rocketing even further. Jin Seowon's voice cuts through the chaos, a chilling promise, now it's my turn. His hand ignites with a brilliant blue, unleashing a devastating, piercing fist. The clone is utterly obliterated by the sheer force, his form a mere blur of impact. Jin Seowon keeps the pressure on, his voice a battle cry, over here. Unleashing a devastating kick that lands with a thunderous kwang. The clone screams, a geyser of blood erupting from the sheer impact. Jin Seowon takes a moment, a grim satisfaction on his face, knowing this hit was a direct connection. Another bone-shattering kwang echoes, sending even more blood flying. The clone's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated agony. As a crimson shower paints the air. Towering over the crumpled form, Jin Seowon delivers the cold truth, no feeling in my hand means you're just another clone. The mangled clone stares up, blood dripping from its lips. Bloodied but still talking trash, the green-haired dude stares down his foe, dropping the line, guess only I'm real, you remains now. You can see his torso is absolutely shredded, proof of the insane battle he's already been through. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon is just standing there, covered in blood, surrounded by these crazy glowing blue plants. The green-haired guy grips his spear, getting ready to unleash something big. And then he just straight up declares, I'll end this with a single strike. Talk about confidence. Jin Seowon's eyes light up with this insane purple glow, his face locked in a deadly serious stare, ready for whatever's coming. Then, bam. Both of them just explode into action, charging at each other in a total blur. The green-haired guy's weapon slams home with this wild crackle of blue energy, absolutely blasting Jin Seowon backward from the sheer force of the hit. Even after the first hit, the green-haired antagonist's voice cuts through the air, giving a twisted shout-out to his opponent's insane hand-to-hand skills. Before his bloodied face twists into a defiant, savage grin, throwing down the gauntlet, daring him to even try to handle the next level of pain. With eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated intent, he's about to drop another devastating attack. Then, with a blinding flash of vibrant yellow energy, he screams, Aura Blast. Lightning form, as raw, crackling electricity explodes around him. The lightning energy surges forward. Its destructive force intensifying with every passing moment. Until the green-haired antagonist connects a devastating, lightning-charged kick, the impact exploding with raw, untamed power. The full force of the impact slams into his body, sending shockwaves ripping through him. He cries out in pure agony, his face contorted in a scream of pain as the attack absolutely wrecks him. A grizzled, red-eyed observer stares down at the carnage, a cryptic utterance on his breath. Rain lashes down, mingling with crimson, a brutal tableau of the battle's fallout. A blood-soaked hand grips a weapon, clutching it like a lifeline as dark energy writhes around it. Seowon collapses, his mind screaming as he comprehends the raw, untamed chaos of the blow is fundamentally rewriting his very mana flow. Crimson sprays, a brutal punctuation mark to his torment. A primal scream tears from his throat, his form engulfed in a blazing red aura, the agonizing metamorphosis pushing him to his absolute limit. Yet, his blood-soaked hand refuses to yield, a defiant anchor against the tempest raging within him. Then, a raw, yellow-green energy erupts around the weapon's hilt, a violent manifestation of the power now coursing through his veins. Suddenly, the energy shifts, transforming into a blinding blue-white glow, a new, terrifying power solidifying in his grasp. Gasping for air, the green-haired warrior barely made it, pushing his skill to the absolute limit. He stands victorious over the mangled form of his defeated foe. A chilling thought crosses his mind, one wrong move, and he would have been toast. Clutching his blood-soaked weapon, a weird vibe hits him, something's definitely not right here. He eyes the fallen enemy with suspicion. Just as a sinister red glow erupts from the corpse, a last-ditch power move. His eyes pop open in shock as he recognizes the name behind this desperate move, muttering, Jin Woo, that was a huge blunder. Then, a sudden, explosive burst of energy. Blood and debris fly everywhere as it swallows him whole. The defeated foe's red aura explodes, blasting him with raw, unexpected power. Boom! That unexpected energy burst just ripped through the void, showering everything in a brutal spray of blood. But hold up. Even after taking that hit, Jin Seowon somehow pulled off the impossible, finishing Senrik with his own two hands. He's still standing, bloodied but unbowed, looking up and gritting his teeth, thinking about those fallen clones and the heavy cost of this win, a grim whisper escaping his lips. The dust settles, and the grim reality hits, only 2 out of 100 made it out alive. Suddenly, Zurikana's ghostly form materializes from the shadows, his eyes burning as he confesses, "Seriously, I never thought you'd take down Senurek." "Not him." Still gasping for air, Jin Seowon fires back with a dry, cutting remark, "Yeah, thanks for that. He was a total nightmare to fight. His body is a wreck, covered in fresh cuts and caked blood, a brutal trophy from the fight." Zurikana, with a strange glint in his glowing eyes, keeps going, dropping the bombshell that Senurek's insane drive was so intense, even a powerhouse like King Kryzen would have struggled against him. Jin Seowon, turning slightly, fires back, calling out Zurikana for burning through all his power just to take down Senurek. Zurikana, with a chilling declaration, promises death by his own hands, yet grants a twisted honor for the fight. Then, without hesitation, he unleashes an absolutely devastating, wide-area blue energy attack, a circular wave of pure power. The assault violently shreds through something red, the impact tearing it to pieces. As the scissor-like energy continues its relentless, destructive path, Jin Seowon, covered in blood and grime, is left reeling, utterly shocked by the overwhelming force. He's taking stock of the brutal damage, realizing this is way worse than anything Nam Sagwon ever dished out. But even with his body covered in brutal wounds, a fierce resolve burns in his eyes. Suddenly, blue energy starts swirling around his hand, pulsing with raw, untamed power. He clenches his fist, that power surge igniting a wild idea: he just might be able to take on Zurikana. His eyes, now blazing with electric blue, lock onto an unseen foe, his resolve unbreakable. Then, with an explosive burst, he rockets forward, leaving streaks of vibrant blue energy behind him. And as he charges, a dark, ghostly duplicate materializes right next to him, a clear sign he's unleashing his shadow clone. His hand flares with an even brighter, more focused blue light, locked and loaded for impact. He explodes into action, a lightning-fast charge leaving a blinding blue streak. Only to be violently slammed back, crashing hard into the icy ground. A fresh wound rips open on his shoulder, blood staining his skin. Another devastating blow sends him flying. While Zurikana stands unfazed, bow ready and eyes locked on his prey. A chilling smirk spreads across the elf's face as he gestures, utterly confident in his victory. But then, from the depths of his defeat, Jin Seowon erupts. A blinding green aura explodes around him as he draws his own bow. His counterattack hits with earth-shattering force, a colossal blue impact ripping through the air, leaving only shimmering particles to slowly fade away. A devastating blow connects, sending a crimson spray across the void as Jin Seowon takes the hit. He's reeling, the sheer power of the attack blasting through his defenses. Down he goes, crashing to the ground, his body a mangled mess of blood and torn flesh. His face, a mask of agony and fury, glows with a terrifying red light, refusing to break. Plummeting through a swirling abyss of dark energy, he refuses to give up, a new power stirring. Then, with an explosive surge, Jin Seowon unleashes his signature green energy, blasting his enemy. But Zurikana, completely unfazed, snaps his bow into position, a lethal arrow already nocked and aimed. With a chilling declaration, he vows to finish the job, ensuring there's no comeback this time. Another brutal hit, another scream of agony, as Jin Seowon is battered once more, his fate hanging by a thread. A brutal impact slams into him, sending him flying as blood explodes and his eyes blaze with raw, furious power. The attack rips right through his hand, leaving a bloody, gaping hole as droplets of crimson fly. He snarls through the searing pain, Zurikana's chilling voice cutting through the air, "Don't you know how the hell I'd feel if I let you walk out when she was the one who..." A chilling smirk twists on the elf's face as he delivers the final, taunting blow, "Oh, that." He finally crashes down, a broken mess on the ground, his body mangled and bleeding as Zurikana looms, a picture of cold victory. The elf's boots stay rooted, a stark symbol of his absolute control. Even on the brink of death, Jin Seowon spits out a defiant challenge, "Good job making it all the way here." Zurikana just cocks his head, his glowing eyes locked on the defeated warrior, coolly stating, "I pay my respects to your tenacity." But Jin Seowon's spirit is absolutely unbroken, his voice a raw, furious snarl as he roars, "Fuck off with your respects. Get out of the doors." He takes another brutal hit, his vision exploding as blood sprays across his face. His head snaps back from the sheer force, the impact ringing out like a thunderclap. His eyes are wide with agony and shock, the crimson spray painting a gruesome picture. This relentless assault comes after a brutal prior injury, a piercing arrow that had already found its mark. Finally, his body just gives out, crashing face-first into the murky depths. Zurikana looms over the fallen hero, a chilling question echoing, Is it over?" Victory secured, Zurikana coolly turns and walks away from the desolate battlefield. His retreating form warps and distorts, a fading image against the ruined landscape. The cloud survival event wraps up, leaving him seriously annoyed. But hey, he did take down Nam Sagwang and left him totally defenseless, with a satisfying ding as the system confirms his new achievements. Another ding and boom, he's earned the right to jump into the next game. A next game, huh, he wonders, already strategizing. Then, a new notification pops up, 10 reward coins, thanks to those sweet kill bonuses. Coins, he ponders, as another ding echoes. The screen updates, showing off the summoning items he snagged, like Cameron's necklace. More details flash, 3 coins, and a ring of strength, costing 20 coins. Man, I really picked up a lot of stuff, he thinks, as the system unveils Carmen's eye grimoire. The system's like, hey, time to cash in those reward coins. But Jin Seowon's jaw drops at the insane prices, exclaiming, seriously, this is crazy expensive. I could get like, 10 of everything else for this price. Then, boom. Another notification pops up, the top 5 survivors get to spin a roulette for a random item. His eyes practically pop out as he shouts, wait, is this a gacha game now? The system's like, you're the only one left, so you get 2 spins. And he's thinking, sweet. If I hit the jackpot, I'll save a ton of cash. He's practically vibrating with excitement, a huge grin plastered on his face, dreaming of that epic win, and all the coins he'll keep if he gets lucky. Then, a blinding burst of golden light just explodes. And a new system message pops up, screaming, Shadow Clone. The golden energy swirls and solidifies, confirming his epic new item has arrived. The system's interface popped up, and Jin Seowon was just like, whoa, what is this? He was totally thrown by the sudden appearance of the reward screen. But then, as the first reward started to lock in, he just knew it was bad news, screaming out to stop the whole thing. His face twisted in pure agony, knowing he was about to get shafted. A lame ding sound sealed his fate, showing off the prize, just some basic, trashy necklace. He grabbed his head, totally losing it, screaming about how he got the cheapest junk after all that hard work. He was absolutely fuming, wondering how this garbage was his reward for all the insane stuff he'd collected. But then, a light bulb went off in his head, a total game changer as he suddenly remembered, he still had one more shot at this. He looked up at the glowing screen, throwing out a desperate prayer to literally everyone, just begging for a win on this next spin. The second spin went down, and as the result locked in, he let out a massive, primal scream, totally freaking out at what the system just dropped. The gacha system was still spinning, and then, boom. A subspace ring popped up. Right after that, the black star of palms showed up. Then, a sharp ding rang out, another item was coming. He was totally locked in, every muscle screaming with anticipation. And then, the ultimate ding. The words Shadow Clone exploded onto the screen. His jaw dropped, eyes bugging out, and he screamed, jackpot. This is literally the most expensive thing I could have pulled. It hit him like a truck, this one item was worth double all his coins combined. He was still totally stunned, just staring at the glowing purple treasure in his grasp. Then, the system dropped one last message, he could use his remaining coins for more stuff, and then he'd be automatically teleported out. With his gacha pull complete, he pondered his next move, ready to dive into the shop. The Shadow Clone manual had netted him a ton of coins, but the endless options were a total headache, leaving him stuck. He couldn't waste time, though, so he quickly snagged a few essentials and called it a day. A ding echoed as the system wished him epic luck for the next game, and then, a blinding light consumed him. The energy surged. Then exploded, and suddenly, he was back. Huh. Am I back? He muttered, utterly bewildered. He found himself in a bustling city alley, a duffel bag at his feet. As the last shimmering particles vanished. He's back. A sudden jolt, and his eyes are wide open, gripping something tight in his hand. And what's this? It's the subspace ring, the one he equipped in Cloyd Survival. The subspace ring from Cloyd Survival is still on him. Unbelievable, he slips the ring right onto his finger. The truth hits him like a truck, this isn't a dream. It's all real. And check it out, his backpack is right there. Contents all good, a silent trophy from his insane adventure. He glances at the city street, a thought flashing through his mind, rare items are seriously hard to get rid of, just like they say. His world just got flipped upside down, but on the outside, he looks pretty much the same. A subtle smirk plays on his face, a clear sign of the massive, game-changing power he now felt coursing through him. His whole world had flipped, and boring stuff like TOEIC. Totally irrelevant now. He looked at the ring on his hand, the one they told him about, and it was absolutely, undeniably real. A system alert flashed, confirming it was the subspace ring, worth 30 coins, but the real bombshell? There was going to be a next game. This changed everything. He had to move fast, get ready for whatever the second game was going to throw at him. Striding through the city, he couldn't help but think back to his last run, just barely missing the top spot with a second-place finish. His parents hooked him up with a studio apartment near school, so he could get back to classes, for the time being. Back in the real world, the plan was simple: hit the books, ace the TOEIC, and get back to school. But that was then, and this is now. A soft rustle of clothes accompanies his new resolve, because all his energy is now laser-focused on powering up with the insane loot he dragged back from the game. Reaching into his bag, a fierce determination burns within him. There's no way he's going into the next game like some total noob. But a glowing ring on his table screams a harsh truth: his energy core is completely drained. Slumped on the floor, looking totally wiped, he can't help but wonder if he burned through all his inner energy in those epic battles. Since he can't exactly go around fighting people here, he decides to try cultivating his inner power instead. And hey, it's totally normal for people to boost their inner energy through cultivation, right? The elder lays down the wisdom, telling Jin Seowon that once his energy flow becomes second nature, he'll just passively absorb more power. It might not be as fast as straight-up martial arts vitality absorption, but if he just sticks with cultivation, he'll be a powerhouse before he knows it. His eyes burning with ambition, he immediately asks if this means he can become as strong as the elder if he just keeps training. The elder just laughs, commenting on how bold Jin Seowon has been since yesterday. Then, with a knowing look, he drops a proverb: if a parrotbill walks like a stork, it will tear its legs. Talk about a mic drop. But then, with a twinkle in his eye, he adds, then again, who knows? His voice deepens with ancient wisdom, as he questions if you're just a humble parrotbill. Or maybe, a baby stork just waiting to spread its wings. Taking the elder's words to heart, Jin Seowon immediately drops into a meditative stance, a subtle blue energy already swirling around him as he kicks off his cultivation journey. Check out this insane system interface. It's the world's strongest survivor, flashing all the player info, skills, stats, and inventory, with a massive 15, front and center. For hours later, he's still grinding, a frustrated groan ripping from him as he tries to absorb that inner energy. Another ugh bursts from Jin Seowon, his frustration boiling over as his efforts feel totally wasted. He clenches his jaw, totally baffled, because it feels like he's only absorbing a measly 1% of the inner energy he should be getting. His eyes practically pop out of his head, as a furious "God damn it" explodes from him. He shakes his head in pure frustration, ranting that this is nothing like the game he played. At this snail's pace, it's gonna take 100 years just to feel anything. He stands up, conjuring a shimmering purple orb of pure energy in his palm, that shadow clone maneuver coming to life. A ding notification confirms the S-class skill, but he just sighs, wishing he'd snagged a way better martial art than this. His face contorts in disbelief. Is he seriously telling himself he has to train his inner energy little by little? He scoffs, utterly frustrated, because if it's like this, there's no way he's getting strong anytime soon. But then, a system message pops up on his laptop, asking if he wants to learn a martial art. What? His eyes go wide in pure shock. The system from the game actually works in reality too. Blue energy explodes around him, as he clenches his fist, ready to unleash a strike. Then, his leg snaps out, a powerful kick radiating that same vibrant aura. He moves like lightning, a blur of speed and light, every strike precise, every move potent. He turns, reflecting on his training, admitting that even with this new martial art, it's nothing compared to when his inner energy was at its peak. Alone in his room, Seowon stares at his hands, a burning question igniting within him: what else does he even have left? Then, his eyes lock onto a shimmering object in his hand, a system notification blaring: Isoro's necklace, an A+ rank item. He instantly recognizes it, a prize he'd snagged from the gacha. He bites down on the necklace, testing its authenticity, remembering the game's claim that it was pure gold. He throws it on a scale, and the numbers scream the truth: this weight alone makes it worth at least 10 million won. A dangerous thought ignites in his eyes, a chilling realization that if items like this are real, then just one item from the next game could change his entire life. A confident, almost maniacal smirk spreads across his face as he envisions the future, knowing they'd fetch at least 100 million won. He clutches the item, a small, glowing orb, realizing that even if it was trash in the game, its real-world value could be absolutely insane. This refined troll's blood was supposed to grant eternal health to anyone who chugged it, and he just brought it back on a whim, thinking it might be useful. Now, chilling in his room, he's thinking, could he flip this to some rich, dying dude? The idea hits him like a truck. This Cloyd survival game was about to become his golden ticket. He stands there, mind racing with the possibilities. All he'd been chowing down on in the game were those nasty jerky strips, and he was so focused on grinding, he didn't even notice how starved he was. It was finally time for some actual grub. Get ready for the next chapter: Survival. World's Strongest. After grinding hard, he's back in the real world, and the first thing he does is hit up his favorite diner for a set meal. Just look at this spread. This 5,001 feast, packed with traditional dishes, is his ultimate luxury. Seriously, this set meal is his absolute craving after logging off, because it's been ages since he had real food, and he's absolutely starving. He grumbles to himself, that Jeski almost took me out, seriously. The sweet diner owner, his grandma, sees his troubled face, asking if he was just there yesterday and what's up, then tells him not to cry, because real men don't let tears mess up their face. He's totally embarrassed, thinking, Grandma, you're always like this, but inside, he's fuming that the monsters he's been battling aren't even dropping enough XP. Then it hits him, a harsh truth, all that time in the game. It doesn't count for squat in reality. The brutal reality sinks in, leaving him utterly drained and defeated. Stepping out of Grandma's diner, Jin Seowon gave his thanks, getting a classic come back anytime in return. Strolling through the city's hustle, his mind was already on the next big thing, wondering when the next game would drop and how he could power up his inner energy. He kept moving, the city a fast-paced backdrop to his thoughts. Then, a classic system alert popped up, signaling that his sense of characteristic skill was now online. He stared at his hands, a wild idea sparking. What if he could actually use his game skills out here? Before he could even process that, something insane caught his eye, making his jaw drop and his eyes pop, a stunned WHOA bursting out. He instantly tensed, glowing energy flaring around him as he stared up at the unfolding disaster. Way up above the skyscrapers, rubble was pouring down, and with it, a shadowy figure plummeting from the sky. And right in the middle of the chaos, a glowing blue, blade-like weapon was hurtling down at insane velocity. Glowing particles rain down from the heavens, and a chilling, single word reverberates through the silence, hinting at something truly massive. Then, bam! A jolt of pure shock hits him, his eyes practically popping out as an insane, overwhelming surge of power explodes through his body. No time to think, he just launches himself off the building, a total blur as he rockets down to the street. He slams into the pavement with insane force, leaving a massive crater and kicking up a huge dust cloud. Then, Kwang! A raw, blue energy burst explodes from his hand, lighting up the whole street with the sheer power of his impact. He quickly scans his surroundings, praying to all the gods that nobody saw that insane stunt. Strolling away, a dark thought hits him, if this gets out, if it goes viral, he's totally screwed. The city hums on, completely unaware of the insane power just unleashed in its very heart. Still stewing over his impulsive move, he kicks himself for burning through his inner energy too soon, wishing he'd powered up more before going all out. Clutching the radiant purple recovery potion, he makes a snap decision, maybe it's time to unleash this power now. Unveiling the bottle, he identifies it as the legendary Elixir of Insight, an S-class artifact, and it hits him, this is the most insane, priceless item he couldn't even afford in the game. The sheer price tag of this thing makes him wince. He remembers how absolute concentration in the game meant lightning-fast moves, but this reality? It's a whole new ballgame. Then, bam! A massive surge slams into him, his eyes snapping wide with pure, unadulterated shock. A blinding whoosh of energy erupts around him, his body igniting with the elixir's power. Blinding white and electric blue energy explodes around him, his eyes blazing as the ultimate power-up takes over. The empty elixir bottle slips from his hand, splashing its final remnants as it plummets. It lands with a quiet thump, leaving him fully charged and ready. The elixir bottle, now completely drained, lies abandoned on the ground, its power unleashed. A full 3 hours later. A man can't believe it, swearing the wall was practically on fire. He tried to knock on his neighbor's door, but the handle was scorching hot, impossible to touch. Someone retorts, if it was that hot, he should have called the fire department, not the cops. The man, still arguing with the diner owner in the hallway, insists it was so hot, he couldn't even get a cab, but she just shrugs it off, thinking they cranked the heater too high. He stares at her, repeating, it wasn't just hot, before giving up with a frustrated, fine. But despite the warning, a hand reaches out, boldly trying to grab that scorching door handle. He pulls back from the door, the handle practically glowing red hot, a frustrated shout ripping from him. His partner, already knowing the deal, just shrugs, told you it was weird. But the first officer isn't giving up, slamming his fist against the door, demanding entry and announcing their authority. With Grandma watching, worried sick, he shouts again, are you okay? We got a report. Open up. His voice rising in urgency, he yells, if you're in there, answer us. We're here to help. The door handle, still radiating intense heat, stays stubbornly shut. The trio stands there, officers and Grandma, all looking utterly baffled and worried. The first officer turns to his partner, muttering, oh, right. We got a report about a fire. Meanwhile, inside, Jin Seowon is barely holding it together, his eyes blazing with raw purple energy, gasping for air, trying to play off his intense state as just a bit feverish. He's still reeling, the boiler's safety tripped by his raw power. This isn't just a fever, it's the elixir raging, and somehow, he's holding it back. Outside, the cops are on edge, forced to respond to the heat complaint. One officer even suggests calling an ambulance, sensing something seriously wrong. But his partner, oblivious to the true danger, brushes it off as just a mild cold, promising to get some rest. Inside, his eyes still burning with an otherworldly purple glow, he projects a calm facade, assuring them he's fine, that they'll be fine. He dismisses the officers, telling them not to call again, that it's trouble for us, leaving one cop utterly stunned by the bizarre exchange. The doorknob itself radiates an impossible, sizzling heat, almost melting to the touch. He crashes back down, utterly spent, cursing the near-death ordeal he just survived. The elixir's power had raged like an inferno inside him, barely contained by the ancient white tiger's divine arts. But now, with his eyes still blazing purple, he feels a fundamental shift, perceiving reality with a clarity and depth he'd never imagined. But even with his new perception, the sheer, untamed power he's got. It's screaming for control. He's back to grinding, his hand a blur, unleashing a shockwave that rips through the very air. His focus locks onto the unstoppable fist, a move he absolutely has to dominate again. Next up, the undefeated palm strike, every single hit exploding with his insane new power. His strikes hit with such raw power, they literally tear the air apart. Even the toughest training gear can't handle this intensity, shattering into pieces from the pure kinetic force. He checks out the wreckage, calculating his progress, needing to know how much of his old strength is back, and just how far he can push this new power. Fast forward to the next day, and he's in a whole new arena, an outdoor training zone, soaking up the sun. He knows that to truly take the unstoppable fist to the next level, he's gotta hit the physical training hard. His training spot. Packed. Jin Seowon quickly figures out this place is a no-go for his serious grind during daylight hours. Pushing his body to the absolute max, he makes the call, night training it is. The decision is made, locked in. Time to adapt his grind. His eyes, blazing with an electric blue glow, scream pure focus and maybe a little annoyance. Spotting some rowdy kids, he immediately suspects they're the troublemakers from the high school just below. A punk named Chongael sparks up a cigarette like it's nothing, and someone else is asking if the minors got the message. He steps up to the smoker, only to get hit with a totally disrespectful, "Stop asking, you crazy bitch." An old man steps in, trying to cool things down, telling the kid, "Hey, this isn't a smoking zone. And seriously, smoking is a problem, don't you think?" But the punk just brushes off the old man, asking, "Who even are you?" Jin Seowon's face darkens, his fuse getting shorter with every insolent word. His patience absolutely shatters, a furious roar tearing from his throat as a blood-red aura explodes around him. One of the punks, finally realizing the sheer, terrifying power he's unleashed. But another, completely clueless, just keeps running his mouth, spitting venom at the old man. Jin Seowon moves, a silent, deadly blur, stepping past the elder. And in an instant, his hand clamps down on a delinquent's face with a sickening crack. The punk is launched through the air like a ragdoll. As Jin Seowon spins, a lightning-fast kick slamming into another. The second delinquent is sent shattering through a wooden fence, splinters exploding everywhere. And before the last one can even react, a devastating punch connects, a brutal kwang echoing through the night. Jin Seowon, still on the golf course, hears a voice from behind him, completely dismissing his previous actions. The voice continues, stating that no matter how rude the elderly woman was, he shouldn't have punched her. Jin Seowon kneels, retrieving a golf ball, while the diner owner stands nearby, as two young men approach them. One of the approaching men, with brown hair, then addresses Jin Seowon directly, calling him messy hair with clear disdain, a challenge in his tone. The brown-haired man stares down at Jin Seowon, a sneer on his face, oozing condescension. He continues, asserting that they haven't met before, implying Jin Seowon has no right to interfere, a clear warning in his words. The bald man, standing beside him, adds his own chilling threat, asking if Jin Seowon is looking for trouble, his eyes narrowed. Jin Seowon's hand clenches around the golf club, a silent, dangerous response to their provocations. He turns his head, looking back at the delinquents with an unreadable, yet intensely focused expression. A system screen blazes to life, showcasing Jin Seowon, the world's strongest survivor, with his power level locked in at a formidable 16. But the scene shifts to a pained UUGH from a young man, his body clearly battered and broken. He lies sprawled on the dirt, barely able to gasp out a furious accusation, blaming someone for what happened to his younger brother. The confrontation unfolds in a quiet park, Jin Seowon facing down two stern older men and the injured youth, the air thick with unspoken tension. One of the older men, with gray hair, tries to smooth things over, claiming the kid started it, but the other, a stern man in a dark suit, cuts in, emphasizing the boy's utter disrespect for his elders. The stern man doubles down, declaring that high school kids who dare to smoke in public need a harsh lesson in consequences. A chilling smirk spreads across Jin Seowon's face, as he coolly suggests that if you're going to smoke, at least do it with some skill. The gray-haired man admits he might have gone too far, but fiercely defends his actions, stating he absolutely couldn't let the kid lay a hand on an elder. But as the discussion wraps up, Jin Seowon's eyes ignite with a terrifying purple glow, a dark, ominous aura beginning to ripple around him. With the power coursing through his veins, a figure gets absolutely rocked, sent flying through the air like a ragdoll. Before they can even think about getting up, a foot comes crashing down, ready to deliver another devastating blow. Then, in a blinding flash of blue energy, Jin Seowon's fist connects, an absolute unstoppable force tearing through his target. The impact explodes outward, a violent burst of power absolutely shattering the air. Another strike lands instantly, sending the figure absolutely reeling with streaks of red and blue energy. Then, a deafening crash, as the final blow lands with overwhelming, earth-shattering force. Standing amidst the trees, he stares at his hand, a look of pure shock on his face as he realizes he totally overdid it. Nearby, the two figures are absolutely wrecked on the forest floor, one of them groaning in pure agony and confusion, screaming, "What the hell just happened?" His expression totally changes, a mix of concern and pure bewilderment now plastered across his face. He stares down at the shattered remains of his glasses, a sudden realization dawning on him. As a man in a sharp suit lunges forward, his face contorted in rage, threatening to end him. But Jin Seowon's thoughts are elsewhere, a growing power surging within him, the longer he fights, the more he can feel it. With a guttural cry, red energy erupts from his hand, a devastating force unleashed. He closes the distance in an instant, a powerful kick connecting with the man's chest, sending him flying with a resounding impact. The longer he fought, the more he could feel it. His hand glows with crackling red energy, a raw, untamed power. Looking down at his defeated opponents, he realizes that fighting ordinary people like this is now far too easy for him. The man he struck sails through the air, a blue trail marking his trajectory. He knew he needed more power, a strength that could crush anything in his path, but a chilling thought still gnawed at him: what if it all went sideways, what if he lost control? Then, with an explosive surge, Jin Seowon detonated a devastating palm strike, a brilliant blue aura erupting from his arm. The impact was catastrophic, shattering everything in its path and sending his foes hurtling through the air. This was it, the undefeated palm strike, unleashed at a mere 50% of its true power. One of them, face twisted in agony, coughed up blood as he was launched, a desperate UGH tearing from his throat. A bone-jarring crack. The impact was absolute. The other guy? Gone. Blasted away with the same devastating power. When the smoke cleared, all three were down, the two opponents utterly floored, one gasping, "Holy shit," and the other, "That was crazy." But Jin Seowon, standing over the chaos, stared at his glowing hands, a blue aura still pulsing, and whispered, "Ah, fuck. This isn't what I meant to do." He unleashes a wave of blue energy, a mocking laugh escaping him as he dismisses his opponent's dramatic acting. Meanwhile, another bully taunts him, asking if he's an actor, completely oblivious to the sheer power he's up against. But the fight is already over, as Jin Seowon stands victorious over a defeated opponent, utterly sprawled on the ground. He looks down at the fallen figure, admonishing him to respect your elders and not to speak ill of his grandmother, a chilling warning. Another bully, witnessing the brutal display, turns and flees in absolute terror, screaming a desperate goodbye as he scrambles away. In the brutal aftermath, a group gathers around a severely injured comrade, one desperately calling out his name, Odonglim. "Can you hear me? The damage is real." The sound of crushing impact still lingering, the concerned bully wonders aloud, is he dead? The stakes are suddenly terrifyingly high. Jin Seowon, now alone, steps on a piece of debris, his thoughts consumed by regret. He chastises himself for showing off his strength to regular people, a dangerous mistake. His face contorts in distress, the terrifying realization of his uncontrolled power weighing heavily upon him. If that guy had actually died, his whole life would have been over, just like that. He always knew his power was way too much, totally out of control, but it was perfectly. Running through the thick forest, his footsteps pounding, he just couldn't stop thinking about how crazy strong he was. Meanwhile, the world just kept spinning, totally unaware of the crazy stuff going on behind the scenes. Fast forward 1 month, and the city was buzzing, skyscrapers reaching for the clouds. A total change from the quiet, intense thinking he'd been doing. Now, deep in meditation, a sick blue aura pulsed around him, showing he was seriously trying to get a grip on his insane power. He looks absolutely drained, his gaze heavy with fatigue. Suddenly, his phone blares, shattering the quiet. He picks up, confirming to his mom that he'd handled things. As he listens, a deep worry etches itself onto his face. His mother's voice, thick with concern, barrages him with questions about his health and his new academy. Outside a hospital, he casts a tense look back at the imposing structure. He tries to play it cool, insisting everything's fine and reminding her he's mastering martial arts, not hitting the books. But then, his casual inquiry about his dad's delivery gig is met with a sudden, chilling shift in his mother's voice, as she calls out his name. His world shatters, eyes wide with horror, as the words sink in. His father was in a car accident. Seowon's voice is laced with pure panic, desperate for answers, but his mom's holding back the full, brutal truth. She drops the bombshell. Dad was on deliveries, a red light runner slammed right into him. And the nightmare gets worse, no insurance contact, and the surgery plus hospital bills are going to be absolutely insane. His own crushing debt is already driving him crazy, and now his mom's talking about hospital costs. He can't believe what he's hearing. Despair hits him like a truck, his face twisting in pure agony. His mom's voice cuts through the silence, dropping the insane number, 1 to 2 million won. Seowon forces a brave face, swearing he'll find a way, a solution, but his mom, completely missing his struggle, just asks when he's coming home. He chokes out a forced, "It's fine," then hangs up, the city lights mirroring the chaos in his head. With a heavy heart, he starts packing his bag, the harsh reality of his parents' constant struggle, moving from rental to rental, hitting him hard. He remembered his dad, a total workhorse, grinding harder than anyone he knew. But as time went on and he got older, his income just kept shrinking. His job was super replaceable, so he was always bouncing between workplaces, a never-ending grind. And he was the ultimate example of a son who was just a burden, a jobless dead weight with zero future. That's the guy he used to be. With his resolve burning, he marched straight up to the massive Dungeon Corporation building. And walked right through those automatic doors. Clutching a small, glowing, super fancy item, he muttered to himself, "Seriously, how much can I get for this thing?" Inside, a shopkeeper checked out the artifact, totally impressed by its quality and weird origin. "Whoa, this is top tier. Definitely not from around here," she said, and he was like, "Yeah, it's been in my family for 5 generations." She kept going, checking out its crazy craftsmanship. The style is definitely not modern tech. Then, she looked him dead in the eye and asked, "So, what's the price tag?" The shopkeeper, eyes gleaming at the glowing heirloom, declares its worth far exceeds its gold content, then challenges him, is he really sure about selling it here? Jin Seowon, head bowed, reveals his father's desperate need for emergency surgery, admitting this sale is a last resort, but his situation is beyond urgent. He adds, with a hint of resignation, that he has no other options. The ancient artifact pulses with a soft, warm light as he finally commits, placing it onto the counter. A crisp sound of transaction echoes as the shopkeeper, with a surprisingly cheerful tone, thanks him and bids him a nice day. A screen flashes, confirming a massive 17,500,000 transfer, alongside a smaller 5,000. The narration reveals the gold market was booming, leaving him with enough to survive for a good while, even after the cut. He watches the shopkeeper, a nagging suspicion forming, did he just get played? Her easy acceptance makes him wonder if he undersold it. Clenching the thick wad of cash, he shakes off the doubt, reminding himself that quick money was the only goal. With a final, contemplative look back, he turns and walks away, the weight of his decision heavy on his mind. He's out, money secured, and his first move is clear, get those funds to his mom, ASAP. But just as he's sending it, his mom's on the line, demanding answers. "Where did you even get all that cash, Seowon?" Her anxiety is through the roof, grilling him, "Did you take out a loan? How could you even think of that?" He's quick to calm her down, telling her he's just a regular guy, fresh out of the army, with barely enough for himself. Still trying to ease her mind, he promises to swing by the hospital soon, telling her not to sweat it. Finally, a sigh of relief from his mom, as she chokes out a grateful, "Thank you, son." Call done, mom reassured, he's on the move, the trains rumble his new soundtrack. Packed in with the crowd, he finds his place, ready for whatever comes next. A pensive look on his face, he stares out, deep in thought about his next move. On the train, his companion can't believe what he's hearing, asking if Jin Seowon actually buys into it, as the protagonist stares intently at his phone. Jin Seowon admits it's still super weird that it was all filmed on the down low, his mind flashing to a massive, epic landscape, emblazoned with ESCHOs, and flammel. His eyes widen in pure shock. He thinks about how anyone seeing this for the first time would be totally lost, remembering an intense battle from Cloud Survival, where a lone warrior takes on a beast. But he got it, realizing he wasn't the only one who'd ever played that game. His buddy keeps talking, dropping the bombshell that Cloud Survival is about to go live as a full-on reality game. Staring out the window, Jin Seowon thinks back, realizing he had no clue about the massive consequences coming, and what if someone else had snagged this insane opportunity. Meanwhile, a whole other conversation is going down. Someone on the other end of an old flip phone confirms they get it, vowing to make sure it never happens again. A man with light hair is on the line, receiving chilling orders: control the entire country's internet if it comes to that. Kneeling, flanked by two silent, dark-suited figures, he keeps the phone pressed to his ear. He quickly apologizes, promising the caller that the situation will be handled immediately. His hand clenches, a silent, furious declaration of his resolve. Later, in a new scene, the man kneels before a white-haired superior, who demands answers about the missing team leader. The superior's hand rests on the desk, as the narration reveals the explosive rise of awakeners, making them impossible to keep tabs on. The kneeling man's hand is shown again, now bleeding, a clear sign of his intense pain or fury. His face contorts in a furious shout, demanding to know why, if awakeners are exploding in number, their agents aren't increasing too. The white-haired superior stands, his voice cutting like a blade, ordering his subordinate to hunt down that attention-seeking bastard. Kneeling before his superior, the subordinate snaps to attention, declaring he'll execute the orders without delay. But the white-haired superior's golden eyes blaze with doubt, challenging if mere weaklings could even pull off such a mission. His frustration boiling over, he openly questions their ability to even contend with those guys. A heavy sigh escapes him, as he confesses he's already drowning in headaches from those damn freebears. Towering over the kneeling figure, the superior's voice turns to steel, demanding action if his subordinate truly grasps the gravity of the situation. Head bowed in absolute submission, the subordinate snaps back with a resounding, "Yes, SIR. Understood." Summer's scorching grip finally loosens, giving way to nights that bite with a chilling breeze. For 2 whole months, he's been grinding, training relentlessly under the cloak of night, away from everyone. He's stacked up a massive amount of inner energy, and now he's practically a master at using it. But the real prize, the ultimate result of all that insane training, was about to drop as he plummeted through a dark, swirling abyss. Then, from deep within him, blazing blue energy constructs started to form, sharp and absolutely lethal. With a powerful shout, he activated Shadow Clone, and multiple spectral figures instantly mirrored his every action. He slammed down with a bone-shattering impact, the very ground beneath his feet splintering from the raw power. And then, in a blinding flash of radiant blue energy, he unleashed the unstoppable fist. Spatial strike. Absolute devastation. He explodes into action, a blinding blue aura erupting around him as he unleashes a devastating, sweeping attack. Culminating in a thunderous, earth-shattering impact. But even with his incredible power, Jin Seowon realizes a harsh truth: he can only summon one shadow clone right now. A faint blue glow emanates from his arm. And he further considers the limitations of his new ability: the clone's duration is also super short. But even with those limits, he unleashes his shadow clone, multiple ethereal figures mirroring his every move, striking in perfect unison. The coordinated assault generates a powerful burst of blue energy. Before he lands, the blue light and his clones dissipating around him. Then, with an insane surge of raw power, he unleashes a devastating spatial strike, a crimson wave of energy exploding outwards. The air still sizzles with residual red energy, a raw testament to the sheer power he just unleashed. As his own shadow, shimmering with a faint blue light, reaches out to meet his hand, a brief, ethereal connection. His eyes, wide with the aftereffects of his abilities, slowly drift downwards. Leaving him slumped on the forest floor, a heavy sigh escaping his lips as he wonders if he has finally reached his limit. The exhaustion is absolute, pulling him down until he lies prone amidst the undergrowth. A stark contrast to the effortless mana control he once possessed during battles. He recalls a time when managing his power was never an issue. A pained expression crosses his face as he questions if the last confrontation had drained him completely. Feeling his dantian ache with an intensity far greater than anything he had experienced before. His hand, adorned with a simple ring, trembles slightly from the lingering strain. He's not about to wallow in self-pity over his mana drain, this is just a setback, a signal to push harder. He's hungry for more training, determined to cultivate his power, but a nagging question remains: what exactly did he unleash in that subspace to feel this drained? But as he pushes through the bioluminescent woods, a blinding, crystalline light explodes into existence, swallowing his path whole. Then, a frantic voice screams through the sudden silence: what in the hell is this? What are you guys even doing? He's plunged into utter chaos, surrounded by scattered, distressed figures, as a black-haired man locks eyes with him, pure terror etched across his face. The man's face is a mask of sheer terror, his eyes bulging as he screams, "Where are all these dead people? What are you doing?" His panic is raw, his gaze locked on something beyond comprehension. He scans the scene, spotting other confused faces, just like his own, moments before. Then, it clicks: another game, just 2 months after the last one. Suddenly, a system message blazes across his vision, declaring, "Ding. Thank you everyone for participating in Sea Void Survival." And just as fast, another message pops up, announcing, "Ding. We will now begin the C-Void survival tutorial explanation. His jaw drops, a single word exploding from him, HUH. Tutorial. Now rocking a school uniform, he flashes back, the last time, that tutorial was totally skipped. A grim realization dawns on him, does this mean he's the only one starting this time? Then, something catches his eye in the distance, a student just chilling and walking through the park. Checking out their uniform, he's like, wait, is that a high school student? He's just sitting there, chilling on some ancient ruins, soaking in the new, wild surroundings. Suddenly, a hidden voice cuts through the silence, dropping a bombshell, yo, another player from Korea just joined the game. But he doesn't even flinch, his face a total poker face. He's up on his feet now, facing down this massive stone statue, but the hidden voice is already writing him off. Just another weakling trying to get noticed. So many of those around lately. The voice keeps going, totally underestimating him. Seriously, this guy's a total noob, never played these games in his life. A piercing blue eye glares, the speaker's voice dripping with doubt, he can't be some monster like Jin Seowon, right? But Jin Seowon just stares down, now completely surrounded by other players. When suddenly, the system goes wild, blasting out messages about a longest inactivity penalty on the top 500 and another epic ding. His expression turns stone cold as he sees his ridiculous starting ranking, 999,999. Then the system drops the bomb, tutorial begins. And the final insult, a god protects the weak and too many people. There's no risk of failure. He weighs his options, a smirk playing on his lips as he thinks, no risk. Then it's game on. He declares with unwavering confidence, I'm going solo, baby. This is my game. But just when he thought he had it all figured out, after breezing through the tutorial, a bombshell dropped. He's standing in a massive new zone, surrounded by other players, and the system's about to hit him with a curveball. Suddenly, a jarring system alert blares, ding. This isn't a solo grind. It's a duo game. His jaw drops, completely blindsided, wait, what? Not solo, but a duo game. The system isn't done yet, dropping more bombshells, ding. You're the last one without a team. Miss the deadline, and you're getting hit with a penalty. And just to twist the knife, oh, and by the way, no teaming up with anyone more than 100 ranks higher than you. The ultimate ultimatum flashes, no team. Fine, go solo, loser. He remembers a similar challenge from his past, a grim determination settling in, I thought there was something like this to push my limits last time. But while he's strategizing, everyone else is already hustling, one player noting, looks like everyone's just meeting for the first time, but they're already pairing up. Another player, clearly skeptical, wonders aloud, seriously, what's with all this instant team-up faith? Jin Seowon processes the brutal system warning, if his teammate's score hits 0, it's game over for him too. He spots that high schooler from before, sizing him up as a potential partner, but nope. He needs someone way stronger, no time for weak links. The high schooler feels the stare and turns, a confused, huh, on his face. But before Jin Seowon can even make a move, the high schooler is gone. Did he already find a duo? How fast was that? Frustration boils over. Everyone's pairing up so fast, it's insane. He just needs anyone to duo with, damn it. He desperately scans the crowd, watching other players already locking in their partners. He spots a tanky, armored player and rushes over, throwing out the question, want a duo? Ding. A system message pops up instantly, crushing his hopes, this participant is already in a duo. He tries his luck with another player, but it's the same brutal rejection, already in a duo. Another system notification blares, confirming yet another participant is already locked into a duo. Leaving him to rage internally, damn. So many people, and I messed up. I'm already dead last in the rankings, and now I'm going into this totally disadvantaged against everyone else. As his frustration boils, another message flashes, declaring the Cloyd survival is about to kick off. His hand clenches, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze as he mutters, it's come to this. No choice left. His eyes blaze with an unyielding fire, as he vows, solo or duo, it doesn't matter. I'll crush them all and I will win. And just like that, the system screams the official start of the Cloyd survival. The world around him explodes into a blur. A torrent of blue energy swallowing his entire view. With a final, deafening whoosh, he's ripped away into the absolute unknown. Instantly warped into a sprawling urban landscape, Jin Seowon surveys the scene, immediately clocking the monster infestation. Despite the chaos, a flash of shock, then pure resolve, ignites in his eyes. And above him, the heavens themselves erupt in a blinding, otherworldly glow. A shimmering blue aura ignites around him, his determination burning brighter than ever. With a fierce okay, he vows, to go solo and absolutely obliterate anyone who even thinks about getting in his way. His boot slams down, sending dust flying as he makes his grand entrance. Fully immersed in a new zone, he scans his immediate area, ready for anything. Gazing up at the sky, where vibrant blue energy streaks paint the horizon, he boldly declares he'll take on the equivalent of 3 teams, no sweat. Without a moment's pause, he launches himself into the unknown, charging headfirst into the next challenge. Dropping onto a city rooftop, Jin Seowon takes in the new battleground. His mind already running through the brutal lessons of the first game. The mental scars from the first game are his fuel, and he's run countless simulations, ready for this second round. This was his moment, the day he'd been waiting for, and now it was time to unleash his meticulously planned strategy. With a determined stride, he hits the ground, absolutely ready for anything this new challenge throws at him. But not everyone is as prepared. Another player is totally lost, having no clue what's happening and feeling absolutely sick to his stomach. Staff in hand, he's just standing there, utterly bewildered by his new surroundings. He's literally falling out of a tree, either tossed or just completely losing his balance in this chaotic new world. Frustration etched on his face, he's freaking out, wondering where James, his buddy, even landed. And above it all, the sky is still blazing with those intense blue energy trails, a constant, ominous sign of the game's unpredictable nature. Out of nowhere, Jin Seowon detonates with a blinding blue aura, launching an unstoppable fist spiral strike. His fist blazes through the air, delivering the unstoppable fist spiral strike with bone-shattering impact. His target, a spiky-haired combatant, gets absolutely rocked, screaming in disbelief, "What? Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" A cold, confident smirk plays on his lips, as he mentally ticks off, 1 down. But he's not done yet. Another unstoppable fist charges up, his momentum absolutely unstoppable. A flash of vibrant green energy erupts as the next blow lands with brutal force. A second, equally unlucky combatant gets absolutely hammered, his body contorting from the sheer, overwhelming power. The impact is monstrous, unleashing a brutal, bone shatter, that echoes through the space. The combatant is launched backward, gushing blood as he crashes down, completely out of the fight. Ding! A system alert blazes, confirming the takedown. Finish them off before their teammate revives them. He stands over the downed enemy, casually remarking on the pretty nice system for team games. A decisive foot plants down, signaling the end. His eyes narrow, locked on the next move. Kwang! He explodes into motion, a lightning-fast blur. But a sudden, unseen threat makes him whip his head around. Kwang! A shockwave of blue energy slams into him. But he's already spinning, a devastating counterpunch already launched. The blow lands with bone-shattering force, sending the armored foe careening through the air. He explodes into action, a crimson shockwave erupting from his every move as he unleashes a devastating attack. His eyes snap wide, a jolt of pure frustration hitting him, and he lets out a sharp, sshit. Then, a chilling realization hits him, was this guy just a teammate? A hand reaches down, its fingers brushing against the soft, green earth, as if testing the ground after a sudden impact. Standing amidst the tall grass and vibrant foliage, Jin Seowon surveys the scene, a quiet observation escaping him about the incredible strength he perceives in this place. The ground beneath him seems to pulse with a faint, green energy, a subtle aura rising from the disturbed earth. Suddenly, a small, spiky-haired figure with glowing yellow eyes emerges, perched on a rock and demanding to know, "Are you the person who killed my goblins?" The protagonist stands tall, his back to the viewer, his posture unwavering as he faces the unexpected challenger. From his perspective, the new arrival seems like someone hardened by constant conflict, a being accustomed to the brutal reality of blood combat. His electric blue eyes narrow, assessing the situation with a calm intensity, for the nature of an unstoppable fist relies not just on brute force, but on understanding how to deal with opponents who use claws, spears, or swords. With a fluid motion, he begins to draw his bow, preparing for whatever comes next, knowing that in reality, there's no such thing as an unstoppable fist, without the skill to back it up. He'd been itching to unleash the new weapons forged in the crucible of maze training. And just thinking about unleashing them in this game sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through him, a wild grin already splitting his face. Dropping into a low crouch, his eyes scanned the terrain. A confident, almost feral grin spreading across his face. Then, with a primal roar, he screamed, a blinding blue energy exploding around him as he powered up. That raw, vibrant energy surged into his arm and weapon, blazing with an almost unbearable intensity. It pulsed with untamed power, primed for an earth-shattering attack. Blue energy shards absolutely rained down, hitting the ground with a faint, metallic thud. Then, a heavy boot came down, absolutely crushing a small, green monster with a sickening crunch. Jin Seowon's eyes absolutely glowed with fierce determination, his body radiating a vibrant blue aura as he declared his intent to counter. A concentrated burst of blue energy absolutely erupted from him, striking out with a sharp, percussive force. Multiple projectiles of pure azure light shot forward, streaking through the air with incredible speed. But before they could connect, a sudden green impact flared, absorbing the assault with a dull thud. Then, a hand, wreathed in crackling red energy, lashed out with devastating force. The red impact struck with a sharp crack, sending shockwaves through the air. Seowon was thrown violently backward, his body slamming against a distant wall with a heavy thud. Despite getting absolutely rocked, Jin Seowon's eyes ignite with pure, unadulterated resolve. And he's already moving at light speed, closing the distance to his attacker in a blink. The red-armored monster is absolutely stunned, completely blindsided by the lightning-fast counter. A devastating, red-hot fist lands, unleashing a shockwave of raw power right through the monster. The impact is absolutely brutal, shattering the very air with a deafening crack. The monster, still reeling, can only process the sheer speed of its opponent, realizing its own attack was just casually swatted away. A confident smirk flashes across his face, as he's already plotting his next devastating move. But the monster isn't out yet, its glowing red eyes instantly lock onto a fleeting opening. With a sudden burst of its own power, a red-armored arm whips out, aiming to capitalize on that tiny window. Just as the monster makes its move, he unleashes a devastating counterattack, his hand igniting with a fierce red energy, ready to drop a spatial strike. The powerful blow connects, his fist exploding forward with raw power. A blinding flash of crimson energy erupts, swallowing the monster whole in a destructive explosion. Blood splatters violently, a brutal testament to the raw power unleashed. The monster's body twists unnaturally from the force, sent flying backward by the devastating hit. More crimson droplets spray through the air, confirming the brutal damage dealt. Its armored face contorts in a pained grimace, the monster's glowing purple eyes wide with pure shock and agony. A guttural cry escapes it as it's violently thrown backward, its massive form slamming against an unseen barrier with a sickening thud. The impact sends another shower of blood into the air, the monster's pained cries echoing in the dark, a clear sign of its defeat. After crushing the last foe, Jin Seowon is a blur of motion, debris exploding around him from a devastating, lightning-fast strike. Another enemy just gets absolutely decimated, his face a bloody mess, contorted in pure agony. His body just absolutely folding to the ground. A sickening crunch reverberates. The defeated foe is absolutely out cold, eyes rolled back. As a foot comes down, hard, on his head. Staring down at the utterly crushed enemy, he coolly states, 2 down. A sickening, final crunch erupts with a spray of blood. With the immediate threats utterly neutralized, he pivots, his gaze locking onto a nearby wall, now pulsing with an eerie, vibrant green glow. He sizes up his fallen foe, a smirk playing on his lips. This guy had a lot of life chi, he declares, no matter how I try to activate, there's nothing like absorbing life chi in the game. His intense gaze narrows, a strategic mind already at work. As he quickly processes the battlefield. But then, a sudden, violent tremor rocks the ground, a burst of crimson energy exploding near him. A deafening crash rips through the air, sending him reeling, his face a mask of shock. Where did that come from? He roars, adrenaline coursing through his veins. His eyes blaze with determination, a new target in sight. Let's follow the trajectory. The chaos gives way to an unexpected vista, a breathtaking expanse of vibrant green fields under a brilliant sky. A tranquil village, completely unaware of the sheer, devastating power that had just ripped through the area. Then, out of nowhere, a brutal impact slammed into him, his eyes blowing wide as he roared, "Shit." The sheer power of it sent him flying, smashing him into a brick wall. His body scraping down the rough surface with a sickening crunch. Blood immediately welled up, streaking down his cheek, a brutal reminder of the ambush. But even with the blood, his eyes burned with defiance, a single thought echoing, are they seriously going to keep this up? No time to waste, he exploded into action, a lightning-fast streak across the terrain. He ricocheted off a wall, gaining even more momentum. His movements a seamless, unstoppable flow as he pressed his attack. He's a total blur, twisting in mid-air to dodge whatever just hit him, leaving a trail of pure speed and kicking up a storm. Blasting off with insane speed, he keeps on moving, his feet just a blur above the ground. The forest is a green streak, but he's already looking back, thinking, are these the same guys who hit me from way back there? He's leaving ghost trails, but he's already shaking his head, nah, these guys aren't even close to Zuro Akana's level. Zipping past a huge mansion, he's already calculating, are they solo, or is this a whole new squad on my tail? His hand snaps out, grabbing onto something, a quick pivot in his non-stop sprint. Leaping over a barrier, he's like, whatever, I just need to snag one of them, then I'll get my answers. He's got a plan, catch one, and the rest will totally show up. Blazing through the city streets, he's thinking, back in the old game, I'd be freaking out about an army, but this? Piece of cake. He's a whirlwind of motion, his mind a steel trap. My enemies are here, he declares, and they're about to become nothing but fuel for my survival. His gaze ignites with raw, unyielding determination, ready to unleash absolute havoc. Boom! A brutal impact explodes, sending a shower of crimson flying. Jin Seowon rockets forward, a dark, blazing streak, unleashing a devastating red energy attack. Another explosive hit, more crimson splattering, a direct strike. But then, a sharp, shocked gasp rips from him, his face contorting in pure disbelief. Ah! His expression hardens, a momentary flicker of confusion quickly replaced by fierce focus. Huh, he mentally shouts, utterly stunned. What? I thought I definitely hit him. Another figure, eyes wide with shock, stares at the empty air where Jin Seowon just was, barely able to utter, why did he Van dash? His kick connects with a brutal thud. As he shouts, there you are, a blinding burst of white energy exploding from his foot. But an impossible counterattack slams into him, a gasp of pain escaping his lips as his eyes widen in pure shock. Sending him reeling backward with a devastating impact. Then, in a blink, he's gone, leaving only faint blue particles shimmering where he once stood. He reappears, kneeling, trying to process the impossible. His attack landed, but he's the one who's hurt. Back at the scene, a shadowy hand hovers over the bloodied ground, the unseen attacker baffled by his sudden disappearance, wondering aloud, where did he disappear to? A trickle of blood escapes his lips as he stares in utter disbelief, muttering, no way. While the observer clutches a dagger, its blade dripping crimson, a silent testament to the successful counterattack. Blindsided, he recoils, a fresh gash bleeding on his cheek from the brutal counter. But his shock quickly turns to fierce resolve, eyes burning with defiance. Before he can even react, a searing crimson energy projectile rips through the air, slamming into him with a deafening impact, sending a fresh geyser of blood into the rain. The brutal hit leaves him reeling, blood spraying. But he twists the momentum, launching himself into a desperate leap, leaving his unseen attacker stunned and questioning his escape. He crashes down, clutching his bleeding side. Then scrambles frantically towards a narrow escape route, desperate to shake off the relentless hunter. He vanishes in a burst of shimmering particles, but the unseen voice snarls, a chilling promise that there's no hiding from them. His foot slams down, a blur of motion as he pushes off. He launches himself, soaring through the air, a fleeting shadow against the vast blue. Another swift move, past the building's edge, his momentum absolutely unstoppable. He's gasping, ragged breaths tearing from his lungs, the shimmering remnants of his escape still hanging in the air. He's tearing through the city streets, eyes darting back, always watching for the hunter on his trail. His legs are a blur, pumping relentlessly, every single stride a desperate dash for freedom. A sharp, pained gasp rips from him as he glances back, his hand clenching tighter around the dagger. He finally stops, turning to face the unseen threat, his voice cutting through the air, defiant. I don't know where you got that cloak. His eyes narrow, a fierce resolve burning within him as he declares, but coming at me in broad daylight wearing it was a big mistake. Jin Seowon, battered but unbowed, can't shake the feeling that his pursuer is playing a twisted game, always a step ahead, always just out of reach. But from the shadows, a mysterious white-haired figure with glowing green eyes cuts in, enough, stranger. Oblivious to the new player, Jin Seowon shouts to his unseen tormentor, hey, you. My bad. I tried to catch him, but he's way faster than he seems. Then, his eyes lock onto a mysterious cloaked figure below. And he doesn't hesitate to demand help, yo. If you're on my side, you better be helping me out right now. The masked, cloaked figure, with a curved blade in hand, coolly retorts, huh. I don't see any ally of his. The mysterious figure, a scar etched on their cheek, stands poised. Suddenly, the unseen voice from earlier roars, forget it. Just finish him already. Jin Seowon, with blood on his face but fire in his eyes, seethes with regret. He curses himself, I should have just ended him fast and saved the other guy. He braces himself, realizing the 2-on-1 fight is now absolutely unavoidable. But then, a shocking realization hits him, his eyes snapping wide open in utter disbelief. He questions the sheer absurdity of it all, screaming internally, wait, aren't I supposed to be the one with the numbers on my side? The white-haired mage explodes into action, a green-tinged blur, his fist already flying. Seowon's eyes snap open, locking onto the incoming attack with razor-sharp precision. The green energy whips by, leaving a trail of pure power. But before the mage can even think about his next move, Seowon unleashes a lightning-fast counterattack. Then, a blinding flash of red energy erupts, changing everything. He unleashes a brutal kick, his leg blazing with a fierce red aura, connecting with devastating force. The impact is catastrophic, shattering the very ground beneath them. The white-haired mage is sent flying, a crimson streak against the white, utterly overwhelmed. The white-haired mage explodes into action, a green-streaked blur as his blade slices through the air. But Jin Seowon is already moving, a flash of blue energy as he dodges the incoming assault with insane reflexes. His eyes ignite with raw power, as he charges up a massive blue energy burst, ready to unleash hell. A lightning-fast hand seal, and the energy explodes around his hands. He unleashes a devastating blow, the blue energy blast sending the mage flying back with a thunderous impact. No time to breathe. Jin Seowon unleashes a furious red energy strike, yelling, "You slippery bastard." He's not holding back, unleashing a devastating, triple shot, of red energy, a relentless assault. The hits land hard, blood exploding into the air from the sheer force. But in a shocking twist, Jin Seowon gets absolutely blasted in the chest, blood spraying everywhere from the surprise attack. A crushing blow lands, sending a shockwave of pure agony through him as blood explodes from the impact, a chilling voice piercing his thoughts with a single, mocking word. "Child," the voice sneers, as a memory of a confident, red-marked warrior flashes, his grin wide and taunting, "You got shot, but it's a shot you'll never miss." Another vision, a past showdown in a tight alley, shows him locked in a stare-down with the white-haired mage, the cloaked figure a silent, menacing shadow behind him. Then a fleeting thought of his own, from a moment of pure triumph, "This time, I definitely got him." A close-up on a hand gripping a sword hilt flashes by in a blur. Followed by the cloaked figure's ice-cold assessment, "Arrogant." The visions shatter as Jin Seowon's face contorts in pure shock, blood trickling from his mouth, his mind absolutely reeling from the impossible. "No. How?" His hand recoils violently, the sheer force of the blow still reverberating through him, as he gasps in utter disbelief, "How did you?" "TTO." A primal scream rips from his throat as the hit sends blood exploding everywhere, leaving a massive, gushing wound on his chest, glowing with a weird blue power. Through the agony, a memory hits, a voice in a bright forest, totally blowing him off, saying, "Just because I'm somewhere doesn't mean I'm interested there." His face twists in pure agony as a system alert blares, screaming that an opponent is down, and he needs a fatality to bring his teammate back. Another memory pops up, the white-haired mage checking him out, totally curious, talking about his weird magic and asking if he's some kind of wizard. He recalls his own comeback, a chill declaration that he's just illusionist or whatever, "I'm just a returning student." Blood drips down his chest, but his resolve just gets stronger, a burning promise from the past, "If you want to save your ally." The monstrous, snarling face of the red-armored beast flashes in his mind. And with blood smeared across his own face, he screams, "Not only will I take you down, I'll survive until the end." He's rocked by a brutal hit, a shockwave of pink energy exploding around him. Blasted through the air, he lets out a pained gasp, the white-haired mage dominating the space above him. Another hit connects, the pink energy blazing again. But then, a memory, or a power surge, ignites. His hair flashes white as he unleashes a devastating, double strike, on the red-armored monster. The attack lands, erupting in a blinding, explosive flash. A system alert screams, "Counter." With burning resolve, Jin Seowon's body ignites with electric blue energy, unleashing a devastating kick. His hand crackles with raw power, ready for another strike, the system's voice echoing, "The way TO counter is the point where the attacker comes from. You close in and..." He executes the command, driving straight for the shoulder, landing a brutal, blood-splattering hit. Just as he's recovering, a lightning-fast strike lands, blood exploding from his face as he's slammed backward. His vision blurs, blood streaming down his face, as he curses the incredible speed of his foe. The golden blade streaks past, a blur of purple energy, too fast to track. With Bloody Rush activated, he becomes a yellow blur, rocketing forward to counterattack. The white-haired mage is completely blindsided, his eyes going wide as the counterattack connects. A devastating hit connects, sending blood flying. The mage stares down at the hit, a strange realization dawning on him. He mutters, My sword didn't cut as deep as I thought it would." Blood drips from Jin Seowon's lip, a brutal reminder of the mage's lightning-fast attack. But the white-haired mage, sizing him up, can't help but comment, comparing him to some illusionist he once battled. Even with the brutal wounds tearing at his arm and body. The mage just grins, his voice oozing with chilling confidence as he warns, "Your neck is next." But Jin Seowon, fueled by pure grit, explodes forward, his mind locked on one thing: if one hit won't finish it, he'll unleash the ultimate counter. Before the mage can even blink, Jin Seowon's counterattack connects with devastating power, blasting the white-haired foe backward. The force continues to rip through him, a crimson blur of pure kinetic energy. Leaving the mage utterly shocked and disoriented, how could anyone counter his moves? A gaping, bleeding wound now tears across his torso, a brutal trophy of Jin Seowon's raw power. His eyes snap open, a burning intensity igniting his gaze. "Wait," he growls internally, "this sound leaves no room for failure." Jaw clenched, a primal scream of resolve echoes in his mind. No room for failure. Then he'll just forge his own path, a brilliant blue aura exploding around him. He's not just following, he's feeling a strange, undeniable killing intent surge through his very core. The blue energy rages, coiling around him like a tempest as he prepares for the ultimate move. His hand practically vibrates with power, as he challenges himself, if I can't even control my own body, how can I even dream of first place? Sukwon had no other way to channel this inner energy for his technique, his entire being now a beacon of electric blue. This wasn't the Sukwon anyone knew, not after he'd tapped into inner energy and the power of the heavenly demon for the very first time, his eyes blazing with raw power. The blue energy crackles, ready to unleash absolute devastation from his arm. He wasn't just good, he was one of the chosen few with an innate, insane talent for inner energy. And now, with an intensity that could shatter mountains, he was unleashing it. Then, in a blink, his opponent's ultimate attack, absolutely obliterated. The mage's jaw dropped, his mind reeling, screaming, what the? You bastard. But before the mage could even process it, he was already there, gripping his throat. Terror flashed in the mage's eyes, as he choked out, how did you block my ultimate attack so easily? His face was a mask of pure resolve, his eyes burning with power. In that electrifying moment, Jin Seowon felt it, he just smashed through an impossible wall. He plunges his hand into the chest, ready to claim his spoils. Suddenly, a ding rings out, confirming he's snagged a mysterious recovery scroll. But wait, there's more. Another ding reveals the player count, 196 out of 200. The game is on. He grins, eyeing the loot, realizing those powerful Gaius really pack a punch with their inner energy. Looks like, he calculates, this monster was a goldmine for farming, and a recovery scroll. Jackpot. Another ding pops up, demanding to know if he'll use the recovery scroll now. He quickly decides, eyeing the chest, to stash it for later and start grinding slowly. He lets out a frustrated sigh, muttering, why do I always end up collecting all this junk? Just then, another message pops up, revealing a damaged cloak of riding, a broken item that needs a master craftsman or a rare scroll to fix. He's kicking himself, thinking about how one saved item could have totally changed his ranked defense game. But hey, he's got this item now, so he might as well keep it, right? What else is even out there? Suddenly, a system notification flashes, dropping a brand new weapon, the lightning-struck cottonwood bow, ready to supercharge arrows with pure lightning energy. Lightning energy? He instantly connects the dots, realizing that's exactly what that other guy was blasting at him. A wave of frustration hits him as he thinks, wait, so archers just figure out how to hack the game like that? He keeps moving. With his eyes burning with determination, he's totally going to master this new bow once he figures out its secrets. Then, with a lightning-fast draw, multiple glowing blue arrows streak through the air. One of them slams into the ground with an electric crackle, right next to his foot. He's locked in, a past blunder flashing before his eyes, a tactical misstep that still stings. That one mistake, it cost him everything. Strolling through the ghost town, he can tell there's only one other team left in this whole zone. With his own loot secured, he's just gonna chill and grind some more before moving on. But his search is a bust, these are just basic village houses, nothing but trash here. He checks out a rundown building, thinking, where are all the cool items, like the cloak of hiding? A soft escapes him, as he keeps scoping out the desolate area. The town center was a bust too, absolutely nothing worth finding. He thinks about how these spots usually work, they're usually gold mines for farming points. Realizing this place is a dead end, he jumps off the roof, ready for the next challenge. Jin Seowon pushes deeper into the ghost town, breaching a dilapidated building, scanning the empty halls. The monsters are long gone, he thinks, leaving him a clear shot at easy loot, so he takes a moment to cover his tracks, slamming the doors shut behind him. His thoughts are a whirlwind of epic loot, cloaks of hiding, stat-boosting rings, the ultimate score just waiting to be found. He's making his way up, getting closer, almost at the summit. He takes a beat, peering through the shattered glass at the empty world outside, a silent moment of reflection. But the quiet contemplation quickly turns to frustration as the grim truth sinks in, is there seriously nothing here? The sheer annoyance boils over, and he unleashes his fury, his fist exploding against the wall, shattering it. He can't take it anymore, launching himself out the window, cursing that sometimes, it just drives him crazy. His face, a mask of annoyance and fierce resolve, solidifies his decision to cut his losses, abandoning the barren structure. Suddenly, a jolt of awareness hits him, a total game changer. From his hidden spot, Jin Seowon spots two figures strolling through the ghost town, totally out of place in this abandoned zone. They're just casually looting, like they own the place, completely unaware of the lurking threats. He's sizing them up, thinking, do these guys have any sweet loot, or is it just gonna be another solo showdown? Peeking from another window, he keeps his eyes locked on them, already plotting his next move against these new players. Then, a sudden gasp escapes him as something unexpected happens, a game-changing moment unfolding right before his eyes. His eyes, now blazing with an electric blue glow, lock onto the targets with laser precision. Down below, the purple-haired leader and his green-haired sidekick suddenly glance up at the building, making Jin Seowon wonder if his cover's been blown. The green-haired guy points to an open entrance, telling his leader, "Yo, boss." The door's wide open. He stares into the dark abyss, a healing scroll already in hand, a solid start to his hunt. He realizes the trap was perfectly hidden, camouflaged by all the junk around the entrance. But hey, it turned out to be a pretty sweet trap after all. Suddenly, the floor vanishes, sending him free-falling into the void, engulfed in a blinding flash of blue energy. Mid-descent, a chilling realization hits him: if they're hyped over a healing scroll, whatever they have isn't even worth his time. His gaze sharpens, a cold, calculated determination burning in his eyes. When you spot weakness, you don't hesitate, you strike first. Whoa! A massive impact just rocked the area, and the green-haired subordinate is totally caught off guard, wondering if it was just a shadow. Blue energy just explodes with insane impact lines. And a shadowy figure briefly forms inside that wild magic. Both the green-haired subordinate and the purple-haired boss are totally stunned, their faces a mix of shock and worry. While that blue energy keeps radiating from a huge impact on the ground. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon is watching the chaos unfold, and he's seriously questioning the mage's power, thinking, was this mage even worth his salt? And the green-haired subordinate, still totally shaken, is also wondering about the mage's skills, thinking, could he have stopped that with just one spell? That insane blue energy just keeps flaring, showing off the sheer power that was just unleashed. He strikes like lightning, a blue energy burst around his fist as he lands a devastating hit right to the face, sending the green-haired foe flying backward with brutal force. Reeling from the impact, the subordinate is utterly bewildered, questioning the suddenness of the assault. Determined and focused, Jin Seowon vows to finish the fight with his next, decisive strike. Unleashing raw power, he shouts Escrow's flame, as a blazing inferno erupts towards his enemy. His gaze burns with pure power, fixed on the target as the devastating attack takes form. The fire solidifies into a colossal, fiery hand, swallowing the enemy whole. Blasted by the explosion, the green-haired subordinate is sent spiraling, plummeting into the shadowy depths. Jin Seowon's attack detonates, a blinding orange inferno swallowing his foe whole. The sheer force of the explosion keeps ripping through the air, a searing wave of destruction. And as the energy finally starts to fade, the very earth beneath them explodes, showering debris everywhere. A stunned silence is shattered by shouts of pure shock and confusion. What in the world is going on? But just as the green-haired subordinate is about to hit the dirt, the purple-haired boss teleports in, snatching him up and roaring, "I was aiming for him, not you." The boss looms over the now cowering subordinate, an aura of absolute command radiating from him. Fixing him with an icy stare, the boss demands to know why he acted alone, as the white-haired mage watches the entire drama unfold, a silent, calculating presence. Jin Seowon takes it all in, his eyes narrowed, analyzing every move. With a chillingly cold expression, the purple-haired boss delivers a terrifying verdict for the subordinate screw-up. The green-haired subordinate is sent flying, completely disoriented from the last hit. But Jin Seowon is already there, closing the gap in a flash, unleashing a brutal kick right to his chest. The impact sends him spinning even harder. With Jin Seowon's leg still locked in from the crushing strike. The sheer velocity of the attack leaving a blazing red streak in its path. He finally slams into the ground, struggling to get up, a furious curse ripping from his throat. His face twisted in pure fury, he screams, "I'll kill you." Jin Seowon just stands there, completely unfazed by the threat, his presence absolutely dominant. The green-haired subordinate is still down, defeated, his empty threat hanging in the air after that brutal hit. The impact explodes, a crimson shockwave ripping through the air. And a brutal kwang rips through, showering the ground with blood. The green-haired subordinate's eyes blow wide, blood streaking his face. He's utterly floored, gasping, "Huh." Stunned by the lightning-fast counter, he can only stammer, "What are you doing?" The subordinate is down, looking up at Jin Seowon, who just stands there, cool as ice, not even breaking a sweat. But even on the ground, the subordinate's rage boils over, screaming that he didn't miss, Jin Seowon just dodged. Jin Seowon just stares down, his voice cutting like ice, "Got it. You're asking for death. No more talk." A devastating technique is unleashed, the crushing strike ready to obliterate. A blinding blue and black aura erupts around Jin Seowon as he unleashes a brutal kick, sending the green-haired subordinate absolutely flying. He delivers a chilling thank you, having just landed the killing strike. A surge of electric blue energy pulses around him as he surveys the scene, utterly dominant. But the green-haired subordinate, now a mangled mess, still manages a guttural, enraged scream. His body, ripped apart at the chest, begins its gruesome descent. Even facing total annihilation, the subordinate's eyes blaze with furious defiance, daring to question his tormentor. Jin Seowon just coldly assesses him, wondering if this guy actually wanted to die. He ponders if this brutal, crushing defeat will somehow make his foe even faster. Then, with a final, bone-shattering smash, the subordinate's upper half slams into the earth. A crimson explosion erupts as the last vestiges of life are violently extinguished. A thunderous "kwang" rips through the silence. As a brutal kick slams into the bearded man's jaw, his head snapping back with bone-jarring force. Jin Seowon's mind registers it, straight kick. And the sheer momentum sends his foe flying, engulfed in a whirlwind of blue power. The impact leaves savage red welts across the man's chest, a testament to the devastating blow. Leaving him utterly rocked and disoriented. But then, against all odds, the bearded man's eyes blaze open, a furious roar escaping his lips. "You can't stop the air forever. You'll have to step on the ground again." Jin Seowon's eyes flash, a flicker of surprise and fierce determination crossing his face. Before he unleashes another explosive burst of crimson energy, ready to finish this. He drops like a meteor, a devastating kick wreathed in crimson energy, smashing into his foe. The sheer force sends the bearded warrior flying, crashing through a building with an explosive impact. But from the wreckage, a voice cuts through the dust. "Okay, I'll give you that, impressive." As Jin Seowon prepares his next move, the bearded man's voice rings out, "Seriously? You think raw power alone is enough to take me down?" He's back on his feet, axe ready, eyes blazing with defiance, practically begging for more. With a twisted grin, he screams, "Let's see how tough you are when you're dead." His eyes burning with unyielding, purple defiance, he faces Jin Seowon, who descends like a bolt of lightning, a fierce blue aura erupting around him. With a blinding flash of speed and power, he unleashes a devastating, piercing strike. The attack connects with bone-shattering force, sending the defiant foe crashing back into the crumbling wall. But even as he's sent flying, a defiant sneer twists his bloodied lips, "Even a worm squirms when you step on it." The opponent lies broken amidst the rubble, but his defiant gaze never leaves the heavenly demon. With eyes burning with pure malice, he snarls, "Keep fighting until you die, you stupid bastard." But the heavenly demon has heard enough of his pathetic taunts, turning his back on the broken, yet defiant, foe. He strides away from the ruined battleground, leaving the defeated opponent behind as he vanishes through an ancient archway. From the depths of the destruction, the bearded opponent's voice cuts through the air, daring Jin Seowon to make a move. He looms over the shattered remains of a building, a chilling monument to his might, as the opponent's taunt echoes, demanding if he heard the sound of a structure being ripped apart. A fierce blue energy ignites around his hand, and he throws down the gauntlet, asking if the opponent truly wants to know what comes next. In a blinding flash of speed and power, Jin Seowon unleashes his devastating assault. The ground shatters as the impact detonates, a crushing blow slamming into his foe. The bearded opponent's face twists in a mask of pure agony and disbelief. How could a mere non-ranker be capable of this? Smashed into the ground amidst the wreckage, he gazes up, pure terror etched onto his face. A guttural scream tears from his throat, as he desperately begs for his life, crying out for salvation. The sheer, unbridled power of that attack just kept ripping through everything, leaving a crimson trail of pure devastation and shattered earth. As the final, earth-shattering shockwave just exploded outwards. Taking in the absolute chaos he'd unleashed, Jin Seowon's eyes scanned the wreckage. Then, a sudden, annoying thought popped into his head, totally breaking the moment. "Hold on, who even gets the kill credit if I do this?" He cursed under his breath, the realization hitting him. "Seriously? I did this for the thrill, for the fun of it. But if I don't get the kill, then what was the point?" With the dust finally clearing, the sheer scale of the devastation was laid bare. And there, amidst the absolute wreckage, the bearded opponent was utterly flattened, buried under a mountain of rubble. Then, a satisfying chime rang out, confirming the inevitable. With the player count dropping to 194 out of 200, Jin Seowon quickly calculates his next move. If he wants that sweet loot chest, he's gotta strip the corpse clean. Otherwise, he'd just be wasting a whole day for absolutely nothing. "Alright," he declares, "let's get this loot." These are literally the only good things he's found in this entire dump. Then, it hits him like a truck as he stares at the corpse. Holy crap, this mage was a freaking golden goblin. He's seeing items he's never even heard of. A magic catalyzing scroll pops up, a scroll that can be activated with pure magic. More notifications flood in, revealing a cursed brooch and a legendary philosopher's stone. And then, the big one, a fragmented secret manual. It's packed with skills tied directly to his name, ready to be learned. With the loot secured, he figures he's made enough noise and it's time to bounce. Just as he's about to dip, one final notification pops up for a magic ring. It boosts his mana by 10, but don't expect any defense from this thing. He's locked onto the map, seeing that restricted zone tightening its grip, and he's already thinking about what's beyond, what's on the other side. No time to waste, he's pinpointing that gap and he's going for it. He swept through the last cottages, but came up empty-handed. Time is ticking, so he's out of there. He's been running for ages, pushing harder and faster than ever before, blazing through the landscape. Then, ding rips through the air, blasting him with a tutorial message. He's just entered a monster spawn zone. Another ding drops, laying out the rules. Different maps mean different monster types, and they're all over the place. And the system keeps going, dropping the intel. Boss monsters are lurking in some maps, and taking them down means special loot. Staring into the ominous cave, he mutters, looks like way more than just werewolves. Then explodes in frustration, why didn't anyone tell me? He plunged into the crimson-soaked depths of the new zone, and just like that, a system alert flashed, dropping a bombshell. Not only were there regular and boss monsters, but also buff monsters ready to juice up players with temporary power-ups. Cutting through the dense, blood-red fog, he grumbled, knowing he was practically there. Then, a monstrous roar ripped through the air, making his head snap up in pure shock. His eyes blew wide open, utterly stunned, asking himself, is that actually a monster? Before he could even blink, a shadowy, beastly horror with blazing red eyes burst from the gloom, claws already out. Its gaping maw stretched wide, showing off rows of deadly teeth as it lunged closer. He hit the dirt, completely swarmed by a horde of those same glowing-eyed beasts, their shadowy figures blurring in the blood-red fog. He sprang up, a glowing staff now gripped tight, announcing his plan to tie them down and fight defensively. His face set in a grim, determined mask, he gave a quick nod to his unseen allies, ready to throw down. Suddenly, shadowy figures with menacing red eyes burst forth, one a winged terror, the other a slithering menace, completely engulfing him. A quick scan of the battlefield has him thinking, is this some crazy mage martial artist hybrid he's never seen before? In a flash, he's up on a wall, instantly flipping the script and getting the high ground on those freaks. His glowing staff flares to life, and he's already calling out the first target, ready to unleash hell. Then, a blinding blue energy slash rips from his staff, cutting through the very air with insane velocity. Check out this insane status screen. Jin Seowon's stats are off the charts, proving he's the world's strongest survivor. But the fight's not over yet. Two monstrous red snakes burst onto the scene, ready to strike. But before they can even react, bam. One gets absolutely wrecked, blood flying everywhere. Because Jin Seowon just activated his 7-star sword art. That blade is glowing crimson as he absolutely shreds through these snakes. He's taken them all down, but man, you can see the exhaustion on his face. That was a tough one. But his sword? Still glowing with that raw power, ready for more. No time to rest. He's already charging up an ice lance, a brilliant blue energy flaring around his hand. His green-haired buddy is like, dude, you're wiped. There are too many of them, take a break. But Jin Seowon? He's not backing down. He's like, nah, I got this. I can recover mana myself, even if it drains me. And just like that, he's back in action with another 7-star sword art, blue energy exploding around him. Ice shards explode around him. While the armored opponent SCRMS, his face a mask of pure terror. He's panicking, shouting about an American guild hunting them down, a massive threat looming. But in another time, Jin Seowon, cloaked and ready, is all about the fight, declaring they should go for the reward head-on. His eyes narrow, insisting they're almost done. Back to the present, the armored opponent is losing it, screaming about being wiped out and needing to run. Jin Seowon, ever the strategist, ponders the conflict, even considering if he should just bait them even harder. Suddenly, with a burst of raw power, he unleashes a devastating blue energy attack, ripping through everything. And as the assault intensified, a panicked voice screamed, another one is coming. The air itself was tearing apart, as streaks of brilliant blue light absolutely shredded the space. At the heart of the maelstrom, Jin Seowon stood absolutely firm, his eyes blazing with electric blue energy. A desperate cry of pure agony escaped the bearded opponent, as the relentless assault just kept battering him. He frantically urged, you need to cast another barrier now. His face contorted in pure distress, the bearded opponent retorted, you don't have to tell me that escape-style barrier. A grim realization dawned on him, they had already used it. Surrounded by a new, potent purple aura, Jin Seowon declared, that's too big of a risk, so we should finish up quickly. Before moving. The bearded opponent is losing it, screaming as his unbreakable barrier starts to give way. But Jin Seowon isn't holding back, unleashing a devastating wave of purple lightning. The psycho-style defensive wall is absolutely getting shredded, cracks exploding across its entire surface. The bearded man is completely shocked, watching his last line of defense crumble before his eyes. You can practically hear the barrier shattering, a deafening crack echoing through the air. Jin Seowon just watches, cool as ice, wondering what his opponent is even trying to do now. The wall is completely breached, a massive hole ripped right through it. He's already calculating his next move, realizing this unexpected breach actually plays right into his hands. And with another crack, the entire defense is practically gone. Forget just throwing up mana barriers. This is way better. Now, there's no way they can track us down. His green-haired ally points out the obvious, the bearded foe is stuck behind that busted wall, no way he's getting over it. Is this a trap to lure out more enemies? Or did that wall just vanish for a whole other reason? But before his ally can even finish, Jin Seowon unleashes a devastating, lightning-fast strike, smashing into the bearded foe's chest, sending him flying. Jin Seowon, cool as ice, declares that if his so-called allies are gonna mess up, they're going solo. The bearded foe slams into the wall with a bone-jarring crash, the entire structure groaning under the force. Blue energy erupts around the downed enemy. Jin Seowon watches, a silent acknowledgement of his power. His green-haired partner, seeing the foe trapped in that shimmering blue energy, demands, "Can't you just get rid of this, like, now?" Jin Seowon's answer: "About 5 minutes." He snatches a glowing purple scroll, its raw power practically vibrating in his hand. A system alert blazes to life, magic explosion scroll, a ticking time bomb set to detonate in just 10 seconds. Without hesitation, he slams his hand down, confirming the terrifying power he's about to unleash. The countdown begins, and he's already charging his blade, pure red lightning arcing around him, ready to strike. His own blue aura explodes, merging with the scroll's power, building to an insane crescendo. The sword itself becomes a beacon of pure, destructive white light, ready to obliterate everything. He unleashes it all in one explosive burst, a tidal wave of blue energy ripping through the air. The glowing blade plunges down, a final, unstoppable strike as the timer hits 0. "This is the end," he pronounces, his voice a chilling promise of annihilation. The sheer power Jin Seowon unleashed was insane, a blinding white energy blast ripping through the air. Then, boom. The attack exploded in a fiery inferno of red and orange, tearing the ground apart. As the smoke cleared, he watched the destruction, the air still buzzing with raw power. He let out a shocked, "Whoa," the scroll's power blowing his mind, it was way stronger than he thought. But just as he was taking it all in, a terrifying "keek" ripped through the air, and a massive, scaly arm shot out of the dust. Then, "hwak," the arm slammed down with insane force. The whole area was a blasted, red-tinged mess, showing just how much power had been thrown around. And from the smoking crater, the bearded guy burst out, totally transformed into a terrifying, scaly monster with eyes burning red. Blindsided, he let out a choked "qugh" as the hit sent him flying. A sword still quivers in the ground, a stark reminder of the brutal clash, as Jin Seowon unleashes a frustrated, guttural curse at the sheer idiocy that almost ended him. He glares upward, his face a mask of fury, barely escaping a humiliating, dog's death. Meanwhile, a red-haired observer's eyes blaze with shock, utterly stunned by the unfolding chaos. But Jin Seowon isn't done. He drops into a battle stance, his sword erupting with brilliant blue power, challenging the unknown. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he adjusts his glasses, boasting that his opponent's mana is already his for the taking. A faint bruise on his cheek, he glances aside, reflecting on the crucial need for strong allies and the long road still ahead. But just as quickly, a brutal, unseen force slams into him, blood erupting from his face, his eyes blazing with raw, desperate power. He's thrown backward, plummeting through the air, engulfed in a maelstrom of crackling green energy. He looks down, assessing the aftermath, and coolly deduces that his last opponent was likely obliterated in the initial blast. The room is trashed, the TV's blaring, and the ceilings caved in. He's taking in the absolute chaos, thinking, "I've got." He keeps looking, but it's all junk. He lets out a frustrated "Why you?" And then, "TCH. This is all useless to me then." But wait, not everything is trash. He spots something glowing in the rubble, thinking, "I found something, that's kind of an explosion." Suddenly, he's engulfed in a mysterious green aura, the raw energy practically vibrating around him. He's found it. A mana core, just sitting there in the rubble. This changes everything. His eyes are practically burning purple as he lets out a wild laugh, "He, I finally got it. Let's go." He's hyped. And check this out, he also snagged an energy necklace, it's just pure gold, totally useless, but still, shiny. Even if it's useless right now, he knows it's still worth something, thinking, seems like it's a good item for me to learn. But then, his gaze snaps back to the screen, and he hears a chilling SKSSKSSK from some creepy little thing. A little later, the dust settled, but the tension was far from over. Standing victorious amidst the scattered remains of his defeated foes, Jin Seowon surveyed the desolate, blood-red landscape, a true conqueror. His eyes, burning with a fierce purple glow, narrowed as he scoffed at the thought of others struggling against such weaklings, thinking, "You're telling me they're struggling against these guys? Seriously?" Suddenly, his sharp gaze caught something glinting on the ground, sparking a curious, "What's this?" He knelt, his eyes fixed on the small, glowing object, a triumphant thought crossing his mind, is this a reward for defeating the monsters? Awesome. Ding. The system confirmed his epic loot, a mana core and an energy necklace. He gripped the treasures, a surge of pure satisfaction coursing through him. He surveyed the desolate expanse once more, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared, isn't bad at all. Now, the real challenge, figuring out how to unleash the power of these mysterious tears or whatever they were. The red, rocky terrain stretched endlessly before him, a silent testament to the battles fought and the epic challenges yet to come. He's putting it all together, realizing that if this system is truly like other games, then the monster drops could be game changers, flipping his entire situation on its head. He needs to move fast, and to do that, there are two absolutely critical things he's got to figure out. Number 1, can he even take on the boss monsters? Day 2 of Cloyd Survival kicks off, and the system drops a bombshell, nearly 60 players wiped out on day 1, leaving only 139 out of 200. But with 8 kills under his belt, he's not sweating it, already plotting his next move towards the map's central marker. He's trekking through a pristine, snow-dusted wilderness, but his mind is elsewhere, recalling the surprisingly chill vibes of the last game, even if he can't pinpoint why things feel so off now. Suddenly, the scene flips. Now he's slogging through a brutal, sun-baked desert, the heat absolutely relentless. But his focus never wavers, a steely resolve burning in his eyes as he pushes through the barren, unforgiving land. Then, out of nowhere, something catches his eye above, and he lets out a surprised, huh. A majestic, fiery-feathered phoenix beast, all pink and purple, bolts away from a gleaming treasure chest, and he instantly knows, this is it. He's off like a shot, absolutely certain this has to be a game-changing supply drop. With a powerful leap and a shout of excitement, he rockets towards the chest, leaving the soaring beast far behind. The epic treasure chest, finally within reach, gleams on the desolate ground. Its detailed craftsmanship and robust build hint at the incredible loot waiting inside. A supply drop secured. But the system's got a twist, grab this chest, and you're getting randomly teleported. Is he in or out? The system's next move, wanna open it? The tension is building. No hesitation. His hand shoots out, ready to claim the prize. Thinking, this whole thing's a gamble anyway, so why not go all in? Then, a blinding blue light explodes from below him, swallowing him whole as the teleportation kicks into overdrive. A faint, ethereal energy trail drifts through the darkness. As Jin Seowon finds himself in an unfamiliar void, realizing with a sigh, he hasn't even checked his status yet, and it's already giving him his location. His eyes narrow with determination, he needs to grab the items and get out of here fast. A flicker of unease crosses his face, his gaze sharp and focused. He considers his options, noting a cloak of hiding, which allows the wearer to vanish into the shadows, and a red cloud pill, a spiritual elixir that boosts all stats by 10% and is immortal for 10 hours after use. He murmurs to himself, weighing the potential of these newfound treasures. Unlocking Wind Blade Grinding, a common martial arts manual, grants the power to manipulate wind, boosting speed and attacks with internal energy. But there's a catch, the cloak of hiding is totally useless in this bright, open space. He can't even pop the red cloud pill right now. But he's determined to survive and escape this place, knowing once he's out, he'll conquer anything. So, for now, he'll blast out of here using Cloud Stride, moving like the wind itself. A burst of blue energy explodes around him, catapulting him forward at insane speeds. He blazes across the barren landscape, leaving a scorching trail of azure light as he unleashes Cloud Stride. His eyes burn with fierce determination, his focus locked on escape. But as he pushes his limits, a new, stronger presence looms ahead. Jin Seowon is absolutely flying, but he's still checking his 6, making sure those chasers are eating his dust. Dust clouds explode with every step, and he's already thinking ahead, wondering what kind of crazy trap they'll spring next. He's moving so fast, the sheer wind pressure just slices through solid rock like butter. He's practically a speck on the horizon, but he's left a little glowing surprise behind, totally sure they're gonna bite the bait. No slowing down for this guy, he's just burning rubber, putting more distance between him and trouble. He can't help but crack a smug grin, looking back over his shoulder, like, seriously? They actually fell for that? That glowing box, just sitting there all alone on the barren ground, is practically screaming, come and get me. While Jin Seowon's long gone, the chasers are already making a beeline for that glowing trap. The bearded brute and his armored buddy are practically on top of the glowing bait, thinking their target is miles away, totally unaware they've been played. The bearded opponent, cloaked and hooded, closes in on the glowing red gem Jin Seowon strategically left behind. This isn't just any gem, it's the Tears of Lana, a super rare crafting material. His armored companion right on his heels, the bearded opponent confirms their path, a low growl escaping him, I'm this way, huh? Closing in on the glowing lure, he barks orders to his subordinate, leave the magic tool and keep an eye out for any trace. Meanwhile, from a secret perch, Jin Seowon observes his masterful trap unfold, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. They're so easy. They fell for it perfectly, he thinks. That confident smirk says it all, his brilliant plan executed flawlessly. But there's no time to waste. He bolts, pushing his limits. 30 minutes. He mentally commands, I must put as much distance between us as possible. 30 minutes later, utterly spent, he finally collapses under a desolate tree, exhaling a massive, relieved phew. He looks up, a sudden, chilling realization hitting him like a truck, a quiet gasp escaping his lips. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the relentless bearded opponent and his armored companion are still on the hunt, confirming their target is close, but not quite in their grasp yet. Back with Jin Seowon, his eyes snap wide open in pure panic as he checks his map, a horrifying truth dawning, more parties are swarming his location. Suddenly, a tree nearby erupts in an ominous purple glow, pulsing with a deep, unsettling thrum. The bizarre energy surges, another tree joining the eerie, growing luminescence, its light flaring brighter. Overwhelmed, Jin Seowon crashes to the ground, clutching his head, cursing the absolutely awful timing of these converging disasters. His eye flares with an intense purple glow, mirroring his desperate situation, as he gasps, realizing just how dire things have become, his critical resource plummeting to a mere 22. Suddenly, a colossal burst of fiery energy explodes around him, engulfing the entire area in a blinding, destructive aura. He screams in frustration as a storm of fiery debris erupts around him, the air instantly superheated and charged with raw power. The magical phenomenon goes into overdrive, with even more glowing embers and burning leaves swirling like a deadly vortex. Then, a blinding, searing light explodes, as the fire consumes everything in its path with terrifying speed. He's caught dead center in a colossal pillar of pure, destructive flame, cloud strike of raw power erupting from the earth itself. The explosion rips outwards with terrifying force, engulfing the entire area in a maelstrom of fire and blinding light. Barely escaping the immediate blast zone, he bolts, a single, desperate thought screaming in his head, I'm gonna die like this. He pushes himself to the absolute limit, his mind screaming, are they trying to burn me alive? Meanwhile, the bearded opponent and his mounted crew close in on the fiery spectacle, a primal growl ripping from his throat as he takes in the sheer chaos. They maintain their relentless, unstoppable advance, their beasts thundering towards the very heart of the magical eruption. Still tearing through the inferno on horseback, he can only gasp in disbelief at the relentless pursuit. The very air crackles with raw power. As the bearded foe, Escrow, unleashes a monstrous flame ball, a blazing inferno hurtling towards him. Jin Seowon pushes his steed harder, but the relentless mounted figures are gaining. And the crushing truth hits him, they're both on horseback. There's no outrunning this. The chase intensifies, the flames licking at their heels. With a battle cry, he abandons his horse, ready to throw down. A blazing orange aura erupts around him as he unleashes a devastating martial arts step. Transforming into a whirlwind of fiery power, ready to face them all. Jin Seowon is absolutely flying, a blazing streak of pure speed and raw power. But Escrow, the bearded brute, is absolutely fuming, screaming at his crew not to let the guy get away. The order is clear, brutal, and absolute, chase him down and kill him at once. But Jin Seowon isn't just running, he's got a plan, his hand clenching a staff, and it's absolutely radiating with raw, red power. Then, with a fiery explosion, he launches that weapon right back at his enemies. That staff is a total blur, a lethal projectile tearing through the air. It slams home with a brutal impact, burying itself in the ground as red splatters everywhere. Leaving pure chaos behind him, Jin Seowon just keeps on running, a force of nature. He shoots a quick look over his shoulder, his eyes blazing with purple power, as Escrow's voice screams in utter shock. A lightning-fast blade carves into Jin Seowon's face, blood exploding as the hit sends him flying. Another brutal hit slams into his torso, more blood erupting into the chaos. He's sent spiraling through the air, the enemy's blade a deadly blur as he plummets. But with an impossible mid-air recovery, he slams down, dust exploding around his feet. He's back on his feet, staff in hand, ready to unleash hell. Then, with a blinding flash, he launches the staff, a deadly projectile streaking across the battlefield. A soft blue glow ignites around him, and he knows it's time to unleash his true power. The power surges, blue lightning dancing, coalescing into a devastating force in his palm. He's consumed by a maelstrom of azure energy, debris swirling as his ultimate power erupts. Jin Seowon explodes into action, a lightning-fast blur of crackling blue energy. Unleashing a brutal attack with a guttural roar, die. He's a vortex of raw power, engulfed in a blazing blue aura, his gaze burning with absolute resolve. That concentrated energy rips through the air like a laser, slamming into his enemy with unstoppable force. The hooded foe takes the full hit, blood exploding as he's violently thrown back. The sheer impact just keeps tearing through him. His weapon ripped from his grip in a shower of red. He's launched backward, utterly decimated by the power. He lets out a frustrated grunt, blood splattering across his arm. This fight was definitely taking its toll. But from the horizon, a new threat on horseback emerges, and a voice warns that this guy is seriously formidable. This guy was different, radiating an aura of power, definitely an elite-level threat. The mysterious rider stood alone in the desert, a chilling sign of what was about to unfold. But then, a sudden, primal instinct hit him, his eyes flaring wide with an intense, immediate threat assessment. A chilling realization hit him like a truck, someone was definitely there. He spun around, cloak whipping in the wind, ready to confront whatever was coming next. Suddenly, a deadly volley of arrows and spears rained down, some already hitting the ground with a bloody impact. But with insane speed, he moved, deflecting a deadly projectile just in time, blood exploding on impact. The barrage was relentless, but he was faster, a blur of motion as he deflected a projectile with a lightning-quick kick, blue energy exploding on contact. But the sheer volume was too much. A sickening impact, and blood splattered across the desolate earth. Then, a dark, feathered arrow slammed into the ground with a brutal kwh. But the damage was done. A searing pain ripped through his shoulder as an arrow found its mark, forcing a choked, "Ugh, damn it," from his lips. The source of the attack was revealed. A horde of shadowy, mounted archers, appearing from nowhere, unleashed a terrifying storm of arrows. He grimaced, the air around him a deadly symphony of whistling arrows. The sheer volume was crushing. He was forced to one knee, arrows slamming into the earth around him, kicking up dust and debris. Then, a panicked cry cut through the chaos, "NNO." The horse, someone screamed, their voice filled with terror. And then, a blinding flash. A brilliant, star-like burst of energy exploded outward, pushing back the shadowy horde. The ambush is far from over. An unseen enemy pulls back their bowstring, a deadly arrow poised to strike. Out of the frozen wilderness, two shadowy archers appear, locked and loaded for a kill shot. But wait. One of the hooded attackers is sent flying, tumbling down a massive cliff, as another watches from the edge. The archer above stares down, a silent witness to the brutal fight. But Jin Seowon isn't backing down. His eyes flash, a defiant "damn it" echoing in his mind. The enemy's voice booms, a chilling declaration, "There's no escape." A holographic display flashes to life, revealing Jin Seowon's insane stats as the world's strongest survivor, his portrait radiating pure power amidst a sea of skill icons. But elsewhere, across a desolate, windswept plain, a small group of armored figures pushes on, their cloaks whipping wildly in the brutal wind. An archer among them stays hyper-alert, scanning every shadow. The ground beneath them tells a story of recent movement, and a tense voice cuts through the silence. Getting caught off guard is the worst-case scenario. A spearman chimes in, warning that if the descended monster makes its move, it's game over. As they close in on a dark, imposing structure, the spearman curses, realizing the enemies are already swarming. The archer whips around to his companion, demanding, "Hey, what do we do?" But Jin Seowon is already gone, sprinting ahead like a blur, leaving his bewildered companions to freak out, asking what happened to the descended monster he said he'd take care of alone, and if he's already in the thick of it. He charges through the desolate landscape, spear poised, another cloaked figure struggling to keep up. Turning to his companion, Jin Seowon coldly states, "At this point, the rest of them are going to have to die." A grim determination hardens his gaze, a smear of blood on his cheek, as he considers the situation. What they truly want is for him to be on their side, protecting their team. Blue energy crackles around him as he resolves, "If they think I'm going to become a dog serving them, they're dead wrong. I'm going to use them for my own planning, so I can go into it with my own pace. I'm getting last." His eyes glow with fierce intent as he asks himself, "And then, how are you going to make them pay?" His grip tightens on the glowing spear, a sharp clang echoing as he declares, "It doesn't matter if they're monsters or humans. I'll kill them all." As he continues forward, another hooded figure cautions, "Hey, there's no need to provoke the monsters like that." He lays down the law, telling his crew to bail if they're not ready for the real fight, because this is just the warm-up. A smirk plays on his lips as he notes, his enemy's got some serious nerve. Then, with a glint in his eye, he adds, "It might not look like much, but there's still something powerful lurking within." His piercing blue gaze hardens as he vows, "No one from the outside is making it out of this place alive." With a surge of power, a spear of pure, crackling energy ignites in his grasp. The elf-feared ally, clearly worried, questions, "Are you seriously going to take on every single one of them?" The green-haired elf stands ready with his human comrade, both fixated on the protagonist. His resolve unyielding, Jin Seowon retorts, "I don't even need to fight them." Still confused, the elf-feared ally presses, "What exactly do you mean by that?" A mysterious masked figure, eyes blazing crimson, drops a single, chilling word. And in their hand, they're casually holding a shimmering, intricate artifact, a circle stone, Circle 4, a seriously rare and powerful item. The masked figure keeps going, laying it out. Any mage worth their salt would know the insane value of this stone, and Jin Seowon is all ears. Holding that glowing artifact high, the cloaked individual really hammers home its rarity, hinting it's a massive score for someone like him, right? Jin Seowon, now locked in on the figure, totally gets it, pointing out it could make a fortune. He just stares, letting the implications sink in, then the cloaked figure drops the bomb. Here's my proposal. The view pulls back, showing a harsh, rocky wasteland where multiple groups are just chilling, all watching the intense standoff between Jin Seowon and the masked figure. Jin Seowon glances down, his mind already racing about the crew who actually found this insane treasure. The cloaked figure, totally reading his mind, wraps up their pitch, explaining that their neutrality is exactly why they're not picking a side. Smart, right? He weighs the offer, a silent all right then. Reach. Forming on his lips, but the masked figure isn't playing games, cutting him off with a chilling, I'm not interested in your proposal. I'll just take it. No sooner are the words out than a glowing orb smashes into the ground, a battle cry echoing, fight. 3 masked figures, cloaked in menacing, dark energy, are poised for absolute chaos. Jin Seowon stares them down, a single warrior against a trio of shadows. He explodes into motion, and the masked leader's chilling philosophy rings out, it's only natural to take what you want if you have the power to do so. The masked leader's cold calculation is laid bare, using a useless item to stall 4 people at once is a small price to pay. But Jin Seowon is a force of nature, a streak of blue energy, blitzing across the battlefield with impossible speed. When the smoke clears, he's left standing, looking down at a tiny creature, a weary sigh escaping him, all done. Still feeling a little tired, though. Just a few minutes later, the echoes of battle start to die down. He's at the rift's core, right where he dropped the pill, and the tension is already building. A chill hits him, and he knows it, a boss monster is about to drop, any second now. Then, the trees around him start to violently crack and splinter. The sound of snapping wood ripping through the air as some unseen power just shreds the forest. His eyes go wide, a shocked gasp ripping from his throat. A vibrant pink energy starts to swirl and coalesce, pulsating with insane power. He drops into a crouch, a sudden jolt of realization hitting him, the enemy was already here, hiding in plain sight. Out of the swirling energy, a hand bursts forth, wreathed in a fierce, orange glow, it's the unmistakable power of Escrow's flame. He stares at the fiery manifestation, a sudden, chilling realization hitting him about the sheer power of this chi. He's watching the creatures, thinking he can just take them out himself, but then it hits him, a shocking realization, how did they get here so fast? Before he can even blink, a colossal, fiery explosion detonates from above, swallowing him whole as Escrow slams down with raw power. Escrow's voice rips through the flames, taunting that Jin Seowon's petty tricks are over, it's game time. Escrow's flames just keep coming, absolutely engulfing Jin Seowon, trapping him in a blazing, inescapable prison. The fire just explodes. But then, from the heart of the fire, Jin Seowon unleashes his power, activating the martial phantom arts, shadowy warriors appearing behind him as he gets ready to strike back. Then, with an explosive burst, his own fire power blasts out, countering Escrow's attack. The counterattack hits hard, sending Escrow flying, now burning in his own fiery trap. The fiery blast keeps tearing into him, with skull-like flames dancing in the inferno. The redirected flames absolutely exploded, consuming Escrow in a searing inferno. His agonizing screams echoing as the intense heat consumed him whole. The fiery impact raged, a blinding, devastating display of raw power. An unseen observer couldn't help but note the sheer futility of escape, realizing he was utterly trapped and couldn't dodge a thing. Then, as quickly as it came, the inferno began to dissipate, leaving only faint, shimmering traces of its destructive energy behind. A chilling, ethereal silence then descended upon the area, replacing the scorching heat with an unsettling, almost eerie calm. From a distance, 2 shadowy, cloaked figures watched the aftermath unfold, one with a massive axe, clearly regretting not having gone in harder. The second figure, ever the pragmatist, simply concluded their target was toast and urged them to bail before anyone else showed up. With Escrow down, the 2 cloaked figures were already plotting their next move. One of them, ever the opportunist, demanded, seriously, are we just leaving all this loot behind? But his partner, surprisingly chill, just shrugged it off, nah, I'm stacked with rare gear already. Not my problem. Their leader, Escrow, a top-tier hunter, had been utterly annihilated in one hit, a brutal display of power that left them reeling. The cautious one grumbled about missing out on prime loot and having to report back to the guild, but then a new idea sparked. Strolling past the defeated Escrow, the assertive one pushed, so what now? We're just heading back to the guild, right? But his partner was already eyeing the abyss, cautioning, you're actually thinking of going down there? It's a death trap, I'm telling you. He hesitated, peering into the gloom, muttering, I'll think about it, while still insisting, seriously, it's way too dangerous down there. The assertive one, already at the chasm's edge, shot back, fall, and I'm out. You're on your own. Elsewhere, Jin Seowon arrived at the chasm, eyeing the rope dangling into the void, and scoffed, seriously? A rope? What's the point of that? His gaze fixed on the dark depths, determination blazing, I'm getting down there, no matter what. Just watch me. This rope's getting cut. Then, with a flash of his glowing blade, he sliced the rope, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he declared, see? We're hunters, after all. A little faith, right? A chilling voice booms, child. As a shadowy entity watches a young, cloaked figure freefall through a dark, ethereal abyss. This wasn't just a fall, it was an unexpected, fated encounter, a memory resurfacing. Only the most elite mages can even dream of casting spells while floating, but this child was just falling, utterly helpless in a cosmic void. Back then, he was just a kid, a raw talent yet to bloom, lost in a haunting memory. But the flashback snaps, and we're back in the present. A voice cuts through the rushing wind, assuring, we're almost there. But the other cloaked figure, armored and clearly not enjoying the ride, shouts back, easy for you to say. It's clearing my eyes. The assertive one fires back, a sharp reminder, you're the one who insisted on coming after being told not to. The chasm walls are a dizzying blur, a relentless rush of jagged rock as they plummet deeper. The cautious figure lets out a terrified, waah. As the red energy of their descent flares around them. Whoa! What are you doing? That was seriously dangerous. He shouts, as he's sent hurtling down the chasm. But then, a bloodied sword drips crimson, splattering against the unseen depths below. The armored figure, still clutching their bloodied weapon, continues their rapid descent. The air rushing past them at breakneck speed. Both figures plummet through the vast, dark chasm. Until they finally hit the ground with a jarring impact. A powerful blue aura flares around Jin Seowon as he shouts, huh? They're here already? Before they both crash into the depths below. Sending a powerful burst of blue energy and water high into the air. As shards of ice rain down around them. Submerged in the murky water, Jin Seowon's eyes go wide in shock, he's definitely not alone down here. The cloaked figure's gaze, sharp and unblinking through their mask, is already scoping out the dark surroundings. As Jin Seowon bursts from the water, a faint red glow ignites in his hand, confronting a silent, shadowy crowd that's already there. The armored figure's voice slices through the tension, demanding, who killed that mage? Someone's asking if he's even still breathing, but the bearded dude is already going full throttle, unleashing a blue energy blast. And bam! The blue-tinged strike lands, hitting its mark with explosive power. But hold up. Before he can even process it, the bearded guy's face contorts in pure shock and agony, he just got countered. Then, a bone-shattering strike connects, Jin Seowon's eye blazing with furious red power. Now he's fully charged, enveloped in a crimson aura, his whole body just screaming raw power. He drives a fist, crackling with purple energy, straight into his opponent, no holding back. The beatdown doesn't stop, his arm a red-streaked blur of pure speed. He takes the hit, blue energy exploding around him, but there's no way he's going down that easy. Instead, he blasts forward, a total blur, leaving a trail of ice shards. And with a shout, his weapon goes wild, a glowing chain sword extending with pure, lethal intent. The blade whips through the air, a blinding streak of light. It connects with a brutal impact. And he expertly manipulates the chain, guiding that weapon with surgical precision. The bearded opponent's eyes flare red in pure shock, realizing just how skilled his enemy is. What a tricky opponent. The chain sword keeps up its relentless assault. Delivering another powerful, blood-splattering blow. The chain sword kept ripping, shredding the bearded opponent's form with savage precision. Every single link found its target, painting the air crimson as the opponent took hit after hit. The opponent's arm, already mangled, got sliced again as the weapon wrapped around him like a viper. He stumbled back from the non-stop hits, his body barely holding together against the onslaught. Then, a massive burst of blue energy exploded from Jin Seowon, his whole body glowing with raw power as he geared up for the next strike. His hand, blazing with that same electric blue, clenched, ready to unleash hell. His eyes now blazing crimson, he sneered with icy contempt, if you can't even handle this. His voice, sharp as a razor, then you're not even worth my time. With the heavenly demon's eyes burning crimson, his words hit like a hammer, dripping with pure dominance. Jin Seowon's eyes blaze crimson as he utterly dismisses his foe, a chilling declaration of unworthiness. Then, a colossal burst of energy explodes, and he's sent hurtling down. He's free-falling through a maelstrom of blue energy and water, his burning red eyes unwavering. The plunge keeps going, blue currents violently swirling around him. He's sinking further, and now bubbles are erupting from the inky blackness below. The water around him turns a brilliant blue, absolutely packed with rising bubbles. He's still dropping, a dark silhouette against the bubbly blue, his eyes still burning a fierce, glowing red. The wild plunge just keeps going, dragging him further into this mysterious underwater world. Still plummeting through the dark depths, Jin Seowon's form is enveloped in a vibrant blue energy, the sheer power of his earlier attack blasting him deeper into the water, surrounded by a flurry of bubbles. His hand, still crackling with residual power, glows with the same intense blue as he continues his rapid, unstoppable descent. Nearby, the bearded opponent struggles desperately, his pleas for forgiveness gurgling through the water, utterly overwhelmed by Jin Seowon's devastating power. As the blue energy around his hand pulses once more, a faint sound of distress echoes through the watery expanse, a final gasp of defiance. Suddenly, his eyes blaze crimson, and a dark, blood-red aura erupts around him, signifying the reawakening of his terrifying heavenly demon state as he continues his uncontrolled descent. After what feels like an eternity, he finds himself at the bottom, straining to lift two heavy wooden chests from the murky water, baffled by their unexpected weight. A thought crosses his mind, a practical lesson learned from his watery ordeal: he should probably avoid fighting underwater from now on, a mental note for future battles. Finally, standing on solid ground beside one of the retrieved chests, a soft green aura now emanates from his body, a new, mysterious energy settling around him. A fog ring skill just went off, boosting speed in its thrown direction, and a grade E hunter's scroll instantly locks onto the nearest target. The cloaked figure, observing, can't help but think that fight would have been way harder if their enemy wasn't totally exposed. With his glowing purple eyes locked on, he instantly recognizes the legendary whipsword. The system confirms that fog ring can track and even teleport him, but he's frustrated, he's completely out of mana for it. Scanning the frozen terrain, he confirms the pillar of light was here too. Jin Seowon catches up, walking beside the cloaked figure through the snow, and comments, looks like they just missed something big. Their eyes land on it, a worn wooden chest, pulsing with an unsettling green light. He scans the frozen cavern, questioning if any loot could possibly be left in this barren wasteland. But the cloaked figure shuts that down fast, declaring there's no way anything valuable is still here. While Jin Seowon processes that, a brutal memory hits the cloaked figure. He's back in a brutal fight, blood exploding from his back as an unseen enemy lands a hit, a voice snarling he won't get away. The impact sends him flying. But even with his eyes blazing red from the pain, he grits out that he's barely taking any damage. Hours later, the frozen wastes are still there, but the immediate threat is gone. Then, a system alert blares, declaring the final position is about to drop. The cloaked figure, clearly worn out, gasps for air, his glowing red eyes locked onto the incoming info. The system's final position drops, revealing a brutal aftermath, with the absolute unit escrow standing victorious over a pile of defeated enemies, a ding confirming that the survivors count. These green glowing figures, now just remnants, confirm the grim count, with a shocking 101 out of 200 left standing. Meanwhile, high above the carnage, the cloaked figure stares down at the chaos, a faint blue glow hinting at his presence. His expression is grim, eyes locked in intense focus. From their perch on a rocky outcrop, the cloaked figure and his buddy watch the distant victor, the cloaked figure muttering about the insane presence radiating from below. His companion, a smaller human, turns to a green-haired, pointed-ear figure, asking if that's the same dude who bailed earlier. The green-haired figure, deep in thought, ponders the battle's outcome, wondering if they're actually the winners. Suddenly, a violent impact erupts, splattering blood across the darkness. A hand, clad in a blue sleeve, reaches out desperately, covered in crimson as a life-threatening injury takes hold. His world explodes into agony, a chilling voice cutting through the pain, "Child." He's down, bleeding out, but one thought screams through the chaos, "Survive." He pulls himself together, the brutal truth hitting him, their mana was off the charts, no wonder he got wrecked. Just his luck, right? Level 1, Stats 1, Skills 1, Title 1, he's at rock bottom, but his eyes burn with a single, unyielding promise: he will get stronger. He pushes through the treacherous canyon, his mind racing, gotta find a safe spot, hide out, and power up those stats. Pushing deeper into the labyrinthine dungeon. Until he finally stumbles upon a hidden cave, a brief moment of respite from the relentless grind. Deep inside, he pulls out a pulsating green mana stone. He finally collapses, ready to begin the long, grueling recovery. 6 hours, minimum, with the mana stone and elixir. When was the last time he actually rested? Running all day has stretched time into an endless blur. He pushes onward, hours blurring into the desolate night. 6 hours later. Under the cloak of darkness, his mana surges, finally recovering thanks to the potent circle stone. The night itself becomes his ally, his advantage. Ding! A system notification explodes, revealing his new identity, Aoyama Haruto. Human, martial artist, mage. Inner energy, 310. Mana, 40, circle 4. Strength, 50. Stamina, 45. Agility, 42. Magic resistance, 90. This is the ultimate way to boost inner energy, he realizes. But a dark thought lingers, compared to the first game, this is still pathetic. If only he could just siphon mana from others. He scans the desolate landscape, a low, questioning sound escaping him. With a fresh cut on his cheek, he observes that a few survivors are still out there. He flashes back to the others, their frantic expressions, their sense of camaraderie, a stark reminder of his own solitude, feeling like an outsider, always. Green energy pulses around him, the lingering echoes of the brutal fight. As the brutal player hunt raged on through the darkness, finally ending as the sun began to rise. Beneath the fading crescent moon, the long night finally gave way to morning. A system notification pops up, confirming the grim reality, it's already day 3 of Cloyd's survival. He lets out a weary sigh, pondering just how many have been eliminated already. He drops onto a battered suitcase, then raises his hand, pulling up a glowing orange system window to check the latest updates on the survival game. The system just dropped a bombshell. Only 42 players are left standing out of 100, and the game is getting real. Then, another ding hit, revealing a buffed monster's location, now pinned right on his map. He processed the info, thinking, is this it? Is the real game finally starting? The system even pinpointed it, showing the buffed monster's exact spot with a blazing red circle. Seeing how close it was, he thought, it's right there, maybe I should just go for it. He understood the stakes, fewer players meant the fights were about to get absolutely brutal. But a massive buff? That's something you just can't pass up. Cloaked and ready, he checked the system again, this buffed monster was a full-blown demon. He set off across the barren land, figuring this demonic encounter could seriously pay off. A deep, terrifying growl rips through the air, signaling the presence of an absolute behemoth, a monstrous shadow lurking in the darkness. Facing down the gargantuan beast, Jin Seowon, cloaked and ready, stares up at its sheer, terrifying size. His mind races, calculating the odds, and he knows this thing would normally take a small army, at least 6 parties, to even stand a chance. Then, the monster's colossal, glowing yellow eye locks onto him, and a chilling swoosh of air confirms it knows he's there. His face snaps into a look of pure shock and fierce resolve, the sheer power of this monster hitting him all at once. Suddenly, a chilling hiss rips through the silence, and something splatters violently onto the ground. Then, out of nowhere, a giant cobra-like monster with dark, glistening scales rears its head. Seowon can only stare, his mind racing, he thought he was dealing with a simple werewolf, not this. And they didn't send 2 people to take him down, they sent 6. But before he can even react, a furry beast lunges, its massive, snapping jaws filling the entire frame. And a guttural roar explodes from its throat, glowing with terrifying red energy. The sheer speed of the attack leaves Seowon stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even as his feet remain rooted to the desolate ground. And as if that wasn't enough, the giant snake's eyes start to glow with an eerie yellow, its gaze locked onto him. The colossal crocodile-like beast roars, its immense form still half hidden beneath the water. As he strides away from the ominous, dark entrance, a bizarre tranquility settles over Jin Seowon, leaving him utterly bewildered by this sudden emotional shift. He ponders if his ability has a range limit, amazed that even that monstrous creature couldn't sense him when he was practically right next to it. The gargantuan beast stays put in the distance, a chilling reminder of the dungeon's ironclad law, once a kill is secured, the monsters simply abandon the area. He makes the call to bail for now, his mana practically running on fumes. Just a few minutes later, he's already back on the move, trekking down a winding forest trail. He casts a look over his shoulder, the sheer thought of battling 6 more foes after that brutal fight is insane, and he's kicking himself for not getting to use his big guns. His gaze sharpens, a primal focus igniting within him. With a furious roar, he unleashes a devastating wind blade, green energy erupting from his hand. Multiple razor-sharp projectiles tearing through the very fabric of reality. The green energy slams into its target, a blinding flash of impact. But his attack is instantly repelled, shattering into a million pieces. The magical energy dissolving into nothingness. A child's terrified cry pierces the silence, shocking him to his core. He scans his surroundings, a wave of disbelief washing over him. A heartfelt apology escaping his lips as the horrifying truth dawns on him. His eyes snap open, the horrifying truth slamming into him, it's a kid. A literal child, just standing there with a phone. A choked, seriously. Escapes him, the weight of his actions crushing down. But before he can even process the kid, he's already got one of the cloaked creeps by the collar, demanding to know what's going on. His face hardens, a new, dangerous thought clicking into place. No time to think. The cloaked figures strike, a massive, dark weapon slamming into him, forcing him to throw up a desperate shield. But he's faster. A lightning-quick punch explodes across one attacker's face. Then the other cloaked figure, the one with the scar and those terrifying red eyes, lunges in, and a guttural cry of pain rips from him. Fangs. The monster bites deep, drawing blood, but his eyes burn with unyielding resolve. A surge of green energy explodes around him, and he blurs into motion, ready to unleash hell. He unleashes a devastating kick, a vibrant green aura exploding around his leg as it absolutely connects with the dreadlocked opponent. The impact sends shards of green energy absolutely everywhere, briefly forming a defensive shield as the opponent's guard is utterly shattered. The dreadlocked figure stumbles back, a pained groan ripped from his throat. His mind flashes to the image of a small, injured child, whose body was absolutely covered in wounds, only barely healed by precious scrolls. The memory absolutely fuels his fury, and he snarls, condemning his opponent as the lowest scum imaginable. The dreadlocked man, completely taken aback, mumbles in utter surprise, realizing his opponent's strength far exceeds what he had ever anticipated. Jin Seowon's hand begins to glow with an intense, pulsing orange-red energy, his voice absolutely cold as he declares his intent to kill. He lunges forward, completely enveloped in a fiery aura, vowing to claim all of his opponent's power for himself. A concentrated orb of raw, destructive energy absolutely bursts forth, hurtling towards the dreadlocked figure. Jin Seowon goes all out, unleashing a massive, blazing orange-red energy sphere from his hand. Exploding outwards with incredible speed. Leaving a trail of superheated particles in its wake. Watching the chaos unfold, he notes the strange power of his flame spell, promising his foe a fiery end. But from the smoke, Akira Nakano's voice rings out, taunting him for using raw power instead of skill. Jin Seowon, unfazed, fires back, telling Akira he's completely wrong about his power. Akira, growing increasingly agitated, can't believe a basic spell is causing such trouble, demanding to know how his foe is still standing. Without warning, an invisible blow slams into Akira Nakano, making him gasp in agony as he's thrown back. His face contorted in agony, he screams, pleading for the brutal attack to end. Still reeling from the unseen assault, he hears a voice taunt him, asking if he's truly afraid, as blood splatters around him. The voice continues, comparing his current ordeal to the hell another had endured, and Jin Seowon watches the crimson spray, his expression unreadable. A guttural cry escapes Akira Nakano as his hand, adorned with rings, begins to bleed profusely, the unseen force tearing at him. More blood erupts, accompanied by a sickening gurgle, as the attack intensifies. Finally, Akira Nakano collapses, his body drenched in his own blood, the unseen assault having run its course. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a lush, sun-dappled forest, where a much younger Akira Nakano crouches, his eyes wide with apprehension. A voice calls out to him, asking if he's a kid, and the boy nervously responds with a hesitant, "Why yes." Jin Seowon stands over the child, inquiring about the old man who raised him, and the young Akira Nakano struggles to form a reply. He finally manages to stammer out that he is 9 years old, and the old man is his. Deep in the woods, Jin Seowon confronts a lone kid, questioning his presence in such a dangerous spot. He presses, "Is this your first time here?" Then, he extends a hand, ready to assist. A soft look crosses his face as he declares, "I can't just leave you here. Let me help you out." The kid stares at a mysterious glowing blue item, a jerky bag popping into his inventory, and he's totally baffled, asking, "What are these things?" Jin Seowon casually drops that he's already at Circle 4 mage, telling the kid he'll get it soon, and reminds him that everyone starts small before leveling up. He just turns and starts walking, expecting the kid to keep up. The kid, still holding that glowing thing, looks up, totally stunned, his eyes practically popping out of his head. He sprints to catch up to Jin Seowon, gasping out a grateful, "Thank you so much." Jin Seowon thinks to himself, "Man, I was just like that kid only 2 months ago. Is Jang Dowden really gone for good?" His mind races, flashing back to the past. Without that mysterious cloaked figure, he'd have been wiped out in the cloud survival ages ago. A flash of annoyance, a silent admission of how weak he used to be. He remembers the boss monster, a terrifying beast that once felt impossible to beat. And then, a name pops into his head, Hayami Ren. Akira Nakano, the guy behind that name, flashes into his memory, a total power player. He remembers the emissaries, sent out by the organization. Now, with a burning new purpose, he sprints, ready to finish the job and get back what's his. The forest looms around him, a silent witness to his unbreakable will. Meanwhile, a mysterious cloaked figure is already there, perched silently on a tree root. Watching a small, glowing monster. "Is that the last monster?" someone asks, getting a firm, "That's right. No mistake." But the calm is shattered as a group of hunters confronts them around a downed boss monster. An older, bearded man steps forward, furious, demanding. He presses on, his voice unwavering. A different hunter, absolutely seething, yells. An axe-wielding hunter pushes back, justifying their claim. The cloaked figure, still shrouded in mystery, fires back with a sharp retort. The air crackles with unspoken threats as he holds his position. The green-robed figures are still going at it, demanding their cut of the loot. With one of them flat out declaring that nobody's getting a single piece of it. Before dropping the bombshell that there's only one way this is going down. Then, a hand shoots out, radiating a faint, light blue glow. And a female figure steps into the spotlight, her whole body blazing with a fierce red aura. She's not holding back, swearing to wipe them all out with everything she's got. But the cloaked figure just throws the challenge right back, show me. Jin Seowon is totally caught off guard, wondering what the cloaked figure is even talking about. While Akira Nakano cuts in, pointing out that it's all pointless because no one can even hear them. Just as things couldn't get any more intense, a new cloaked figure steps out, a chilling smirk on his face, his crimson eyes burning as he drops a single, loaded word, child. That single word hangs in the air, and Jin Seowon's face twists in pure revulsion, his eyes burning as he spits out, what a disgusting bastard. A cloaked figure is on the offensive, demanding the kneeling man finally show his true colors. The kneeling figure stays quiet. While the cloaked figure pushes, shouting a name. Aoyama Haruto. Then, he pivots to Akira Nakano, flashing a glowing purple core, a chilling reminder, you promised me the magic core. Don't tell me you forgot. Don't tell me you don't have it, because I am not going to be happy. Watching the whole scene unfold, Jin Seowon instantly sees through the cloaked figure's bluff, realizing he's just leveraging his name for a bigger payout. A faint blue energy starts to pulse from his hand. Meanwhile, Akira Nakano and another figure watch intently, anticipating the next play. His eyes blazing with determination, Jin Seowon knows the cloaked figure is playing a dangerous game, trying to squeeze out an even bigger reward. Dropping a bombshell, the cloaked figure makes his exit. Leaving Akira Nakano on his knees, clutching the glowing magic core, having fulfilled his end of the deal. Chaos erupts among the bystanders, but one brave soul tries to calm the storm. But Jin Seowon's laser focus never wavers, his eyes locked on the unfolding chaos. Then, a wave of relief washes over the crowd, their terror momentarily forgotten. A light-haired figure stands among them, taking it all in. His back to the viewer, his stance tense with anticipation. The cloaked figure vanishes deeper into the forest, his chilling words still hanging in the air. And Jin Seowon's eyes narrow, his mind already calculating his next move, all focused on that magic core. Suddenly, a massive blue energy burst explodes around him, sending him hurtling downward. The sheer force condenses, revealing a glowing, ancient symbol at its heart. He holds his ground as the aura expands, a defiant blue glow pushing back the shadows. With a final surge, the energy explodes, forming a massive, shimmering barrier. But from the dark forest, a cloaked figure watches the carnage, scoffing at the perfectly disorganized mob below. The cloaked figure sneers, calling the mages useless ants and marveling at how quickly everything is crumbling. A sinister grin spreads beneath his hood as he declares, guess it's time to have some fun, too. The blue light vanishes, and our hero is down. He lies defeated on the cold ground, dark particles swirling around him, a crushing blow. The cloaked figure looms over a fallen foe, a chilling taunt echoing, demanding if they still dare to fight after having their very essence ripped away. Elsewhere, Akira Nakano, a smirk playing on his lips, can't believe how easily their mark fell for the trap. Suddenly, a blinding blue energy rips through the forest, a thunderous BWOM shaking the very ground. The raw power surges onward, a sharp shing cutting through the silence. Akira rallies his forces, commanding them to hold for his signal, as a colossal blue energy orb pulses with dark power behind them. But across the battlefield, a warrior in yellow armor, flanked by his own crew, explodes in disbelief, demanding to know why he's here, right now. Akira's face hardens, as he coolly states he's leaving the rest to his old man. The cloaked figure, staff crackling with dark energy over the fallen enemy, roars back in fury, what? I'm supposed to enjoy this to the fullest. The warrior in yellow, jaw clenched, stares ahead with fierce resolve. He's charging up, the air around him practically screaming with raw power. Then, with a battle cry, he screams, chain lightning, and lets it rip. The sheer force of it explodes outward, slamming into the ground with a thunderous impact, swallowing Jin Seowon whole. The storm just keeps getting stronger, blinding everything in a furious yellow glow. Every single bolt a devastating hit. The relentless barrage just won't stop. A total maelstrom of pure electrical destruction. A primal scream rips from his throat, the chain lightning still electrifying his very core. But even as he burns, one thought cuts through the pain, the enemy only suppressed, never finished the job. But from the shadows, a woman in green robes observes, her jaw practically on the floor, uttering in shock about the insane power of just one spell. Still down, Jin Seowon's eyes lock onto her, a defiant shout ripping from him, "Why, lady?" His face contorts into a snarl, a chilling promise in his words, "If you want to run away, you're gonna get hurt." Then, a sudden explosion of raw power. He rockets forward, a blazing crimson aura erupting as he unleashes a devastating physical smash. The impact rips through the air, sending shockwaves and crimson fragments exploding outwards. But he's not done. His hand ignites with an icy blue glow, frost particles swirling around his palm. He unleashes a torrent of frigid energy, a devastating ice breath ripping through the air. The icy assault continues, shattering into razor-sharp shards on impact. His devastating ice attack, the hammer's frost, explodes with blinding blue light and freezing particles. As one of his opponents, a man in a brown jacket, reels back in pure fury, outraged that such a cheap technique is being used against him. He braces himself, his foot slamming down. But Jin Seowon drops like a meteor, delivering a devastating strike with a chilling command to die. The ice spreads, engulfing the outstretched hand of the woman in green robes as she tries to block the assault. Her face contorting in utter disbelief at the sheer power that could turn someone into frost. The frost rapidly consumes her arm and shoulder, leaving her utterly stunned and questioning what just happened. Meanwhile, the man in the brown jacket recoils, his eyes wide with shock and pain as the ice consumes him too, the unexpected force completely overwhelming his defenses. Culminating in a violent impact that draws blood. The air explodes with raw energy as a woman in green robes stares up, eyes blown wide, absolutely reeling from the lightning strike. Suspended midair, absolutely crackling with a brilliant yellow aura, Jin Seowon lays down the law, telling his foes to forget about redirecting his lightning. The sheer electrical discharge just keeps spreading, engulfing the very ground beneath their feet in a shimmering, dangerous glow. A man in a brown jacket is absolutely stunned, his face screaming disbelief at the sheer power on display. He then drops the bombshell, revealing that by coating his body with inner energy, he can literally absorb and redirect chi, even dumping the electricity straight into the ground. The woman, still trying to process it all, can only stammer out a question, wondering how he makes such an insane feat of advanced inner energy control sound so easy. The man's eyes widen in dawning horror, as he finally grasps the terrifying truth, they're not just deflecting the lightning, they're absorbing it. And with one last, bone-chilling declaration, Jin Seowon makes it crystal clear, he's taking them down personally, his determination burning brighter than the lightning itself. Deep within the shadowy forest, an explosive force rips through the stillness. Unleashing a blinding, crackling chain lightning attack, slamming down with raw, untamed power. But the cloaked target, instead of falling, ignites with a furious yellow aura, cursing the damn invader with a defiant roar. The lightning isn't just absorbed, it's masterfully redirected, as the figure channels the raw power into a massive tree, leaving onlookers absolutely flabbergasted. Akira Nakano, clutching his golden disc, stares in disbelief, uttering that he's never seen magic used in such an insane way. His jaw drops as the terrifying truth hits him, they aren't just blocking the attacks, they're straight up absorbing the power. But before the cloaked mage can even react, Jin Seowon is already there, a lightning-fast blur unleashing a devastating purple energy strike straight into his foe. He moves with blinding speed. A mere phantom in the forest's gloom, erasing the distance in a heartbeat. Jin Seowon's devastating purple energy attack absolutely slams into the cloaked figure, the impact ripping through the very air. As the relentless assault continues to crush his opponent, the yellow-clad observer can only watch, a shocked gasp tearing from his throat, questioning if this level of power could even be human. His jaw drops, utterly stunned. Then, a system alert explodes into view, confirming the brutal defeat of Pike by the unstoppable Oyama Haruto, leaving the witness absolutely floored. Meanwhile, Akira Nakano's face twists in a grim realization, his eyes locked onto the unfolding chaos. Standing frozen and absorbing the sheer speed of the victory. A violent gush of blood erupts from the vanquished foe. The yellow outfit man flinches back, the raw power of the final blow hitting him hard. And there he stands, Jin Seowon, towering over his defeated enemy, a single, powerful dam, cutting through the silence of the forest. His eyes ignite with a fierce purple glow, a single, chilling word escaping his lips. The green-robed figure is utterly stunned, a chilling realization hitting him, he completely underestimated his opponent. He swears vengeance, promising to make the arrogant fool pay dearly. Sweat drips, his shock undeniable. But before he can even blink, the protagonist has him locked down, leaving him gasping, how, at the impossible speed. A chilling threat hangs in the air, resist, and face the ultimate price. Surrounded by a storm of crackling blue energy in the deep woods, Jin Seowon is an absolute force of nature. He faces down his foes, his tone dripping with contempt, calling out their sheer nerve for daring to use his name. With Akira Nakano and the yellow-clad man both utterly crushed and sprawled on the forest floor, he looms over them, blade still in hand, the undisputed champion. His voice cuts through the silence, mocking their previous arrogance, a brutal reminder that they had challenged him, knowing full well the deadly consequences. His eyes still blazing with raw power, he delivers his ultimate, non-negotiable demand, hand over the ant's heart. The hooded figure, clearly agitated, shouts his frustration. As a hidden trap snaps shut, a thin wire slicing across his face. Jin Seowon, his eyes blazing with an ominous purple glow, challenges the pathetic deception. But the hooded man, now armed with a bow, sneers, revealing he saw right through the decoy, a mere empty shell left in his wake. Jin Seowon, utterly unfazed, declares he'll just end him to confirm his identity, while the bow master, Akira Nakano, fires back, daring him to underestimate a true hunter. Akira Nakano pulls his bowstring back to its absolute limit, a furious red energy surging around the arrow, boldly proclaiming that a mere bow user like him is nothing but easy pickings. But in a flash, before the shot can even be loosed, slamming into Akira Nakano and sending him flying, a broken ragdoll, deep into the dense woods. The fight's over. A brutal hit, a bloody weapon, and a clear winner. Jin Seowon stands tall over the fallen Akira Nakano and the tied-up yellow outfit man, victory secured. Akira Nakano barely moves on the ground, a weak sound his only response. Out of nowhere, a cloaked figure appears, staring down at the defeated mage and demanding, "Seriously, how many times have you messed up for him?" The cloaked figure's voice cuts through the air, "How many times have you failed me?" Akira Nakano, barely conscious, mumbles out, This is only my second time." At that, Jin Seowon's eyes ignite with a fierce yellow, a powerful aura erupting around him as he snaps, "Huh?" He's engulfed in explosive yellow lightning, his eyes blazing as he confronts them, "Second time? Is that because I'm the one standing against you?" With a surge of raw power, he charges up his next move, readying chain lightning in his palm. The air crackled with unspoken threats as the cloaked figure uttered a chilling word, a cryptic pronouncement that cut through the silence. But Jin Seowon, eyes blazing with a mix of introspection and resolve, was already deep in thought, questioning his own coldness after finally meeting someone from his past world. Suddenly, a sharp ding ripped him from his thoughts, a system alert flashing before his eyes, Aoyama Haruto, eliminated by Hayami Ren, the Abao. The cloaked figure is kicking himself, thinking he played it too cool and missed out on some sweet loot from the other hunters. With a mysterious green glow sparking from his hand, he's totally blown away by how many spirit stones those high-rank monsters dropped, way more than he ever expected. He's still reeling from the monster loot, thinking, more spirit stones than I thought, and Jin Seowon's reaction is pure shock, yelling, "What?" He totally thought Jin Seowon was just some magic user, but turns out, the guy's also a total beast in martial arts. Staring him down, the cloaked figure realizes there's no simple way to figure out just how powerful this guy really is. Back with Jin Seowon, still totally freaking out, he's yelling, "Hoha! What do we do now?" Then, a ding rings out, and boom! A golden box just appeared. Another ding confirms it's a super rare drop, only from golden boxes, and it's gonna give him a random special weapon. He who slays the dragon won't be claimed by its curse, he thinks, eyes locked on the radiant prize. No matter what, he promises himself, "I'll make sure that prophecy never comes to pass." His hand extending to seize the golden box. "Poor guy," he mutters, "but I'm definitely making this mine." The box bursts open with a blinding flash. Its golden radiance exploding outwards, engulfing everything in a dazzling, otherworldly glow. His jaw drops, eyes wide with shock as he gasps, This is unbelievable." A system notification blazes across his vision, announcing a reforged rarity weapon box. He can only whisper, "Is this a joke?" Staring at the collection of weapons. "Guess today just isn't my lucky day," he grumbles, clearly unimpressed. He's got this glowing blue orb, and what's his move? Just casually tossing it into his inventory like it's no big deal. But then, a mysterious voice booms, asking about his master, and he's totally caught off guard, shouting, "What the?" Then, bam! A massive, blue-skinned, horned powerhouse with a smirk materializes, immediately flexing about how lucky Jin Seowon must be to have unleashed him with that orb's power. As this epic new character is monologuing, Jin Seowon is just chilling, getting a system notification that he's snagged a closed barrier, and he's just like, "Right, got it." Hammett, this absolute unit, then challenges Jin Seowon, asking if he's ready to throw down for him instead of some creepy piece of scrap metal. Talk about a power move. Hammett brushes off the details, declaring he doesn't care about anything else, he's just hyped to finally stretch out after being cooped up for ages. He then drops the bombshell, admitting people might think he's some kind of demon, but nope, he's a god, the one and only weapon god Hammett, the absolute strongest weapon deity in existence. While Hammett is practically radiating power with his blue aura, Jin Seowon just looks up at the massive god, and drops the ultimate mic drop. I don't really use weapons." Hammett's glowing blue eyes widen in absolute disbelief, as he shouts, "What? A bare-handed fighter? The ultimate plot twist. Still processing the mind-blowing fact that his summoner doesn't use weapons, Hammet's internal monologue screams, "Are weapons even for hunters anymore?" But Jin Seowon, ever the enigma, just casually checks out a new gauntlet, feeling a weird sense of déjà vu even though it's totally new. This isn't just any gauntlet, it's a golden gauntlet, weightless but capable of shattering anything. Talk about overpowered. But Jin Seowon? He just shrugs it off, like, "Nah, I'm good. Already got my closed barrier, this is just a basic gauntlet." Then, he casually glances at the weapon god, muttering if this weapon god can even meet his standards. Suddenly, another set of gauntlets pops up, dark gauntlets, super flexible and feather-light, ready to adapt to literally any weapon. But Jin Seowon, holding the new gauntlet, just doubles down, bluntly stating he doesn't need weapons and will just punch people. This bold statement leaves Hammet absolutely flabbergasted, his face a perfect picture of pure, unadulterated shock. The weapon god, now totally fuming, shouts for attention, warning Jin Seowon not to underestimate him or treat him lightly. He absolutely rages, his voice booming with pure frustration, practically screaming about what kind of weapon is even being hunted, or if any weapon is even wanted. But the cloaked figure just watches, totally absorbed in thought, whispering, let's see. He's thinking about a super durable weapon, one he could just use however he wants, but the weapon god instantly fires back, "No. Hammet. You're telling me to become a mere weapon?" His entire body radiating raw power, he throws down the gauntlet, "If you've never fought in your life, then be the substance." The cloaked figure doesn't flinch as the weapon god's voice booms, declaring, "I am telling you again, do not underestimate me. I am a weapon god." The cloaked figure is still watching, processing everything, while Hammet adds, "But this isn't half bad. A weapon god doesn't lie." Jin Seowon starts wrapping his hands, getting ready for the showdown, as the weapon god's voice keeps going, "So you have an idea how much power I have slept through to obtain me?" His hands are expertly wrapped, the white fabric cinching tight around his fists. Prepped and ready, Jin Seowon locks eyes with him, his expression unyielding, and drops the bomb, "Yes. You're the one who is going to be my weapon." Hammet, the weapon god, drops a bombshell, revealing he's got way more power than anyone's seen yet. Hooked, the cloaked figure can't believe it, more power. What could it be? Hammet's all like, "You bet there is," leaving the cloaked figure totally baffled, wondering how this new power even popped up. Suddenly, a game-changing system window pops up, showcasing the random ability box, a daily lottery for insane skills, including powers that can literally flip fights or bend reality itself. Hammet pushes the cloaked figure to grab this insane power-up, guaranteeing a massive boost, and the figure's down for it, but only if Hammet spills all the secrets. Hammet's like, "Do I really gotta promise right now?" But the cloaked figure just shrugs, saying the power can be unleashed whenever. Hammet's face twists in annoyance as he kicks himself, realizing he just blabbed about a super powerful secret he shouldn't have. Cut to later, in a mystical, glowing forest, the cloaked figure feels a chill, a gut feeling that someone's got them in their sights. The vibe gets super intense, confirming a full-on, deadly killing intent is locked right onto them. Cloaked and ready, Jin Seowon is deep in a dark forest, green energy crackling around his hands as he wonders if the enemy has made a comeback. But his mind flashes back to a past scene, watching Akira Nakano, who's totally frustrated, saying he can't find any trace of the killer. Then Hammet cuts in, totally writing off the killer and bragging about how easily he got all the weapons he needed from those mages. Snap back to reality. Seowon stares at a glowing red symbol, declaring it's go time. A system alert confirms he's just activated a super high-level teleportation scroll. The flashback rolls on, with Akira Nakano proposing they just pretend the killer's not dead and let him loose, especially since his location is still a mystery. Hammet casually confirms he can read Seowon's mind, cementing their unbreakable connection. Their bond explodes into existence, a swirling vortex of fiery red and orange energy. Out of nowhere, a red-fletched arrow rips through the air with blinding speed. Bam! It hits, sinking deep into Seowon's shoulder as he whips his head around, blood exploding from the wound. A searing pain rips through him as the arrow strikes, blood exploding onto the ground. Out of nowhere, a cloaked figure drops their bow, the shot already fired. But before the attacker can even blink, a blinding, scorching energy explodes from the wounded hero, consuming the assailant in a fiery, agonizing scream. The cloaked figure, now a blazing inferno, crashes down. A massive, orange-yellow power wave explodes outwards. The sheer, devastating force shreds everything in its path. With a sickening thud, the burning assailant slams into the ground, utterly defeated. Still down, but his eyes now blazing with an unholy purple glow, he unleashes a shockwave that sends shadowy figures raining down from the trees. He stays down, one attacker sprawled out, lifeless, while another shadowy form lurks in the distance, witnessing the devastating fallout of his explosive retaliation. The cloaked figure looms over the downed Jin Seowon, a chilling green-blue aura still radiating from him. He scrutinizes the unmoving body, but the kill log remains stubbornly blank. Meanwhile, a red-haired cloaked figure, clutching a pulsating orb, shouts for her allies to locate him immediately, detecting an explosive mana surge. Back in the thick of it, the cloaked archer knocks another arrow, barking orders for detection magic to be deployed, just in case. He draws the bowstring taut, his aim locked on with lethal intent. But then, an unforeseen twist snaps his focus, his eye flaring with shock. A dark smirk then twists his lips, the surprise melting into a chilling amusement. With a lightning-fast release, the arrow streaks forward, leaving a searing blue energy trail. The projectile slams home, burying itself deep into a furry hide with a brutal impact. The arrow, a blur of dark energy, connects, slamming into a tiny, furry shield that materialized just in time, exploding into a shower of crimson. But the cloaked assailant is absolutely stunned, his mind reeling as he questions how anyone could have blocked that arrow with their bare hands. Amidst the shimmering energy, Jin Seowon just shrugs at the little fur ball on his shoulder, casually remarking, "Nah, not really. Pretty useless, actually." Meanwhile, Akira Nakano's face twists in pure rage from afar, screaming for his crew to dump every single spell they've got on Jin Seowon. But Jin Seowon is already gone, a lightning-fast streak closing the gap, while the main cloaked guy frantically loads up another arrow, ready for round 2. With the little critter still chilling on his shoulder, Jin Seowon just thinks to himself, that maybe, just maybe, hoarding every random thing you find actually pays off. His foot crashes down with explosive power, launching him like a rocket with insane momentum. Before the cloaked dude can even blink, Jin Seowon is right there, unleashing a brutal kick straight to the head, sending a geyser of blood flying. The impact sends the cloaked figure spinning, his dark robes now splattered with fresh blood. The force of the blow connects, sending a crimson mist exploding outward. Akira Nakano's jaw drops, utterly floored by the sheer speed and range of the counterattack. Meanwhile, the yellow-clad warrior chokes out a cry of agony. His body ignites with a furious purple glow as he growls, realizing his grave miscalculation about the opponent's strength. Ignoring their shock, Jin Seowon rockets away, leaving the stunned cloaked figure in his dust. The weapon god Hammett, radiating a powerful blue aura, shouts out, pleading for the target to stay alive. With a focused stare, he remarks on the unprecedented escape from his territory. Joining Jin Seowon, Hammett questions if he's going to chase down the one who got away. Pondering the identity of the escapee, Jin Seowon briefly considers if it's a familiar face, but quickly shifts focus, prioritizing the immediate threat and declaring it's time to clear the area. He's haunted by a past decision, a critical assumption that still echoes in his mind. But elsewhere, a mysterious figure, shrouded in a deep blue cloak, glides through the forest, a silent enigma amidst the ancient trees. Suddenly, they burst onto a cliff's edge, an epic, green expanse exploding into view, a world waiting to be conquered. Back with Jin Seowon, the brutal truth hits him like a truck, just 12 souls left out of 200. He slumps down, exhausted and stubbled, even chewing jerky is a battle, his jaw screaming in protest. From their lofty perch, the cloaked figure sweeps the endless vista below, a silent fury building as they find absolutely no one. Jin Seowon pushes on, the brutal, day 20 flashing a grim reminder of his relentless fight, every single day a desperate struggle. Hammett throws out the question of a new adventure, but Jin Seowon's response is grim, he's got no choice, they won't let him walk away. With a heavy sigh, he plunges into the dark, unforgiving forest, the hunt already on. 5 days, he thinks, that's how long he can survive out here on his own. But the real nightmare? Finding even one damn clue in this endless, dark maze. 10 grueling days already wasted, tearing through this entire zone, and the target? Still gone, still a ghost. Then, a frustrated call cuts through the silence, Hammett. Demanding to know if his partner has found anything on the heavenly demon, the exhaustion clear in his voice. Hammett's answer is a gut punch, nothing. He's a ghost, completely vanished, unless he's actively suppressing his mana. This massive, dark forest is a nightmare, stretching for 1,000 miles, a total maze where even the best hunters can't find a single clue. Hammett lets out a frustrated sigh, totally baffled by how the heavenly demon just vanished into thin air. He then tells Jin Seowon to think harder, hinting that the demon might be deliberately hiding. The cloaked figure stays quiet as Jin Seowon, looking super serious, gets it, but the sheer size of this mission is crushing him. He makes a call to cut down the targets, planning to regroup and hit back harder. Hammett, seeing his determination, drops a bombshell, the demon might be totally suppressing his mana. Later, in a glowing cavern, Jin Seowon asks the big question, is the demon really gone from this place, or what? Hammett confirms the demon's total vanishing act, leaving Jin Seowon to grapple with the insane power needed for that kind of stealth. He then tells him to zero in on the demon's real identity, because that's probably the only way to find his secret hideout. Jin Seowon can't believe it, demanding to know why this game-changing intel is dropping now. Hammet's ghostly presence looms, dropping the bombshell that he knew the heavenly demon's soft spot for humans, and was totally banking on him saving his power as bait. Still hooded, Jin Seowon pushes for the ultimate confirmation, needing to know if Hammet's read is 100% on point. The cloaked figure, however, is already over it, internally raging about the total waste of effort, convinced this whole thing was a massive time sink. Leaving a faint blue energy trail, the cloaked figure just dips, bailing on the whole situation. 730 minutes later, the sun's blazing over a harsh, rocky terrain, a huge chunk of time just flew by. A robed dude, with a smaller companion, lets out a massive sigh, grumbling that he's almost done with this grind. Close by, a squad of beat-up adventurers, blades and axes in hand, are totally wiped, arguing if they should just power through this last bit or finally catch a break. A monstrous, serpentine maw, dripping with viscous saliva, lets out a guttural growl, signaling pure danger. Suddenly, a torrent of dark energy erupts, streaking through the air with a violent, tearing sound, aimed directly at the creature, a devastating force unleashed. The massive beast recoils from the impact, its towering form momentarily dwarfing a lone figure at its base, as the attack momentarily stuns it, a critical hit. Below, an adventurer stands on a glowing platform, his eyes wide with disbelief, uttering a shocked exclamation, "This can't be happening." Another adventurer, Ackman, stands ready with his sword, but his companion urgently warns him, telling him to get out of the way. It's a desperate plea. From a distance, the cloaked figure observes the unfolding chaos, noting that the protection magic has failed against a force beyond its magician's rank, a critical weakness exposed. High above, the remnants of a once powerful, floating structure drift apart, confirming the magic's collapse, a devastating sight. As if on cue, a sleek, red, boat-like object descends rapidly from the sky, streaking towards the ground. What new element is this? The cloaked figure lands with a soft thud, their foot touching the earth, confident that the current situation will only escalate with their presence. The true game begins now. The tension is palpable as a voice screams about the impossible odds, 10 enemies closing in within the eerie, green-tinged mist. Jagged, dark crystalline structures erupt from the ground, a clear sign of the deadly environment they're trapped in. A mysterious blue-haired, horned figure observes the chaos unfolding, their gaze intense and unyielding. With a staggering 11 players left, Jin Seowon throws up a glowing purple shield, utterly fed up with always getting swarmed by the enemy. He explodes forward, his spear-like weapon a blur of purple energy, delivering a devastating blow. The cloaked figure, scar glinting, maintains his silent watch, a cryptic till. Escaping his lips. A loud whir rips through the air as a mysterious red object plummets from above. Hammet, muscles bulging, slams his fist and roars a challenge, daring the damn punks to just get ready. The very ground shatters as a relentless barrage of rocks and debris slams down from the heavens, unleashing pure devastation. Then, a lightning-fast, unseen strike connects with a brutal force, painting the air crimson. But Jin Seowon, a beacon of raw power, explodes into action, his body engulfed in a blazing golden aura and crackling energy. His eyes blaze with electric blue power, a fierce determination etched on his face as raw yellow energy surges around him. Outnumbered and surrounded by grotesque dark figures, he unleashes a devastating spear of pure purple energy, impaling one of the monstrous foes. The beast roars in agony, reeling from the brutal impact, blood erupting from its monstrous face. Meanwhile, a desperate cry rips through the forest, a man's voice filled with utter despair, knowing the crushing defeat and agony that awaits them. The man in the yellow outfit, his face a mask of pure terror, stands frozen next to a terrified woman, as they both brace for the brutal, inescapable onslaught. But back in the eerie silence of the forest, Jin Seowon collapses, utterly spent and alone, a desperate, silent plea for Hammet echoing in his mind. A chilling voice booms, calling him child, and Jin Seowon's electric blue eyes snap into razor-sharp focus. Then, out of nowhere, a shimmering blue energy sphere, sparking with yellow particles, explodes into existence, screaming magic and danger. But he's not fazed. Jin Seowon moves with deadly grace, knocking an arrow, ready to face whatever's lurking. He sweeps the forest, instantly recognizing the stealth tactics, even as his enemies rage, realizing their ghost detection failed and demanding his immediate takedown. His eyes gleam, a silent nod to his opponent's sneaky skills. Jaw clenched, eyes burning, he decides this fight is ending, and it's ending now. He draws the string taut, and a blinding yellow arrow of pure power ignites. Target acquired, the glowing projectile a searing beacon in the shadows. And with a lightning-fast release, the glowing arrow rips through the air, shocking his hidden foe with a skill shot they never saw coming. From a bird's eye view, the forest looks peaceful, but down below, absolute chaos is about to explode. Then, bam! A blinding yellow light explodes from the earth, rocking everything and sending two figures flying back. The cloaked figure, right in the epicenter, screams as their eyes flare with a terrifying yellow glow, barely holding together against the raw power. The earth itself can't handle it, cracking and tearing apart, as the insane yellow energy just keeps blasting higher. The light just keeps growing, swallowing everything, a massive, blinding pillar shooting straight into the heavens. The raw power of the explosion just keeps radiating out, an unstoppable wave of pure energy. But in the middle of all that light, something small and dark is falling. And then, from the absolute center of the destruction, a shadowy, skeletal hand bursts out of the ground. The earth rips open even wider as a monstrous, towering skeletal figure, wrapped in dark energy and glowing yellow light, fully rises, a terrifying new threat born from the chaos. Against a backdrop of pure, unadulterated energy, a lone figure stands, taking it all in. Meanwhile, in a dusty battleground, a crew of adventurers is hyped, one of them shouting, "Wait, did you get it?" A warrior in a horned helmet, totally shocked, screams, "Who got the buff?" He's totally confused, wondering, which team do I check it now, just as a system alert flashes, Black Argon acquired. Two more guys, one in a hat and a bearded dude, are locked onto the action, a mix of shock and intensity on their faces. Then a massive ding confirms the win, followed by a booming congratulations message. Elsewhere, Akira Nakano is on one knee, his cloak catching a weird rainbow light, whispering, "For the real." His eyes blaze with a fierce purple energy as another ding hits. Akira Nakano has joined your party for 10 days. He's like, only. Then, way out in the desolate wastes, a blinding yellow orb of light erupts, and someone yells, "There he is." Deep in the forest, a squad of cloaked figures is on the hunt, their voices hyped with conviction. "He's just one guy. We can totally corner him if we spread out," one shouts, and then bam. A blue energy blast rips into the ground, kicking off the whole chaotic mess. "Get him alive. He's ours," another barks, making their intentions crystal clear. Jin Seowon is totally boxed in, with Akira Nakano and a bunch of other cloaked figures closing the trap. "Go all out. He's by himself," someone yells, hyping up the attack. Akira Nakano, staff blazing with raw power, unleashes a massive blue energy spell at Jin Seowon, screaming for his crew to blast him to smithereens. But Jin Seowon, with his eyes and hand absolutely blazing with electric blue power, is totally unfazed, knowing deep down they'll never actually get him. They're yelling to shatter his barrier, but he just explodes into the air, unleashing a massive blue energy blast that absolutely rocks one of the cloaked figures, sending them flying. The blue energy still crackles around his hand, a clear sign of his insane power. He unleashes a spatial strike. Surging forward with blinding speed, his form wreathed in crackling blue energy. A concentrated blast of that power shoots ahead, a piercing blue projectile, tearing through the air. The attack connects with brutal force, a sharp impact echoing through the forest, leaving no room for escape. A massive explosion of blue energy erupts, engulfing his target in a devastating wave of power, obliterating everything in its path. Having eliminated one of his pursuers, Jin Seowon stands defiant, his gaze sharp as he challenges the remaining enemies, "Come at me." He's just getting started. The system screen flashes, confirming Jin Seowon's legendary status as the world's strongest survivor. He clutches a glowing orb, a frustrated sigh escaping him as he declares, "I just got my hands on it, but it's already useless." Surrounded by his formidable allies, Hammett, Akira Nakano, Akman, and the yellow-clad warrior, Jin Seowon surveys the unfolding chaos below, one of them muttering, "Looks like they're." His electric blue eyes blaze with raw power, Jin Seowon's mind racing as he declares, "Right. If my eyes don't seem to work on these guys, then they've caught my eye already." With Akira Nakano at his side, he refocuses on the orb, a grim determination settling over him as he states, "I guess I'll start by attacking the one that hasn't been destroyed." Then, with explosive force, Jin Seowon rockets into action. A vibrant green and blue aura blazing in his wake, his resolve hardening as he vows, "Fine. Let's figure out exactly what they're up against." Then, with a blinding white flash and a concussive blast, he slams into his target, a fierce grin spreading across his face as he growls, "Here we go." The heat of battle is on, and the yellow-clad warrior, the purple-cloaked mage, and the blue-clad fighter are already in full defensive mode, screaming orders to shield their lord at all costs. But before they can even blink, a lightning-fast blur of motion strikes, a sword crackling with electric blue energy tearing through the air. The yellow-clad fighter and the blue-clad warrior are absolutely stunned, their minds blown by the raw power of this low-rank hunter they'd underestimated. Surrounded by a raging storm of azure energy, Jin Seowon just scoffs, totally annoyed by their pathetic attempts to team up. Then, with an explosive burst, he unleashes a brutal attack, sending all three of them flying. His eyes blazing with pure fury, he snarls, calling them nothing but damn annoying bodyguards. One of them gets absolutely launched. Before Jin Seowon closes the gap in a flash, delivering a brutal punch straight to the yellow-clad fighter's face, who can only gasp, "What strength." The heavenly demon's relentless assault continues, a devastating kick sending his foe flying. Instantly followed by the blinding speed of his quick dragon flash technique. This dragon-like sword skill erupts forward, but his opponent somehow reacts, prompting Jin Seowon to declare it's still not fast enough to escape his gaze. A furious blue aura explodes around him as he pushes the offensive. His sword a mere streak of light. Slashing with impossible speed. He unleashes another precise strike. Then slams a brutal kick into the man's core. His sharp eyes instantly recognizing that the only thing keeping his enemy in the fight is pure healing. In a flash of pure instinct, he unleashes a devastating counterkick, understanding that sometimes, the best defense is an overwhelming offense. The impact is instantaneous and explosive, a raw burst of yellow energy erupting as his foot slams home. The yellow-clad foe is sent reeling, his body contorting from the sheer, unadulterated force. He doesn't let up for a second, his form a blur of continued aggression. A sudden, sharp gasp of shock rips through the air, the opponent's surprise palpable. He stares down at his opponent, a chilling declaration of piercing strike, on his lips, as the yellow outfit man's mind races. Why are they trying to kill me? The impact sends him absolutely flying, a vibrant yellow streak against the dark as he's launched across the space. Meanwhile, from the murky depths, a shadowy group of cloaked figures observes the chaos, one of them grimly acknowledging that these aren't just a handful of weaklings. Mid-flight, still spinning from the brutal hit, the yellow-clad fighter lets out a desperate, echoing cry, "Hammett!" Jin Seowon's gaze sharpens, a chilling challenge in his tone as he demands if his foe can even stand, then warns him not to push his limits. Then, in a blinding flash, he roars, "Child's play," and explodes into action. A brutal blow connects, sending his opponent flying. And Jin Seowon is already there, a blur of motion, his blade carving a bloody path. His body a blue-streaked missile, closing the distance in an instant. Another crushing impact, and his opponent screams in agony. The sheer power of the attack sends him spiraling, a broken mess, his body twisted and gushing blood. As the chaos subsides, Jin Seowon touches down, the storm of his assault now over. He calmly surveys the devastation, his eyes burning with quiet power, a chilling thought echoing, 8 minutes left. After that insane beatdown, Akira Nakano is like, okay, this guy's strong, but I've got a plan. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure is totally freaking out, thinking this whole thing is spiraling. In this epic arena, Jin Seowon is still standing tall after his victory, but he has no idea what's about to hit him from the sidelines. Eyes narrowed, Akira Nakano makes up his mind, it's time to go all out against the heavenly demon. He blasts out a massive wave of glowing blue energy, Akira Nakano screams, "This is it. It's all over for you." The blue magic slams into Jin Seowon, and he's totally blindsided, letting out a surprised cry as he starts to glow. The spell hits hard and fast, instantly stripping away all his boosted stats. He's screaming, "No way. How is this even possible?" Still blasting away with magic, Akira Nakano can't help but laugh, thinking, man, I should have done this way earlier. Suddenly, he's tiny and weak, looking even worse than before his big power boost. Akira Nakano is like, he's even weaker now. With Jin Seowon's power gone, the cloaked figure stares down at the beaten yellow outfit guy, thinking, okay, now can we finally finish this dude? Even after his stats were reset, he's instantly ambushed. A monster's claw strikes, and a voice screams, "First dibs. I'm taking him down." But he just glares back, absolutely furious, shouting, "Like hell I'm letting you kill me that easily." Then, with an insane burst of speed, he's gone, closing the gap in an instant. His glowing blue weapon ignites, delivering a devastating blow right into the monster. But across the battlefield, the cloaked figure is watching, and he's had enough. "Fine, I'll do it myself," he declares, realizing someone else is watching too, a monster he needs to eliminate. Die, Ackman. While Jin Seowon is still fighting for his life, Hammett's massive armored leg is already winding up for a brutal attack. And the devastating kick connects, exploding with raw power. The cloaked figure and Hammett watch, stone-faced, as Ackman is sent flying, his expression a mix of pure shock and disbelief. And just as he's reeling, a massive Extros flame erupts, blasting the entire area in a fiery inferno. But wait, the action isn't just with Ackman. Jin Seowon is going absolutely wild, unleashing a Mega Strikes combo that detonates his foe in a blaze of glory. Back to Ackman, he's hit hard. A brutal impact sends him reeling, a pained GAH, escaping his lips as Hammett's attack lands. And Hammett doesn't let up, unleashing the full fury of Extros flame, engulfing Ackman in a blazing inferno. The cloaked figure watches, unimpressed, asking Hammett, what is going on? Why is he so weak, before coldly adding, but if you're going to die, at least die with some use. Hammett drops a bombshell, explaining that Ackman's buff is actually a massive debuff, and he only survived this long because of Hammett's help. Suddenly, the cloaked figure glows with power, declaring, I have to kill him both and break the curse. His resolve is absolute. He quickly strategizes, realizing that even A-class hunters would fall, so he decides to go all in, switching to an attack-type magician for close combat. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face, muttering, "TCH." He's quick on his feet, at least, and wishing he'd gone for Ackman's party members instead. But then, a shrug of indifference, as he realizes, still, what's the point of doing that now? He watches, a faint green glow pulsing from his hood, as his companion points out the protagonist's insane power. Down below, the protagonist's eyes are absolutely blazing with electric blue energy, a fierce determination etched onto his face. Gearing up for the next move, he screams out his attack, Stone Edge, as his power absolutely explodes. A crimson aura ignites around his hand, locked and loaded to strike. He absolutely plunges downward, a total blur amidst the swirling purple particles and shattered earth. The impact absolutely rips through the ground, sending massive shards of rock flying everywhere. The destruction just keeps going, tearing through the very foundations of the dungeon. Still descending, the protagonist carves a path of pure ruin. A monstrous silhouette recoils in absolute shock, its form momentarily illuminated by the sheer, overwhelming force of the assault. As the dust settles, Jin Seowon stands amidst the devastation, his glowing eyes reflecting on the sheer power he just unleashed, wondering if he can even control it all. He lets out a primal scream, his eyes burning with electric blue power, unleashing a devastating stone hammer. And from the shadows, the cloaked figure silently observes the unfolding carnage. Back in the thick of it, Jin Seowon's entire being erupts in a crimson aura, his battle cry echoing through the void. Only for an invisible force to smash into him, sending him flying. But he recovers in a flash, unleashing a brutal, aura-infused counterattack. Bringing down his full might. Across the battlefield, a green-clad mage is caught off guard, a deadly wind blade hurtling straight for him. At the same moment, Ackman, Lyle, and Zephigna are overwhelmed by a torrent of green magic. Then, with a burst of power, Hammett, blazing with a brilliant blue aura, plunges into the fight. The system flashes, debuff removed, status normal. And just like that, Jin Seowon gasps, his eyes snapping open in pure shock and a hint of relief. But the chaos isn't just focused on him. Elsewhere, a young adventurer in a green hat watches in horror as a fierce, bearded warrior with a top-knot lunges, blade flashing. The warrior looms over him, blade ready, the young man already down, seemingly out of the fight. Back to Jin Seowon, he's trying to make sense of it all, muttering, the debuff just vanished, but how did that even happen? But his focus shifts to a distant battle, spotting Ackman, and he can't help but exclaim, whoa, wait. What's Ackman doing in this mess? And back to the young adventurer, Aoyama, who's now desperately pleading, Aoyama, please, you have to win. Ackman is in the thick of it, surrounded by sword-wielding enemies, taking hits, but he's still fighting, a true warrior in a desperate struggle. Watching the carnage, a primal, violent surge of anger explodes in Jin Seowon's chest, his eyes blazing with an unstoppable fury. He honestly thought he wouldn't give a damn, wouldn't even spare a thought for what happened to that kid. What he did, what he said, or any anger towards him, having just ended him without a second thought. He truly believed he had zero regrets. But then he remembered the cloaked figure, the one who had taken so many lives. Now, his eyes blazing with a fierce purple glow, he's questioning everything, how many lives in this twisted game are even capable of feeling anger, pity, or anything at all. He thought he was the last one standing, the only survivor left in this desolate world. Only to discover that the real sole survivor on that brutal battlefield was Ackman, and only Ackman. Then, a massive system alert blazes across the screen, congratulations. You have emerged as the final survivor. You are now qualified to participate in the next game. The stakes just got real. Jin Seowon's eyes snap open, a shocking realization hitting him like a truck, is the game actually ending? He can't even process it. Did he actually clear the whole thing? But wait, a frantic thought slams into him, the game is ending now. He stares at his hand, green particles swirling around him, a desperate urgency building as he realizes he still has so much left to do. He reaches out, his hand blazing with green energy, absolutely determined to grab hold of whatever he can. He's frantically searching for something that should be there, something he can touch. A wave of frustration washes over him as his eyes land on a broken ring on the ground, the green particles still swirling around him. A fierce, unyielding determination hardens his gaze, he has to find it, no matter what it takes. The ancient, glowing entity extends an offer of immense power and blessings, but the system tags him, selfish Hammett, 100 coins. Jin Seowon, utterly unfazed, bluntly calls the weapon god weak before demanding his due. Hammett, the so-called weapon god, can barely believe the audacity, protesting the exorbitant 100-coin fee. But Jin Seowon's gaze is already elsewhere, scanning a digital interface, spotting a cloak of hiding for a mere 70 coins. Then, with a predatory glint, he casually suggests just taking the weapon god, sending a jolt of pure shock through the horned deity. Hammett sputters about loyalty, but Jin Seowon is already locked onto the next prize, realizing he's got a roulette spin coming. The system confirms it, Aoyama, the winner, has already snagged 3 spin attempts. Without a second thought, he makes his move, a chilling declaration echoing through the void, "I'll take the weapon god." Hammet's face contorts in utter horror and disbelief. The system hummed, confirming his move, and then, a new prize flashed across the screen, Escris's necklace, now his. Hammet, the weapon god, could only stare, his fury erupting as he roared, "Damn it." But Jin Seowon was already moving on, coolly telling the system he was about to take you for a spin. He then taunted, "Enjoy your money, folks. I'm gonna get my own loot." And just like that, the system confirmed his choice, flashing the message, starting the second roulette spin. Hammet's face twisted in pure desperation, his inner voice roaring for the system to stop. The weapon god's face was a mask of pure rage and utter powerlessness. While the system, almost taunting him, declared, "Selfish Hammet." With a defeated sigh, Hammet finally gave in, exclaiming, "All right. I don't have to go back inside that box again." But the system had the last word, "Selfish Hammet." He checks the roulette results, thinking, not perfect, but definitely not bad. The system flashes, fragmented secret tome, acquired on the third spin. A smirk crosses his face, thinking, this thing is gonna be huge. Then the system asks, how many more fragments do you want? He thinks it over, and the tome starts to glow, transforming. Jin Seowon watches, remembering he needed 1,000 fragments, but now he's just one away. The system blares, exclusive skill, Heavenly Demon secret tome acquired. And then, a new title appears, Heavenly Demon. All stats boosted, plus a special effect. Later, Jin Seowon is trekking through a forest with 2 companions, when the girl next to him freaks out, asking, what happened to all the blood? He's back in the thick of it, the same old routine, the same way he got sucked into this crazy game. But wait, is this just a movie set? Fake blood, right? But with his crew, the red-haired and blonde guys, looking just as beat, he can't help but groan, this is gonna be a nightmare if it keeps happening. His eyes narrow, the raw memory burning, he'd just barely finished his second game. Back in his room, the quiet doesn't last. After that second brutal game, sleep was a distant dream. With a quick rip, he tears off the blood-soaked shirt. Into the trash it goes, a frustrated groan escaping him, seriously, what a waste. And it was my favorite shirt. Sitting on his bed, abs on full display, Jin Seowon knew one thing, after that second game, he had to get his life sorted the second he walked through the door. He drops to the floor, a subtle purple glow starting to pulse around him as he locks in on the absolute most important thing he has to do today. His gaze falls on a pulsating blue, four-circle stone, and he wonders if this is the ultimate golden rule he needs to master. Still reeling from the after-effects of the four-circle stone, he lets out a pained gasp, his body absolutely racked with an intense, burning sensation. 3 hours later, the agony persists, forcing another strained cry from his lips. Even 5 hours into the process, the discomfort remains, a constant reminder that he may never truly grow accustomed to this pain. Despite the ordeal, he senses a profound change within himself, his mana and physical attributes having skyrocketed. He knows he should verify these newfound strengths, but first, a gnawing hunger demands his attention. His mana capacity has surged to an S rank, with strength, agility, and vitality all reaching B+. His special skill, swordsmanship, has even achieved master level, making him wonder if he could become a god if he continued this rigorous training after every dungeon. With a sigh of relief, he decides to finally grab something to eat. Suddenly, a voice echoes, questioning his companion's absence, wondering if Hammet had ditched him to avoid sharing food. The voice continues, a hint of exasperation in its tone, demanding to know what Hammet was thinking by keeping him in such a place. He's chilling on his bed, but the ethereal blue form of Hammet is not chilling, complaining loudly about being a disembodied voice despite his insane skills. Hammet rages on, asking what he's even supposed to do when he can't move, can't use his powers, just stuck in this weird limbo. But Jin Seowon cuts in, reminding him he's still breathing, and this whole ghost thing is just a temporary glitch. Hammet fires back, scoffing that in his world, there's no temporary, it's either live or die, period. He keeps complaining, annoyed he can't even grab a snack or a drink, just stuck in this lame base with zero action. Jin Seowon, totally fed up, points out that Hammet needs a body to swing a long sword, and right now, he's in the safest spot possible. So, he asks, what exactly does Hammet want him to do, like, right now? Hammet, glowing with a faint blue aura, dramatically announces he's the freaking weapon god, and Jin Seowon better figure out how to fix this. Jin Seowon lets out an exasperated sigh, thinking how weird it'd be to sass a god, but honestly, he's just so done with this. He's just trying to chill, but Hammet's ethereal voice is already going off, demanding to know why he's stuck in such a tiny space. He just lets out a quiet humph, his face clearly saying, are you serious right now? Then, with a little poof of energy, Hammet finally gives in, declaring it acceptable, but not without reminding everyone he's a god and deserves to see the world. While putting on his necklace, Jin Seowon casually throws out a jab about Hamet's killing intent detection powers. Out of nowhere, a delivery shows up, making Hamet shout, "Delivery service," while Jin Seowon is just like, "Oh, my food is here." Just a moment later, Hamet makes a weird URP sound, probably judging the food. He just plops down and starts chowing down, grumbling about how being tired and starving is making him feel totally weak. Hamet then asks, "Master, is it good?" and Jin Seowon just shoots back, "You can't eat, so why are you even asking?" With a flash of pure annoyance in his eye, Hamet fires back that he's still curious, calling his master heartless. He's trying to leave, but a voice cuts through the air, demanding to know where he's headed. Hamet, the spectral companion, isn't letting him off easy, pushing him to spill the beans since they're clearly going together. Jin Seowon can only TSK and admit Hamet has a point. Looking out at the vibrant city, Hamet's mind drifts, realizing it's been ages since he last saw the guy, totally curious about what he's been up to. Jin Seowon finally spills the beans on his disappearing act, revealing he's been grinding to get dungeon ready and is now off to the guild for a fresh quest. Hamet brings up a guild meeting next week, but Jin Seowon, already locked in at a PC, is hyped and ready to go. He's been waiting for this. His finger taps the glowing screen, and he's like, "What's a log?" Hamet explains it's just a budget guild survival knockoff, and Jin Seowon, after tasting the real deal, is totally unimpressed. With both guys now glued to their screens, the real reason Jin Seowon hit up the internet cafe after half a year is finally about to drop. Hamet suddenly remembers some high school mage, or was it a swordsman, whose words were auto-translated, but one thing was clear, they were rocking a Japanese school uniform. 6 months gone, but now Jin Seowon was back, ready to dive headfirst into the world he'd abandoned. He thought he was out, but the game pulled him right back in. Whispers of the vlog system, a supposed budget guild survival, reached him, and with a fierce glow in his eyes, he decided to jump in. This janky game was crawling with fakes and cheats, but he needed a quick escape, a moment to breathe. Then, amidst the digital noise of the message board, one banner screamed out to him. A subtle sound drawing his focus. The screen pulsed with a chilling question, cutting through the digital static. Survivor? A critical choice flashed before him, yes or no. Jin Seowon's jaw drops, his eyes practically bugging out as he stares into the abyss, utterly bewildered by whatever just hit him. What in the world is going on? A sleek ride, but the real action is online. Jin Seowon's eyes are locked, laser-focused on the dark web interface, ready to dive in. This isn't just any site, it screams, Cloyd survival veteran, behind the code, throwing up a cryptic yes or challenge. He's leaning in, brow furrowed, totally hooked by this new mystery. But the system's got attitude, hitting him with a cold shoulder. If you're just here to mess around, get lost, it snaps, then adds, who do you think you are? No way he's giving up. He's thinking, secret code. There's gotta be a specific section with the answers I need. Then, a password prompt. He knows he can't just brute force it, one wrong move and he's locked out for good. His electric blue eye flares with pure focus, but the system just doubles down on the shade, if not, just get lost, it snipes, even dropping a location, net cafe guy from Yokohama. The system's not letting up, straight up roasting his skills, amateurs who can't even protect themselves on the dark web shouldn't be here, it blasts. It even throws a backhanded compliment, cafe was smart, but don't think you can't be tracked, then drops the ultimate diss, if you're curious, go watch porn and sleep. He's locked in, eyes glued to the screen, a jolt of surprise hitting him as the system keeps up the trash talk. The digital gatekeeper's voice dripping with sarcasm, hackers are doing else, that really caught my guard. The screen blazes with another brutal message, if you're curious, go watch porn and sleep. This is your last warning. Aren't you scared? But Jin Seowon isn't even flinching, his determination burning as he fires back, not really. Just let me in already. The system hits back with a direct challenge, if you're a survivor, prove it. He's practically glued to the screen, eyes blazing as he demands from the digital void, how do I prove it? A beat of silence hangs in the air as he takes in whatever just popped up. His face twisting in pure confusion at the bizarre image now staring back at him. What am I even supposed to do with this? He zooms in, trying to make sense of it, ruins. A statue. Then, it clicks, a shocking revelation hitting him like a truck, ruins. A statue. This is. He locks onto the image, a ghostly, regal figure materializing from the digital void, and it hits him, this is exactly like the legend. The figure's hands snap into sharp focus, and suddenly, the system's challenge makes perfect sense. The projection animates, a foot stepping forward with a subtle, digital whoosh. The crowned figure now fully materialized. Radiating an intense, internal glow. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he declares, they really should have made it this easy from the beginning. Then, BAM. Blazing red text erupts into existence, pulsing with energy, demanding to know if he's a true survivor. The system immediately validates his claim, booming, authentication successful. Welcome, new player. Diving into the system, a prompt hit him, how many runs have you finished? He bristled at the personal question, but the system instantly fired back, guaranteeing total anonymity and ironclad security from elite hackers. This was big. He knew he had to lock down this ID and password, no compromises. The next screen. A forum, but not just any forum, this was the hub, packed with beginner tips and survivor strategy. His hand paused, the weight of choice heavy. Where to even start in this wild new domain? No hesitation. Beginner tips it was. Time to get the lowdown. And what a lowdown it was, a beginner's guide for Cloyd survival. The first rule hit hard, governments were scrambling to control ability users since Cloyd began, and revealing powers in public was an absolute, non-negotiable NO. The guide dropped another bombshell, revealing he wasn't alone. Countless others were popping up, their numbers exploding. It screamed, don't get cocky. Don't think you're special, or you'll end up as Monster Chow, because government-backed organizations were already hunting down newbies. To keep the world from spiraling into chaos, governments would do anything, a truth Jin Seowon already knew deep down. Before the guide pivoted to the real moneymaker, selling loot from runs. It spilled the beans on dark web broker sites and rich buyers worldwide. Many of whom were ready to buy directly, letting survivors turn their hard-earned loot into cold, hard cash. A light bulb went off in his head, if these runs were real, this could be a steady stream of income. He instantly decided to check the market prices for his own loot, heading straight for the market forum. A massive list popped up, grimoires, grindstones, potions, mind technique manuals, super rare blades, and storage gear, all with their price tags. Diving into the beginner's guide for Cloyd survival, he quickly grasps that this isn't just a game, it's a full-blown market he can exploit. Scrolling through the listings, his jaw drops at the Witch's Elixir, a rare item from just the second rank, demanding a mind-blowing $20 million. $20 million. Suddenly, a time request flashes across the screen, promising a colossal 100 million reward. But the catch? It's an SSS-grade Swart Empire exclusive, demanding a brutal 5,000 runs, a pipe dream for a beginner like him. He can't help but recall the Cart Emerald, another treasure with an insane price tag. As he devours the community forums, it hits him, run counts aren't just numbers, they're the ultimate flex, the true measure of power and prestige. Bodyguard gigs. Players with over 100 runs rake in 500 a month, and those with 30+ runs snag 1,000 per run, proving that run count isn't just status, it's cold, hard cash. The gravity of this new reality hits him hard. He finally understands why they were so desperate to take him out. He just keeps scrolling, completely losing track of time. On his screen, the chat is blowing up about a 13th run hybrid mage somehow crushing a 100th run player. Everyone's freaking out, demanding to know if he's a mage, then someone drops the bomb, he's got insane scores in both LOL and Cloyd. The questions keep coming, what did he even lose on, is he Japanese, and how is he 70 runs in when others are barely at 10? Out of nowhere, a glowing blue helmet projection pops up, instantly recognizing the player as that crafty high schooler from before. A pang of guilt hits him, he probably owes an apology, admitting he was way too focused on solo grinding, even being cold to someone from his own country. But then, his face sets with fierce determination. Just as he's processing it all, a new chat notification flashes, making him stop dead.